Good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday. It's January 29th. Yikes. And, a year ago when I started covering the Alec Murdaugh trial, I never thought that we would be here a year later covering Alec Murdaugh in court. And that's what we're going to do today. We are going to court for the hearings. This is an evidentiary hearing in relation to a motion for new trial, trying to show that something untoward happened with this jury. The defense has alleged that Clerk of Court Becky Hill tampered with this jury and said things to them that could have persuaded their verdict. The defense today has to show that not only were jurors spoken to, but that it prejudiced their verdict. And then they are going to interview Becky Hill. Court is not on the record yet. Alec Murdaugh is in court, but we also have the court feed from what happened on Friday. So I think I'm going to switch between the two until court starts here. Of course, I'm late because we had snow flurries and my kid has a late start to school. Justice Toal is probably talking to the lawyers, but it looks like people are coming to order in court. So we are going to go into court right after the intro. If you guys aren't in the Lawnerd app, you need to do it now. It's going to be a busy day.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not. Let's get into it.
So as I said, we've got Alec Murdaugh in court. A very, very full courtroom here today in South Carolina. Of course, we're going to see the lawyers for the jurors that have lawyers that are testifying. Do I think the lawyers need jurors? I mean, I don't think their legal rights are in question, but I do think that it's helpful to have a lawyer to liaise with the court and others and assuage any fears that might be felt, because there are definitely going to be some of those. So what I think I'm going to do is leave this up and keep an eye on what's going on with Murdaugh in court, but also roll the audio from Friday's hearing. On Friday, Poot asked for a continuance because new information was received by the defense team about Becky Hill. So we're going to listen to that. NJ Kathy, I forgot to even ask where y'all were coming in from and what you were drinking. NJ Kathy said, wait, jurors need lawyers, not lawyers need jurors. I might have said it wrong. NJ Kathy said the notification on YouTube is awful. The notifications on YouTube have to deal with a whole lot of algorithmic other things that I don't have to deal with. And that is why we use the Lawnerd app. So let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. I have a very hot latte cappuccino ready to go this morning. Let's go to some of that audio from Friday. I wonder if I can roll that audio and leave this up. Emily, give it a try, because what we have from Friday is audio only. I'll show you the video real quick so you can just get a sense for what that is. But I'm going to, oh no, that's not what I want. Emily, we need your proper feed. Yes, I know. I thought I had put a link in, but I hadn't. So I'm going to go grab that from the backup channel. Yes, I have a media backup channel that I use to upload stuff like this on so that we can just use it easily. Let me go to that channel and grab that link real quick. And then we are going to go back to court because we've got that Friday business that we want to listen to. And that Friday case is truly just audio. And we want to make sure that, that we don't miss a thing from live court. I'm guessing because the attorneys are just coming out here, I'm guessing that the court's going to come out soon. So give me 1 second. Let's get that audio rolling and see how it goes. This is from court on Friday. So when we get audio from the court feed, I'm going to switch it over. So we are watching what's happening in live court and listening to court on Friday while we wait for court.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is the matter of...
This is Friday's hearing with video from today's hearing.
State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Make that make sense.
2022 GS 15-00592, 593, 594, 595.
Those are all of Murdaugh's indictment.
Evidentiary hearing respect to defendant's motion for a new trial, which has been remanded to this court for the Court of Appeals of Malice.
South Carolina is lovely. We've moved in with the crew of Southern Charm. We live here now.
I've got a couple of preliminary things that I'm going to say to our friends in the press. Then I've got some things that I want to say to you as counsel, and then we'll proceed with the examination of the juror. Members of the press, as I explained earlier, this procedure is unique in that typically issues like this are raised immediately after the rendering of a verdict. And we are now almost a year post-verdict in this matter, which makes this a very unusual situation for you and for me to preside over. The defense has asked that the jurors be sequestered prior to giving testimony of this motion. To accommodate that request and to accommodate an unavoidable schedule conflict with one juror, that juror is being examined today. The remaining jurors will be examined on Monday. Under South Carolina law, particularly State versus Sinclair, the examination today could take place.
So what the court said there was that the hearing they were having on Friday was to accommodate the schedule of one of the jurors. We're not going to hear that juror testimony today. We're just going to hear all the arguing with the lawyers before it.
Rise.
Oh, just kidding. We'll come back to Friday because Justice Toal
Please be seated.
is about to take the bench. And we are in court in South Carolina again. Y'all, don't forget to do the law nerdy things today. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Good morning, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, and I now address these remarks to the members of the press. You have not been completely in accord with what I asked you to do last Friday, but you've all done me the great favor of obeying what I asked you to do with respect to the identity of the jurors, and I thank you very much for that. Justice
Toal put an embargo on the media on Friday. I don't even know if she can do that legally, but we're going to get there. There were people who put out the audio that I was sharing with you today. She said that audio could not be put out till 9:30 this morning. That was my understanding. Others had put it out, so I'm not exactly sure what her frustration was, but you can't really embargo the media like that, Your Honor. So, I mean, it was unclear. I normally I'll just take the chance to be mad at the media. I'm not super mad this time.
Order of business after I give some preliminary remarks will be the examination one by one of the jurors. And what will happen is I will bring all of the jurors.
I love how she says jurors.
And they will be seated.
Her and Newman.
I will make remarks to the entire panel. I will then ask that the jury be taken to their jury room, and I will one by one call the jurors and address.
They are questioning all but the juror that was questioned on Friday today. I have never seen an entire jury panel questioned. It's normally one or two.
Them, and I will address them by a letter that I have developed rather than their number. Now, I realize full well that many of you who attended this trial for many, many weeks probably know these jurors. And I'm not making any further statement about what you do or don't do in terms of identifying the jurors. But I don't want any photographs taken of the jurors by the media. With respect to the rest of the audience, if you have devices, cell phones, iPads, or anything of that nature, please silence them. Please do not use them.
11 jurors today.
Allowed to use their devices in order to make notes. but the press is not making any photographs either. I have a pool photographer.
The press is not making any photographs either, Your Honor. I know sometimes I give away my age with dancing with my hands up, but making photographs has just sent me this morning.
As well as a pool court TV arrangement, and that's what will be used to photograph, and that those materials will of course be fed and available to the press. I think if there's anything else. All right. All right, the jurors are in place in the jury room, Mr. Baliff?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good.
So
Bring
what?
me the jurors.
Bring the jury. Shut
sure.
up, Poot.
Hold for a minute. Yes, sir.
God, that was rude. It's too early. Emily, it's too early. I want to hear what Poot's going to say. You know what Poot's going to say? He's going to ask for a continuance again. He's not going to get it. Freaking Poot.
Your Honor, you have a list of questions you.
I like the tie, though, Poot. I like the tie.
Yes, sir.
Of course, you.
Tie is giving.
Juror
Z. Or X.
X. I knew it was one of those
Yeah.
last letters. Juror X. The third question, you say, did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comments about the merits of this case before your verdict?
Yes, sir.
And clearly the juror didn't understand what the word merits meant.
I disagree with that.
This is talking about
Friday. You
Friday.
may make your record about that. I think the juror understood what was being asked. And frankly, in some of the materials that we exchanged back and forth about questions, you yourself have used the word merit. So I don't think she was confused.
Well, Your Honor, occasionally I make a mistake. I think in this case, perhaps you made a mistake. And if you would just respectfully use the words, did make any comment about the case before your verdict. Just leaves out their judgment about merits. They don't know merits is a legal word.
I will take
Substance?
what you say into account, but I have already examined one juror using that term, and you now say that that term confused the juror. You have that on the record, and certainly would be able to argue that to the appellate courts that review what I do here. But my intention is to use the language that I used with the juror I've already interviewed.
But Your Honor, you went and
Here's what matters. Justice Toal is telling Poot, these are the questions that we used on Friday to the one juror that testified, and every juror is going to be asked the same exact question. Poot's had the weekend to get mad about the word merits. And while Poot frustrates me, I'm just going to say, if any of you had a family member sitting while Alec Murdaugh is sitting, and I hope none of you ever do, but you want this type of zealous advocacy, though Poot might annoy the absolute ever-living piss out of us, you would want someone to zealously advocate for you as well. So we can also, two things can be true at once. We can be like, you're doing your job, Poot, but damn, boy, what? Both can be true. Both can be true. And he is going to keep fighting. He also loves a camera, you know.
did a follow-up question, our request, which elaborated on what that meant. And certainly after you asked that question, we think that clarified it, and you could use merits or anything else about the case and deal with both issues. I just think it's going to require us, based on statements that these jurors have given to SWAD, to ask very specific questions.
I understand what you're asking. Let me ask you this, Mr. Harpootlian. Do you happen to have the transcript of Friday's proceedings?
I have the audio. If we need to get to it, I have the audio. Wait, no. That audio is redacted. I don't have the audio of the juror.
You all happen to have a transcript of Friday's proceedings?
Your Honor, we're looking right now.
She
Belay
wants
that.
to know
I've got
exactly
a
what
copy.
the word
Let me
is.
look at it for a minute to see what I did in clarification.
Her
and,
clerk was like, here you go.
Just pause for a minute. Let me look at that.
I'm going to answer some questions while they take a look at this. Y'all, Law Nerds, you've already made this the #1 place to watch this stream based on number of live concurrent viewers. It's unbelievable. Thank you. All right, let us answer some questions because I saw some good ones come in. Well, Justice Toal is looking at her transcript. Are they seriously still stuck on talking to jurors from that ridiculous Poot thing weeks ago? Yes, months ago. This started in August, September. is one that started. Is Egg Lady questioned? Paige Willow, this is a great question. What many of you want to know, is the Egg Lady juror going to be questioned? No. Justice Toal at the last hearing on this ruled that only deliberating jurors will be questioned because no matter what was said to Egg Lady didn't deliberate, and therefore Egg Lady's individual verdict could not have been persuaded by anything that was said to her or even by her removal. Egg Lady's removal from the jury is not going to be brought up or questioned.
I look at this transcript, and the only thing I note.
Wait, there's
the only jurors questioned are the ones who deliberated, less the one that testified Friday. And
All right, I said this. I asked the attorneys for any further commentary about the questions I asked, and I have been asked to ask one more question, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to read you a memorandum by the state to counsel for the defense and then ask you about it, all right?
We have no idea, Silver Gypsy, what was said Friday. Then, it's been embargoed.
Here's what I read. Per Chief Attorney Waters, please be advised that the attorney for Juror X has told us that his client says that prior to the defendant's testimony, his client did hear Clerk Hill say words to the effect of, quote, looks like the defendant is going to testify. This is an important day, close quote. Or, quote, this is an...
I'm backing up. This is what the juror answered on Friday. We have not heard this yet because it was embargoed like it was an iPhone launch.
And then here's what I read. Per Chief Attorney Waters, please be advised that the attorney for Juror X has told us that his client says that prior to the defendant's testimony, his client did hear Clerk Hill say words to the effect of, quote, looks like the defendant is going to testify. This is an important day, close quote. Or, quote, this is an epic day, close quote. And that some statement.
Oh, that's a statement.
There was some statement that it was rare for a defendant to testify. And then I said, Juror X, can you verify that what I've read is something you heard and told your attorney? And she says, yes, ma'am. Very good. Do these statements have any impact on your verdict? No, ma'am.
And that's what matters. Did Becky Hill speak to them? Seems she did in some way. Did it impact their verdict? If the answer is no, the defense cannot meet their burden. One juror has to have been impacted for this to go anywhere else.
Very good. I will ask that question.
There are no closed captions on this stream because it is real time out of court.
Well, I've read you what I asked. I will be glad to do that again.
Your Honor,
it's not delayed.
Different jurors say different things based on the memorandums we've received.
I won't say you told your attorney or anything like that, but I will ask about that statement having been made.
Your Honor, just for the record, we believe the term merits is a term of art, just as if you asked them, was there probable cause? Again,
she said what she said, Poot. She said she's asking all the jurors the same questions. Get back behind the table and stop it.
Anything else, we're not asking you to open Pandora's box.
I hear what you say, and I will take it into account.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Waters, anything on your behalf?
I do not have anything further, Your Honor. We believe the term is self-explanatory.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, boy. Zealous advocacy, Emily, except just... He filibusters like a politician. Like if he talks you down enough, like an exhausting child, if he talks you down enough, you'll just acquiesce so he will shut up. That's not going to happen with this judge, and he knows it. Not all judges let you get away with that. Some judges will say, I've already answered the question. Well, we have a pause before the jurors come in.
I'll have to go to my screen to do this other, but I will. The third question we'll read. Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before the verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's what I'll ask. All right. All right, Mr. Baliff, bring me the jury.
Bring the jurors. all the deliberating jurors and clerk of court Becky Hill are going to testify today. I'm embarrassed to admit how excited I am to see this clerk of court testify. It's so unusual. I have never seen anything like this. Justice Toal is going to address the jurors and then put them all back in the jury room and bring them in one by one to question them. For those of you that asked, and a few of you did, what's going on today, let's give a quick recap of what we're doing here in South Carolina. Alec Murdaugh is at an evidentiary hearing to try to prove and establish that the jurors in this case were influenced by statements made by Clerk of Court Becky Hill. He is hoping that today's evidentiary hearing will elicit a requirement for a new trial. To do that, the judge has decided that the legal standard is whether or not any of the individual jurors had had their verdict impacted by the statements, if any, made by the clerk of court. So all 12 jurors will testify to those 3 questions that we just heard Justice Toal outline. And then clerk of court Becky Hill will take the stand and will testify today about what, if anything, was said to the jurors. Justice Toal is not going to allow them to get into the area of the wiretapping that her son was just in court for or anything else. It is a very, very high burden on the defense to get a new trial here. It would be the more staggering result if they did.
Thank you very much.
But if any of these jurors were impacted, then that could be the result.
The State versus Murdaugh jury.
I'm Justice Toal.
I wanted to make a few opening remarks to you before I question each of you about
her accent is a delight.
You have done absolutely nothing wrong.
Good for you, Justice Toal.
Not any of you. You didn't ask to serve, but you served and did your duty. This was an unusually difficult trial because of its length. 6 weeks is almost unheard of in South Carolina as the length of a case.
Idaho says, hold my beer.
It was difficult because of the intense publicity and public interest in the case. It was difficult because of the complexity of testimony and exhibits in the case. And you acquitted yourself honorably. So this question today is not about anything you did wrong. Please be assured of that. I respect you and I respect your service. Today, I'm going to ask you to do something that's difficult. This case is unique. Most of the time, if there's some issue about improper conduct or
the entire prosecution team is there, including the state attorney general, Alan
puts
Wilson,
questions to the juror and perhaps to the person who may have made a improper comment, and then you go on to verdict. Mm-hmm. Or sometimes it's very shortly after the verdict is rendered. And again, the judge questions.
I love how many of you say that this judge sounds like your grandmother. I love it so much.
Interference and
yes,
makes a ruling right then and there on either a new trial or a mistrial.
No, not SAG.
Now,
the
here,
state AG, the AG.
We are almost a year
Attorney
after
General
your
Alan
beginning
Wilson
of service on this case. And that makes it mighty difficult for you to do something I'm going to ask you to do, and it's this. Today, I ask you to focus your attention. What is that?
Yeah, what is that?
Baliff, what is that noise?
Justice Toal looks concerned. I'm concerned. There is a clatter in the courtroom.
Is that the sound system doing that?
I believe it's the court sound system.
This is the funkiest sound system in the world, so you just have to keep up with it. I've had trouble in every case I've ever tried with them.
The court sound system, the court has a white noise system, so the jurors can't hear sidebars. I think that's what this is, but that is quite a clatter. She's just, damn it. Damn it.
The sound system. So, jurors, if something happens and the sound system goes haywire, we'll stop for a minute until it stops.
Thank you, Your Honor.
As I was saying, I want you to focus your attention as you answer the questions
Today's
I'm
going to
going
be
to
a
ask
shit
you
show.
on your 6 weeks of experience as a juror in this case,
Sure.
and on the point in the trial where the judge charged you, and on your verdict as you rendered it on March the 2nd, 2023. That's what I want the focus to be. And again, I know I'm asking a lot to have you cast yourself back into that time, but that's what the questions I'm asking are about that time and not about this time. There has been so much drama about this matter since the verdict was rendered, and my heart goes out to everyone, the lawyers and you who are in this trial.
Us.
That I can't help.
We can't get out of South Carolina to save our lives, Your Honor. I'm buying real estate.
Take a look at this issue.
I'm just going to move in.
On pause until I do.
I like Charlotte and/or Charleston quite well.
See it. And you do yours.
To one of the Carolinas.
So I thank you very much in advance for, again, the terrible inconvenience of calling you all back.
I very much appreciate how she's handled this.
It's very essential to completing the record about this case and placing it before the appellate authorities as it needs to be. So in advance, I thank you. What I'm going to do now is dismiss you to the jury room, and one by one, I will call you, and I will refer to you by a letter that I have just assigned you that isn't your jury number and certainly isn't your name. You know, these people in the media saw y'all all through the trial. They probably know who you are.
Yes, all the jurors are required to be there.
As I see it when I make your appearance here anonymous.
Except the one that testified Friday.
And only the clerk, the court reporter will have
yes,
a
Greenville's
sealed,
also lovely.
Document by me indicating what the key
Greenville
means
also has a farm league hockey team.
So I'm doing everything I can do about this matter.
That is kind of iconic.
It goes without saying that your business is your own business. You don't have to interview with a soul, not lawyers, not media, not anyone.
You don't have to do. You have to do this, but then you can do nothing.
Purely yours, and I will respect that and protect that to the best I can if anything comes up afterwards. All right, you may go to the jury room.
I'm going to remind all of you in the chat right now. Some of you have things to do today. I get it. We're going to be here all day in court. If you want to know who takes the stand and when jurors are being questioned, when Becky Hill is being questioned, y'all need to download the Law Nerd app for free, iOS and Android, at lawnerdapp.com. We will tell you when everybody's taking the stand. So if you need to go do something and want to stay in the loop, those app notifications will keep you in the loop, lawnerdapp.com.
Bring me Juror Z.
One other matter.
Oh, Jesus
one of the
Christ, Poot. Your Honor, there seems to be a pause. I would like to talk. No, Poot. Poot, pausing is when I talk. Damn it.
Sitting in the jury box and called this, the next jury, liar publicly. I'd ask that that be.
What? Okay, wait, back up. There's tea. There's tea to be had. All right, I'm less mad.
Bring me Juror Z.
Poot's bringing us the tea.
Matter.
Yes.
One of the individuals sitting in the jury box called this, the next jury, liar publicly. I'd ask that that be Mr. Bland and his partner, not sit behind her or near her while she's testifying.
I object.
Well,
Your Honor, I object to him speaking.
One moment. We're not going to have a big colloquy about this.
Poot accuses Eric Bland of calling a juror a liar. Poot is putting everything on the record, and Eric Bland, somewhere in the courtroom near the jury box, stands up and is like, I object. And then Poot says, I object to him speaking. Today's fucking spicy.
Keep your seat for a moment, Mr. Harput.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bland, you do the same. Mr. Bender, is there a seat over next to you?
There is.
Mr. Bland, will you go
Go
over
sit
and
next
sit
to
next
Mr. Bender,
please? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, Poot, the Poot Eric.
For the record, I have some people in the jury box. Two of them are SLED agents.
The
One of
Poot
them
Eric
is the
Bland
media
fight is
consultant,
not ending
and
anytime
one of them,
soon.
Is,
No, the jury's not there.
Attorney for several of the jurors. Mr.
The
Bland.
jurors aren't there yet. The jurors
and
are
that's
coming in
being
now.
done at
Damn.
my direction.
Damn the spice.
And Justice told you have Scott Mongillo and Blaine Richter also in the jury box.
Very good. Yes, sir. That's fine.
Oh,
All
man.
right. Bring me Juror Z.
Today is going to be crazy, you guys. It's already crazy. I'm going to answer a few questions while we're catching up, and then we'll catch up to real time in a minute. Emily, I haven't been paying too much attention to Murdaugh since trial ending. Could I get a brief explanation? Did that a few minutes ago. Evidentiary trial to see if he gets a new trial. This is kind of his last poke at getting a new trial. Is jury tampering an actual punishable crime? Yes. We'll see. Is Becky Hill with the jurors in the jury room this whole time? Oh, no. Becky Hill is going to be far and separate from everybody else and not in the courtroom. Question, who's paying the defense fees? That's a great question. We don't know. Probably somebody in the Murdaugh family at this point. Putting his whole pootsie into this defense.
Take the witness box
10 out of
after
10.
Sworn. Step over here to the clerk and she will administer the oath.
And we are starting with juror testimony.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please proceed on what you say.
The court's only going to ask those 3 questions. 3 questions. That 3 looks. 3 looks.
Juror
That's
Z,
it.
I will ask you some questions, and there are no right or wrong answers. The truth is what I seek, and that is the truth of what you experienced in relation to these questions at the State versus Murdaugh trial. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. That verdict was read in open court by the foreperson of the jury. And then the court said this: Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates that the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate statement about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow,
Right.
that took a minute.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
If yes, what did Ms. Hill say?
Yeah. What the fuck did Miss Hill say?
To watch his actions.
To watch his actions. What else?
If anything.
To watch him closely.
To watch him closely. Anything else you remember?
Ma'am.
There it is, but I can't remember.
Okay, that's fine. And was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023
Ooh, boy.
in any way with any influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case? Want me to
Yes,
read it
ma'am.
again?
What?
Please.
All right. Was your verdict
No, she said yes.
influenced in any way by the communications
She said yes.
of the clerk of court in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was
Holy
it
shit.
influenced?
She said yes.
To me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty.
Holy
And,
shit.
I understand that. That's the tenor of the remarks she made.
Ma'am, she
Did
said
that
yes.
affect your finding of guilty in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, shit.
Uh,
Alec Murdaugh very well may get a new trial. I don't know if there's any option to not get a new trial.
be at ease.
Holy shit. This is the second juror that they questioned. They questioned one juror on Friday.
My questions are submitted to the juror. Are there any reactions,
shit.
further questions, and so forth? If there are,
I am
and you
not
would like
well.
to voice them, I can
That's
ask the juror to return to
wild.
the jury room.
They're gonna
Just tell me whether I need to do that.
they want to ask more questions, I'm sure.
All right, sir.
Oh my God. And this is the juror that Poot said Eric Bland had called a liar in, I don't know, publicly. But this juror said,
We need to put some things on the record.
All right. Take the juror to the jury room, please.
I am stunned. Did this impact your verdict? That is what needed to be determined. I don't know how you get around a new trial on this. I don't know how you get around a new trial. The first person they questioned today was impacted. If one juror was impacted, he gets a new trial. Oh my God. Do you see the look on these prosecutors' faces? That's not what they were expecting either. Becky
Yes,
Hill.
Your Honor, in the
What the fuck did you do?
affidavit that was given by this particular juror, paragraph 10 said, I have questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but I vote guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. We would request
No, you can't impeach
an inquiry
them.
as to that, which is how, when this motion was filed, she expressed the basis for her verdict, which obviously this answer is a little different now. So we would request a brief inquiry from the court as to that specific issue.
Wow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, as to two things. The first thing is, he is correct. She gave an affidavit. We would ask Your Honor to let her read her affidavit to refresh her memory.
No.
She said other things. They're very detailed in here. We'd ask you to, and let me hand up to the court a copy of her affidavit.
These defense attorneys can feel it. They can feel the new trial at this point. I don't know if there's any unwinding that.
What I have here from Mr. Waters.
I'm going
for
to
the
hold your
record,
questions so we get to questions.
What I've been handed for the record
Oh, boy.
is something, affidavit of juror, now referred to as Z. It was taken August the 14th, 2023. It was sworn before Holly Miller, paralegal for Mr. Harpootlian, and he would like for me to give that to the juror and ask her to read it and then ask her about it. I'm inclined to do that, but I want to hear from you first.
Your Honor, again, if they want to refresh the recollection, that's fine with the state, so we have no objection to that.
Very good. It will be done.
Your Honor, also we would ask that you not ask the question that that Mr. Waters asked you to ask, because it violates Rule 606B, which provides, upon an inquiry into the validity of a verdict or indictment, a juror may not testify to the effect of anything upon that or any other juror's mind or emotions.
What was the question he asked?
If you look at that affidavit,
It's paragraph 10, Your Honor.
paragraph 10,
It's in the very affidavit.
she said she was influenced by other jurors.
They are
I'm
fighting.
going to ask her about that. I'm going to give her the affidavit and then I'm going to question her about it.
Yep.
And we would, for the record, indicate that we object to that under 606B.
Your Honor, from our perspective, she's put an
And
issue.
you're the one that asked me to have her look at this affidavit, but you telling me I can't question about it? I deny that objection.
Your Honor, if it's something that's inadmissible, you should not ask her about it. and that's
Well, you want me
inadmissible.
to admit it and have her examined
No, I
on it.
want you to have her read it to refresh her memory.
We're quibbling, Mr. Harper.
You're
we're
quibbling.
about things that I'm not going to take time to quibble about. My ruling is pursuant to your request, I am going to allow the juror to examine her affidavit, and then I'm going to question her about it. That's my ruling. Your objection is
Glad you're here
overruled.
early, guys. Glad you're here
For
early.
the record, I just want to know.
For the record, you're
Your Honor,
quibbling.
just for the record.
You noted 606. I hear you noted.
Noted. Move
In
on.
no way waiving anything or opening any door by asking you to let her
That's
examine.
for a higher court than me to decide.
Well, I
Says
understand
the
that.
former
That's why I wanna make
Justice
sure
of the
when they read this
Supreme Court
transcript,
of
there's
South
no confusion.
Carolina.
I'm not asking you to put that into evidence. I'm asking you to
Well,
let
I don't
the
see
jury
how in
know.
the world I can question the juror about something and not put it into evidence. You can't have your cake and eat it too, Mr. Harpoon. You could have been very satisfied with the answers that were already given. But you have chosen to ask about this.
Withdraw the request.
All right, denied.
Boom!
Your Honor,
Boom!
all the time we ask witnesses to examine a prior statement.
Mr. Harpoon, I made my ruling. Please take your seat.
Oh my God, I'm dead.
All right.
Motion
bring
to
me
withdraw the
Juror Z.
request. Motion denied. This is not the one you want to fuck with, Poot. She is not the one. Today is not the day. Damn!
Get me another copy.
It's in here.
Yeah.
For everyone in the chat saying this is better than TV, you are correct. This is much better than any TV show you're ever going to watch. Live court is unpredictable. It is spicy. And this morning, they are fighting for a new trial for Alec Murdaugh, and they might well get it. For all of you that are early birds here, welcome to court, man. Thank you for making me, I think we're number 2 on live trending. I think we're in the second spot to Lo-Fi Girl. Always happy for that. Love Lo-Fi Girl. You always make this the best place to watch trials. They are going to bring this juror back in and ask some more questions. If you want to stay in the loop all day, even if you have other shit to do, lawnardapp.com. We will tell you as things are happening, and we will keep you up to date. I'm going to answer some questions. Actually, no, I'm going to zoom. Alec Murdaugh looks like he is trying to hold it together because he very well may get a new trial after that answer from that juror. For those
Now,
just coming in,
you gave
we
an
are questioning the
affidavit,
first juror of the day.
To a
And this is
representative of
additional
Mr.
questioning.
Harpoon on August the 14th, 2023. And I have this in my hand at the present time. And I'm going to hand it to you. And I'm going to ask that you read it. Tell me when you completed reading it. And then I'm going to ask you some questions. You're going to see 4 little boxes on this affidavit. They are your name and the names of 2 of the jurors. I will strike that out before it appears in the record, just so you understand.
So we are going to get into some follow-up questioning after this juror's memory is refreshed with their affidavit. I am at a loss for words about everything that has happened this morning. Like my Apple Watch is about to ask me if I am working out. My heart is absolutely pumping in my chest. I am stunned after this juror submitted an affidavit that said they were influenced by the other jurors, that this juror turned around and said that they were influenced by the things said by Miss Hill. The prosecution does not want to do this case again, but the defense absolutely wants to do this case again. As much of the financial crimes won't come in, he's already pled to it. They are looking at a new trial as a way to potentially get to a not guilty verdict. And they can't do that if these jurors don't say that they were influenced by Becky Hill. And the very first person who testified today said that they were influenced by Becky Hill. And the judge is following up on that. I don't think you can unring this bell. No matter what happens today, it's going to get appealed. But he might well get a new trial based on that juror's answers. It only takes one juror being influenced by Clerk of Court Becky Hill's statements. This is absolutely bananas. I did not expect this today at all based on all the affidavits we've read over the months for a juror to come in and say, my mind was absolutely changed. And then for Poot to go pooting around the courtroom and Justice Toal to be like, nah, I said what I said. Love Justice Toal. This is insane. Chi-Town native said, your reactions make my day. I can't breathe. Like my heart is pumping. I haven't had breath. I don't know what's happening. Thank you, person that told us in RA's stream. Thank you for the super chat. I freaking love this judge. Justice Toal was the first female Chief Justice of the Supreme Court in South Carolina and is vastly experienced.
First paragraph, of course, is a statement.
She is now essentially cross-examining the
second paragraph says,
juror.
Toward the end of the trial after the President's Day break, but before Mr. Murdaugh testified, the Clerk of Court, Rebecca Hill, told the jury, quote, not to be fooled, unquote, by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys, which I understood to mean that Mr. Murdaugh would lie when he testifies. Is that what your recollection is of that statement?
This juror said in their questionnaire, I assume that to mean Mr. Murdaugh would lie when he testifies.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything in the statement that, on reflection, you think is not correct?
No, ma'am.
All right. Number 3, she also instructed the jury to, quote, watch him closely, quote, immediately before he testified, including, quote,
I'm saving your questions till we get to a break.
Quote, and, quote, look at his movements, quote, which I understood to mean he was guilty. Is that an accurate recitation of your view of the matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Holy shit.
Number 4, paragraph 4. Immediately after he
Becky.
testified, the foreperson said Mr. Murdaugh was crying on cue.
He was, though.
Is that an accurate statement?
That's not no lies detected on that.
And heard?
Yes, ma'am.
5, the foreperson criticized the former foreperson for handing Mr. Murdaugh a box of tissues when he was crying on the stand while testifying about his murdered son. She told the jury, we cannot interact with Mr. Murdaugh because that's what the defense wants us to do. Do you still stand by that recitation of that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 6, the jury frequently discussed the case during breaks before deliberation.
What?
Is that correct?
What? That's new information. Wait, what?
Yes,
what
ma'am.
what the fuck did you just say? What the fuck did you just say? Because that's completely improper.
Breaks before deliberation.
Wait, no, back it up. Back it up.
Because that's what the defense wants us to do. Do you still stand by that recitation?
This was not filed.
That conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 6, the jury frequently discussed the case during breaks before deliberation. Is that
Can't do that.
correct?
Can't do that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 7, toward the end of the trial, Ms. Hill came into the jury room a lot. Is that your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my God.
Ms. Hill and the foreperson had private conversations on multiple occasions. The foreperson would tell the bailiff that she needed to speak with Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill would arrive, and then she and the foreperson would go to another room for a private conversation.
Wow.
Conversations typically lasted 5 to 10 minutes. The foreperson never said anything about the content of the conversation. For example, she never communicated logistical information after these conversations. This happened 2 or more times, more frequently towards the end of the trial. Is that still your recollection of the interaction?
Yes, ma'am.
Doc, this is my question.
9,
If all the other jurors say that this is not what went down and no one reported it, the egg lady juror was asked about this in chambers before she was dismissed and said that no one was discussing this case. This is very different from even contemporaneous reports from court with egg lady jurors saying, no, we haven't discussed the case. No, we haven't been talking to Miss Becky, which leads lots of you to be asking in the chat, what if this person is not telling the truth? It doesn't, at this point, it matters. But with these answers, I don't know if an appellate court is going to uphold anything other than a new trial. So this is fucking crazy. I have seen some crazy shit in court. This is crazy.
when we began deliberations, Ms. Hill told us this shouldn't take us long, quote.
A lot of
And
jurors said that.
If we deliberated
that.
past 11 p.m., we would be taken directly to a hotel.
And they weren't prepared
We
for
had
that.
driven from our homes that morning and were not prepared to stay overnight. Additionally, smokers on the jury asked to be allowed to take smoke breaks, but they were told they could not smoke until after the deliberations
Not everyone
were
remembers
complete.
that.
Did you hear that,
Yes, ma'am.
including the business about the smokers?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 10, I had questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors.
Which is allowed. If you feel pressured by the other jurors, that's part of deliberations. Feeling pressured by what the clerk of court said is not okay.
Is that an accurate statement about your verdict?
So
Yes,
which is
ma'am.
it? So which is it? Was it Becky or was it the other jurors?
After the verdict and immediately before sentencing, Ms. Hill pressured the jury to speak as a group to reporters from a television show.
Oh, I believe that.
Is that an accurate statement of what she said?
Yes, ma'am.
And did some jurors decline to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
This is something. This is, there is nothing realer than court, man. It is unexpected, unpredictable, wild stuff happens. It might be that this juror feels more comfortable in a courtroom answering these questions to this judge than when Poot was trying to sit in their living room or whatever, asking them these questions. It might be that they are more comfortable in court now. It might be something else, but we've got to go with what this juror said. You guys are killing me in the chat. You're hilarious. Wendy Trauma Warrior said code blue, the prosecution needs CPR. The fact that nobody's hyperventilating goes to their professionalism. I need to zoom back out. I need to see what's happening with the Attorney General, Alan Wilson. Like, I need to see everybody's face. I'm going to also say our feed today is coming to us from Luna Shark Media. You know Luna Shark from the Murdaugh Murders podcast now, True Sunlight.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way by communications from Becky Hill, the clerk?
I
of
appreciate
court?
them making their feed available.
You answered that question, yes. In light of what you said in the affidavit,
is that still
which
true?
is I had questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors.
We need you to explain, ma'am.
Is that answer that I just read a more accurate statement of how you felt?
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you do stand by the affidavit?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you. All right.
They walked that
You may
back a
go to the
bit.
jury room.
That Poot's not going to let that
Let me
go.
just explain to you what the procedure will be. I'm calling the rest of the jurors, of course, one by one. When I'm finished with that, I will bring you out as a group one more time, and then you're free to leave. You don't have to stay.
Oh, gosh.
Okay? Very good. You may go to the jury room. What's that?
Before this juror is excused,
Yeah,
but
Poot's
after
not
she
done.
steps out, I'd like to address
All
the
right.
court.
All right. You may be excused.
So our feed is coming to us from Luna Shark Media. You know them from the Murdaugh Murders podcast, now True Sunlight, Cup of Justice, which is co-hosted by Eric Bland, who represents some of these jurors, and from Mandy Matney, who wrote the book Blood on Their Hands. She's a local reporter from South Carolina, or from Kansas City, roundabouts into South Carolina now. I'm flabbergasted.
Redacted copy I can hand up to the court if you want to make that use of the court's exhibit.
All of the emotions.
That's good. What I'm going to try to do is redact as I did in the as you did in the document that you sent me.
Wow.
The identifying thing redacted now.
He has an extra copy of the redacted.
I have it
Oh,
right here.
good.
That's what he's
great.
saying.
That would be wonderful. Show it to Mr. Harpoon.
I've seen it.
Very good.
That's what was being
Thank you.
said,
That's
Your
the one
Honor.
I will give to the court reporter, but I think you can see that I asked off of it.
Oh my God!
This is a court's exhibit.
Today is bananas.
To be
BANANAS.
clear, that does still have the juror numbers in it. It does not have the letters.
All right.
Camille,
What I'd ask you to do, Elizabeth, is,
today's been a roller
take off
coaster.
the juror numbers, just strike them through. And then
Crystal, I'm
when
going to
it
save this
says
question.
Affidavit of juror and gives a number, just strike that out and you can put in pen Z. Thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. Harpoon.
Your Honor, we objected to the questioning because
Maybe not.
this
Maybe
juror
not.
gave two statements under oath, one in an affidavit and one here to you today. The one here today was Becky Hill influenced her verdict.
That
The one she
wasn't.
gave in an affidavit 6 months ago was based on jurors. It could be both. Your Honor picked out the one in the affidavit from 6 months ago and said, is that a more accurate statement? That presupposes and suggest to her what she should say. And we believe that this juror's testimony, and Your Honor, I'm afraid what you're going to say is, well, she said the affidavit was more accurate than what she testified under oath here today, and therefore I'm not going to consider her testimony. And I think that's where we're heading here. I ask you to bring her back in, explain to her there's nothing wrong with it both being true.
I decline to do that and overrule the objection.
Oh, the appeals on this are going to be insane. Poot's pissed.
Mr. Bailiff? Yes, sir.
I understand why he's pissed. He could see the new trial in his hand, and there is argument that that is slipping away because the court has room to rule that the affidavit says that they were influenced by the other jurors, even though what they said in court is that they were influenced by Becky Hill. Which one is more accurate? And for those of you asking in the chat, yes, this was an affidavit by Poot. This was Poot's affidavit. This was from the defense talking to this witness. I'm going to keep going through your questions and comments. I am saving as many of them as I can to do at the breaks and when we get to Q&A. But right now, I'm going to try to catch us up to real time because we are a little bit delayed. Something is happening in this court. The jurors are coming in. Something was going on. Poot's walking around like he doesn't have a care in the world. This is a very unusual hearing.
Counsel,
A very
I have
unusual
to report
hearing.
this to you, and I'm
Something just
very,
happened.
very unhappy about it, but there's nothing to do but put it on the record, and then I will
Fuck.
proceed with questioning the rest of the jurors.
Fuck.
The jurors' cell phones were not confiscated or taken from them, and they tuned this thing in on court TV and listened to all of what just went on.
Thank God it
So,
wasn't us.
You may make whatever statement you like to make, and then I'm going to go on and question the jurors.
Did anyone
I will
tell
you
them
in advance,
that they can't?
I am not going to stop the proceedings or do anything to interrupt.
Shit.
Get the rest of this on the record. You might imagine
Shit!
that they no longer have their cell phones with them.
Your Honor, we have a 5-minute recess to discuss what we need to put on the record. I mean, this is.
I'm not going to take all day on this thing. I report things as they come to me.
False.
I will give you a couple of minutes, and then we're going to. They were late getting here. I didn't get to start on time like I wanted to, so I need to just calm down a little bit. But I tell you, don't take any long period of time. Court will be in recess for 5 minutes.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Did anyone tell them? Like, this might be on the court. Did anyone tell the jurors that they could not engage with the coverage of this? They were sequestered from each other, so they couldn't hear each other's testimony. But did anyone tell them, we are behind real time, so let's see if we can catch up to real time? Why? Because I keep pausing to say shit. Hopefully they're still on break, fingers crossed, and I'm going to answer some questions. Oh, good. Holy shit. I am stunned. Yes.
Rise.
We're almost back. Auntie Fresh said the judge needs 5 minutes to go scream into a pillow. Yep. Okay, I'm going to pause real quick. We're going to give a quick summary for all of those new in the chat. A, do the YouTube things, like and subscribe. B, we're the #1 trending coverage of this case. Thank God those jurors were watching on court TV and it's not an Emily D. Baker problem. Oh, thank fucking God. C, we're going to do a quick road so far because holy shit, this morning has popped off. The jurors are testifying in Alec Murdaugh's motion for new trial evidentiary hearing. The first juror that testified said that she was in fact influenced by the things said to her by Clerk of Court Becky Hill, but walked it back a bit when asked about her affidavit, saying that she voted guilty because of the influence from the other jurors. I think if Poot goes through and parses that statement, the
juror is going to say, I voted guilty because of what the other jurors said, but that decision was influenced by what Becky Hill said. Two things can be true, and I think that's what they're going to argue. Then there was a break taken. Then the court came back in and said, oh, by the way, I need to put on the record that the jurors have their cell phones with them, and two of them are watching the entire thing unfold on court TV. Our feed is coming today from Luna Shark, and we're all very glad not to be involved. Can I speak on behalf of Luna Shark? No. Am I going to? Yes, I'm sure we're all very thankful we're not involved. Oh my God. So did the court tell the jurors that they were not allowed to watch any coverage of this or not? Because they were all given instructions during the trial, but I don't remember the judge saying that. The judge said, you guys are going to be out of the courtroom and testify one by one, but I don't know if the court said to them or if the bailiff said to them, you can't watch the proceedings on the internet because the proceedings are on the internet. Hi, internet. Like and subscribe. Jesus Christ. Today I am, what? Let's go. I am shocked.
Just a minute.
I am flabbergasted that this is what's going on.
Now, you about to do something that I've already said I'm not going to allow to happen. And that is, you've got standing next to you a member of the team that represents the...
She's looking at Poot, it seems, saying, you're fixing to do something I'm not going to let you do. Damn.
Juror. And I can tell you, Mr. Harpootlian, I made a ruling early on.
Do not play with me, Mr. Harpootlian.
When Mr. McCullough was in court, when Mr. Bland was in court, that I was not going to allow the attorneys to participate in formulating the procedure for this hearing. But I have not, I indicated that I would not allow the lawyers for jurors to participate in this hearing. And so I'm not going to do that. I can just tell you that. And
This lawyer is one of Dick Harpootlian's good friends, also threw a birthday party during the trial for Clerk of Court Becky Hill. I read the emails between this attorney and Becky Hill during the trial in that email FOIA dump. And this attorney is standing in the well of the courtroom wanting to have a say because that juror that just testified that was impeached on their affidavit is represented by this attorney. And the judge is like, what you're not going to do is get into all this. Y'all get a snack. Today's going to be fucking crazy.
What you want to do is, by indirection, tell me what the lawyers for the juror would say. I'm not going to accept that.
Your Honor, my understanding is she'd like to approach to ask if the juror can be excused.
No, not yet.
Nobody's going anywhere.
I actually approached.
Now, Mr. McCullough can be excused. There's still plenty of you lawyers and you can do it. I didn't want him to come to begin with, so I love him dearly and he can go anytime. And I speak on behalf of Amy McCullough, his wife, when I tell you that. On behalf of Amy McCullough, his wife. There's still plenty of you lawyers and you can do it. I didn't want him to come to begin with, so I love him dearly and he can go anytime. And I speak on behalf of Amy McCullough, his wife, when I tell you that.
Is the judge indicating that she is also good friends with both attorney Dan McCullough, who's good friends with Poot, and Annie McCullough, his wife? Yes. And is everybody laughing? Yes. If you want to know how small of a jurisdiction this is, that's how small of a jurisdiction this is.
I actually was here to let both of them know that I was going to ask to approach to talk about a security issue very quickly.
Well, come up here. Lord knows, I tell you what.
Lord knows.
What can go wrong will go wrong.
I love the Southernisms.
And Murphy was an optimist.
Go, wait. The Southernisms are what did Justice Toal just say? If something can go wrong, it's going to go wrong, but Murphy was an optimist? Hold on.
Your Honor, I actually was here to let both of them know that I was going to ask to approach to talk about a security issue very quickly.
Well, come up here. Lord knows, I tell you what. Murphy's Law. What can go wrong will go wrong. Worst possible time, and Murphy was an optimist.
Murphy's Law. What can go wrong will go wrong at the worst possible time, and Murphy was an optimist. All right, let's get us caught back up to real time because they are addressing a security issue. Holy crap. Today has been bananas. I don't have words. Look, when I say, sometimes truth is stranger than fiction, I am not just quoting Bad Religion. You cannot make up the stuff that happens in court. It is absolutely bananas. And the judge is like, I'm not going to be here all day with this. The hell you're not, Your Honor. You set aside 4 days because you know what? This type of shit. I am stunned. Okay, we're going to get into Q&A. I saw somebody saying only 20K watching. Look, we are so deep into legal court stuff that not everybody is like, what is even a post-verdict evidentiary hearing? It is a spicy ass shit show. Let's see. Sharon said, can we get a quick recap of what happened? Look, because you had a meeting, here's the one thing that'll help. LawNerdApp.com. I know you guys have stuff to do today. We're going to keep you in the loop with what's going on. The court is coming back into recess. Here's a quick road so far. They have gotten into the testimony of one juror. That juror seemed to indicate that they were, in fact, influenced by what Becky Hill said to them, but also that they voted guilty because of the other jurors. The attorney for that juror wanted to talk to the court about a security issue, and that's what they were just off the record about. But also, we have learned that 2 of the jurors sitting back in the jury room, away from the testimony, watched it on their phones on court TV. I mean, or here. Please not here. Let it just be court TV. Let it be court TV. Let's keep going. Judge is making a record.
Made certain now that a bailiff will be in the jury room with these jurors. Why that announced that many times, that is the way it was to run. Why there wasn't a juror in the jury room is something I don't know.
There was no bailiff in the jury room. If there was a bailiff in the jury room, the bailiff would have been like, you can't be on your phone.
But I have asked that be followed rigidly. I've also asked, I don't go into jury rooms, never have and never will, but I asked the...
Your Honor, the judge. I've never gone into the jury rooms, never have, never will. I assume the judge means when the jury is there, but Your Honor, in chambers, you probably have your own bathroom. Many lawyers are familiar with the jury room because those are where the clean bathrooms are in the courthouse, but nobody goes in there when the jury's in there.
Bailiff to tell the jurors that they are not to discuss any testimony that any of them are giving. I asked
this is so messy.
Z whether she was comfortable because I would be glad to place her in a separate room so that she's not
the one that just testified
set upon by the rest of the jurors. She's gave me a big smile and said she was perfectly comfortable.
The juror that just testified, the court offered to allow that juror to be in a separate room so she is not, quote, set upon by the other jurors. And the court said, or the juror said, no, I'm fine.
I said, at any time you're not comfortable, you simply tell me and I will have you placed in my or another juror.
God.
So that's why I left it with Juror Z. I think she's fine, but I just wanted to make
not
sure
World War Z, Juror Z.
On the record, the conversation I had with her was outside the jury room. I don't go into the jury room for any reason. Very good.
Bathrooms.
Mr. Bailey? Yes, sir.
For the record, Your Honor, we would ask as jurors are brought in, we would ask that you ask them if they watched or heard anything this morning from their cell phone or other jurors about what occurred in here this morning with Juror Z. And if so, what was it?
I'm going to say, ask each one of them something about this. Whether it's exactly what you want, I don't know. But I will ask them something about this or make some direction to them about it. I'm not going to get into who shot John about what they said in that jury room today. I'm not going to do that. But I will try to, as best I can,
wow.
This question of who heard, of them hearing parts of the examination of Juror Z.
Your Honor, this morning I think you instructed them not to discuss this matter themselves. So if they have violated that, again, I think it's important for you to make that inquiry.
I'm going to make it as I see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. All right. Bring me Juror C. C.
Yeah, the judges' isms are fantastic. Who shot John and what they said. Yeah, yes, all of it. This judge is just giving all of the Southernisms and all the rest of it. I am deeply entertained by Justice Toal. I think that there are probably some attorneys who have appeared before her that have caught the quick side of what you're not going to be doing today and maybe get ruffled by that. But I think she's really funny and I'm here for it. Odd lettering, Z, C, I don't know. the judge lettered the jurors. I don't know how the judge decided to letter the jurors, but whatever it is, don't worry, boys. I got it handled. She sure does. Hopefully Judge Newman is watching with popcorn. Hopefully Judge Newman is watching with popcorn with his feet up going, I am so glad that this is not me. I am so glad that this is not me. I am so glad that this is not me. You know he is. I'm going to answer some questions. For those of you that just got here, we are about to have testimony from the second juror of 11 testifying today in the Murdaugh evidentiary hearing on his motion for new trial. I'm going to have to keep a list. Today is going to be crazy.
I will address you as Juror C because I
see it that way
from your juror number at Colleton to letters of the alphabet. I'm trying to protect the anonymity of the jurors as best I can. I can't promise you with all the time that they spent seeing you all in the trial of the case that they won't figure out who is who.
Oh, they already know that. They showed up at this juror's house to ask
which is
questions.
all I can control. I will address you as Juror C.
Your Honor knows that.
And before I begin, I understand that there may have been some cell phones activated in the jury room and the watching of the questioning of Juror Z. Did that take place?
I know people were on cell phones, but I'm not unsure of what they were watching.
Were you on a telephone?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Very good. I don't think I have to go any further.
Were you on a telephone?
You,
my answer would have been yes. Are you on a telephone? And the judge would have been like, what are you doing? And I would have been like, playing Pokemon Go Sleep because I didn't have time to play this morning. Sorry.
You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2022.
Wow.
The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. And the court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicated that the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled.
The gallery is media and members of the public.
Was that your verdict?
It is both.
Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict?
Oh, I'd be playing two dots too.
Yes, ma'am.
And zooms.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Becky Hill, clerk of court for Colleton County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am. I wasn't privy to any of that.
All right, sir.
Did not hear the clerk of court say anything. Very different than the other juror. Remember, there were two jury rooms, and the jurors, it seemed, were separated. One had most of the female jurors, one had most of the male jurors. Interesting to note, and we'll see what continues to happen.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Very good. That completes my questions. You may retire to the jury room.
They're going to bring out another juror. That was Juror C, the second juror questioned today. Carol C.S., why were there two jury rooms? No idea. Still don't understand that. No idea. Still don't understand. Nope. Can't help you with that. It was odd to me. Let's see. How she shut down his trying to order her around. Oh, Justice Toal is going to let Dick find out if he tries to fuck around. Tiffany said this is done new trial. It's going to be really hard. If Poot has time to sit and think about it, they are going to argue that the verdict was because that they voted guilty because of other jurors, but that they were influenced by Becky Hill. And I think an appellate court would hold that up. It's just too much. Becky Boo, what the fuck did you do? The fucking audacity. Brandy Rose. Yep. I would choose letters using my cats' names. I mean, I don't have 12 cats, but I could probably cobble together something like that. This is spicier than Runkle's toilet after a night of chugging hot sauce. I'm not going to assume anything about Runkle's
Juror F.
Toilet. I love the bring the jurors, though. Bring the jurors. EDB, what will happen to Becky now? Well, Becky's going to testify at some point in this hearing, and I'm going to give you my opinion after Becky testifies. I'm going to hold on to everything. Becky shouldn't have been, look, the clerk of court shouldn't have been saying shit to these jurors except lunches at noon. Like, that's it. I'm going to catch up to real time.
Did you activate your own phone?
Hold on.
You know,
I'm going to back up. We're going to try to catch up to real time. I pause when I talk to try to not over talk too much. When we do full day trials, I can't do that. So
this morning it was brought to my attention that some jurors were perhaps
only
on their phones listening or looking at.
Only the deliberating jurors are testifying today. One testified Friday. The rest are testifying today.
A broadcast of the questions to the first juror I examined, Juror Z. Is that something that you know anything about or experienced?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you activate your own phone?
Another juror did.
All right. And will what you saw and what you looked at in any way affect your testimony as you're about to give it?
No, ma'am.
Very good.
Jesus.
You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court and signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript that indicates that the juror complied. The jury was individually polled and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was your answer an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
They're not supposed to be on their phones at all.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Absolutely.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way by any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
Absolutely not.
Very good. That's all the questions I have.
I'd like to discuss the matter with you before we finish with
You may go to your jury room.
You have a matter.
Keep yourself ready. I don't know if I'm going to have any further questions, but as far as I'm concerned, the questions that I'm asking are at an end, but I need to consult with the attorneys before I can dismiss you. You may go to your jury room.
Whew. This is the third juror that's testified today of 11 that's going to testify. This is wild. What does Poot have to say now? Poot's looking at what looks like an affidavit.
Yes,
would be my guess.
Your Honor, in interviewing the clerk of court for Barnwell County, who worked as an assistant to Ms. Hill during this.
What does this have to do with the last juror that just testified?
Trial, and interviewing the alternate juror who was not, wasn't needed, wasn't dismissed for any particular reason other than it wasn't needed. Both of them indicate they believe that Ms. Hill transported this juror by her personal vehicle or a bailiff's vehicle at least once during the trial.
What?
So I would ask you ask her, during the trial, did Becky Hill either drive or ride with you in a vehicle before or after court? If so, what, if anything, did Becky Hill and you discuss?
What the fuck? Bring that up before.
What's your position on that, Mr. Waters?
Your Honor, I have no objection to that.
Why the fuck is the clerk of court driving anyone anywhere? First of all, the appearance of impropriety is ridiculous. Second of all, the potential liability is
Juror C, returning to the stand.
Stupidest shit I have ever heard. What happens when they get in a car accident? They're not covered the same way like a transportation bailiff would be. Are you kidding? Are you
the same juror?
Are you fucking joking me? What the hell is happening? Of all of the nonsensical bullshit, this is absolutely bananas. How messy is this case going to get? And we've got all of the SLED law enforcement sitting there behind the prosecution table. I am sure they are scratching their head about how this conviction, this case that they worked on, might get unwound by one elected official. Oh,
thank you,
my
of course, you're still
God.
And I have this question for you. During the trial, did Becky Hill either drive or ride with you in a vehicle before or after court? If so, what, if anything, did Becky Hill and you discuss? Do you recall that at all?
Could you please ask that again?
Yeah, it's kind of compound.
Please ask the question again.
Sure.
Sorry.
During the trial, did Becky Hill either drive or ride with you in a vehicle before or after court?
No, ma'am.
All right. Then I don't need to ask the second question. This will conclude your testimony. You are dismissed. I'm going to ask the jurors to stay with me until I've completed this process. And you are free to go.
Poot, what do you got to say about that?
Thank you so much.
Poot, I would love to hear what you have to say, Poot, because that information seems to be mistaken. Oh, I'm going to get to some questions. For those of you that are new here, of the over 21,000 of you that are here watching this in court, go ahead and do the YouTube-y things. But if you want to stay in the loop while you have other stuff to do today, the free Law Nerd app is available for iOS and Android. Our stream feed today is brought to you by Luna Shark Media. Thank you, Luna Shark Media, for making that available. Why is Justice Toal getting off the bench? What is happening? I'm going to answer some questions as I can when we get breaks. Courthouse Becky seems to still be showing up.
L as in Lima?
L as in Lima, yes.
This is our 4th out of 11. Becky Hill is an elected official. I don't think they can put her on administrative leave, and there doesn't seem to be a process to impeach her out of office. If Becky pleads the 5th, what will happen? Alex will talk about that before she testifies. It would have to go question by question, and that's going to be spicy. Emily, I went to the trial one day. The jurors were in 2 jury rooms because the rooms in the courthouse were super small. Only 4 to 6 people would fit in each room. Hey, Law Nerd Junkie, thank you. Shout out Trial Buddies. Thank you so much for that insight. The chat was asking, and just like that, we've harnessed the power of the internet to provide an answer. Space. I spent 5 weeks in Santa Ana, South Carolina in Justice King's Court as a juror. I saw the food in the fridge. I knew y'all were in there when we were. All right. We've got Juror L testifying, the 4th juror to testify right now.
Thank you so much. I have redesignated each of the jurors in the record for this case. And so I will be referring to you as Juror L as in Lima.
They didn't show the juror. They were showing the clerk who was swearing in the juror. That seemed to be what that was, not the juror. This woman in the pink with the lanyard around her neck is the clerk of court, this court, swearing in the juror. No need to panic, y'all. No need to just take a breath. It's good. That's the clerk. That's the clerk. It's all right. Y'all are very protective.
I have redesignated each of the jurors in the record for this case. And so I will be referring to you as Juror L as in Lima. And, you know, y'all are all on this jury. If these people saw you for 6 weeks, they may know or be able to identify you, but I'm trying to, as best I can.
The judge is telling the jurors they're not going to be essentially shown on camera, but the lawyers and SLED and the defense all showed up at their houses. They know where they are.
Protect your anonymity. You don't have to talk to anybody about this at all. That's purely your prerogative.
Does Miss Becky have her phone? Well, she turned one in because it was taken by a search warrant. She was getting a new phone. That's a whole conversation for a different day. Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. Juror L, before you came to testify and were sworn, you were in the jury room with the other jurors. I understand that some may have looked at their cell phones and looked at pictures of the proceedings as they involved the first juror who was examined.
We'll get there at some point.
Did you see any of that?
People had their phones out, yes, ma'am.
Did you look at any of it?
No, ma'am.
All right.
Thank
I
you,
don't
Michelle.
need to ask you anything further about that. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury, and the court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was then individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, Madam Justice, yes.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, Justice. Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Becky Hill, the clerk of court for Colleton County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am.
Very good. Juror L, thank you, and you are dismissed. I will send word back by the bailiff if there are any further questions. I always ask the lawyers that before I dismiss the juror completely and go to the next one. Please know that I will keep you in case there's anything I need to have the whole jury for at the end of this proceeding. Then you're free to go, and you don't have to speak to a soul about any of this. Thank you, sir.
I have not often seen judges stand to question anyone. However, it might be so the justice, and the reason we call Justice Toal Justice is because she is a former Supreme Court justice, not just a judge. I am trying not to use them synonymously, but it might just be because her chair does not turn around to make it easy to see.
All right, Mr. Bailiff.
It might just be difficult to see the jurors, and that might be why she's standing.
Bring me Juror E.
She might just not want to sit. She might have a bad back. It might be whatever it is. Our feed today is brought to you from Luna Shark Media. We do not have closed captions because this is feeding out in real time. Though if you put them
for a time,
hold on, let me back this up. Though if you put them on your device, you should be able to close caption my feed on your device that you're watching. We now have, I forgot which juror letter. This is the 5th of 9 jurors testifying.
Sir, I will be addressing you as Juror E this morning.
As in Emily. Thank you.
Designated the jurors by letter. I realize that you sat on this jury in Colleton County for a lengthy period of time, 6 weeks or better. And people
Mary,
may know
we're
who
here
you
for
are.
you.
But to the extent I can make this record a record that protects your anonymity, I am doing that. You don't have to speak to a soul about this matter after you're finished, and your service will be complete, as I'm sure you thought it would be when you rendered your verdict.
Yes, they sure did.
I have these questions. You rendered a verdict. Oh, yes. It was brought to my attention that cell phones of the juror.
The sticky notes in this trial are giving Gwyneth Paltrow. I'm being told to land the plane.
Were accessed in the jury room for a time. and that some were able to examine the broadcast of the testimony of the first juror called Juror Z. Was your cell phone one of those activated to look at the proceedings?
No, ma'am.
Did you look at the proceedings on any other cell phone?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, you rendered your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury.
Generally not, Michelle.
The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied.
DH said, so they all have claimed to not have watched it on their cell phones. One of the jurors said other jurors had their phones out. So we haven't gotten to which jurors pulled it up, but one of the jurors said the other jurors had their phones out and I saw it. So we have had one juror say that it was out, but nobody's admitted to having their phone out yet.
The jury was individually polled and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
It was.
I mean, they have similar coloring.
Was your verdict based entirely upon the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No.
Thank you, sir. That completes my questions. You may go to the jury room. I always consult with the lawyers to see if there are any further questions. If there are not, please.
It's giving Becky Hill only talk to the ladies.
I dismiss all of you. I'm hoping that won't be too much longer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We've had 5 out of 11 jurors testify today. 1 testified on Friday for all of you that are new.
All right.
Do the YouTube things. But we are here for Alec Murdaugh's evidentiary hearing.
Very good. Bring me Juror P as in Paul.
We have 5 of 11. I don't think the judge is going to make a ruling today on the motion for new trial. I think there's going to be additional motions and argument by the attorneys. This is the evidentiary hearing for Alec Murdaugh's new trial. If the jurors were spoken to by clerk of court Becky Hill, and if them being spoken to influenced their verdict, he is by law entitled to a new trial. The first juror that testified today said that their verdict was influenced by Becky Hill, and then seemed to walk it back a little and said they voted guilty because they were influenced by other jurors. I still think that's enough for the defense to have a strong argument because, oh my God.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
I will be addressing you
Yes, P as in Paul.
Juror P as in Paul. I've tried to redesignate the jurors without their number.
I don't know if she remembers that Paul is one of the victims in this case.
6 long weeks here in this case in open court in Colleton, and many people may know who you are anyway.
Will we hear from Eric Bland in court today? Probably not.
Such that it protects your anonymity.
It would be unlikely.
And you certainly are not obligated to talk with one soul about this matter after your testimony.
Today has been unprecedented, so who knows what kind of fuckery is afoot.
I understand that before I began to receive your testimony, that at the beginning when Juror Z was being examined, that some jurors may have had cell phones and accessed the proceedings. Did you have your cell phone?
No, ma'am.
Did you examine any cell phone broadcasts?
There was a couple people, but I have no clue what they were viewing.
Yes, sir. Okay. Did any of this activity by other people in viewing this material have any impact on you in terms of your testimony today?
No, ma'am.
All right.
It's jurors like people were on their phones. And
you rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes.
Marley asked in the chat if only one juror was influenced, could that lead to a new trial?
Verdict?
Yes.
And each juror answered
It only takes
yes.
one.
Was that an accurate
And now I
answer
have the
about
hiccups.
your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
It was.
Did you hear Becky Hill, Clerk of Court for Clarendon County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
I did. Yes, ma'am.
What did she say?
It was the day that Mr. Murdaugh was taking the stand.
Yes, sir.
And
Becky Hill.
she made a comment about watch his body language.
About watch his
body language.
His body language, I see.
Yes, ma'am.
And what else?
If anything.
That's all I can recall.
All right, sir. Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No.
All right. That completes my questions, Juror E. Or
P.
Juror P.
Remember,
you may go to your jury room. You are
Becky Hill speaking to the
free
jurors
to refuse to
is a
discuss
problem.
this with anybody.
However,
that's your
to get a
prerogative.
new
You're not
trial,
required
the
to talk
jurors
about
needed
this
to be
anymore.
influenced
That's your business.
by what was,
I've
by
tried
what
to
was
do
said.
the best I could to confine this thing, but I appreciate your service. Thank you, sir, and you may go to your jury room.
Thank you, ma'am.
But does that corroborate what other jurors have said Becky Hill has said? Absolutely. Do I believe Becky Hill said this to the jurors? Yes. This juror said they weren't influenced, but the first juror to testify today said they were influenced and then kind of walked it back. So we've got a conundrum.
Question by the state.
Nothing from
Excuse
the
me.
state, Your Honor.
All right, by the defendant.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Hiccups. Next
Bring
juror.
me Juror O.
Emily, no, not office space. No. Juror O is the 7th juror that's testifying today. I'm going to get to some of your questions. Becky Hill shouldn't have been talking to these jurors about any of this. All of it's improper, but will it get him a new jury? A new jury trial? We'll see. Will Judge Newman watch these proceedings? If I was, I would, but he might want nothing to do with it. Poot got told today. Excuse me. Amanda, absolutely. Does this affect chances of trials being broadcast? I don't think this does. I think courts need to be very clear about what jurors can and can't watch. Question, didn't they have to give up their phones when they were in court before? I would ask someone if they needed my phone. They did, but nobody asked them for them today, and there was no bailiff in the jury room, so they just kind of did whatever. People are so used to being on their phones.
Designated the jurors by letter in this record so as to try to protect your anonymity as best I can. Now, I realize you sat on this case for 6 weeks in open court in Colleton County, and many may know your identity. But to the extent I can, with the record of this matter, I'm trying to preserve your identity.
Yes, my coffee this morning and water
court.
is not working. Today, I'm just.
I understand that several jurors may have activated their cell phone during the testimony of the first juror and looked at the proceedings. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you activate your cell phone?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you watch any of the other cell phones?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Very good. You rendered a verdict on
Well, who was
March
on their
2nd,
phone then?
2023.
It's got to be somebody.
The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023
So no influence because no
influenced
statement.
in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this matter?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Very good. That concludes my questions. You may return to your jury room. I ask that you stay until I've completed the questioning of the jurors. You don't have to
Lisa
talk
G.
to a soul about this matter.
The judge is going to dismiss this juror. Emily, can you review the statute the judge is using? The judge is using case law. I thought it said all jurors individually need to be influenced. No, just one. Excuse me.
Quickly, I think question 2. I don't know that we did question 2.
Any juror being influenced. Any juror being influenced. It's not enough that Becky
Was
Hill
your
had a
verdict
communication.
based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Very good. You're excused. Thank you, Mr. Water.
Mary Jones said they cannot possibly know if they were influenced. They could have been subconsciously influenced. Don't
All right.
you think the
Bring
fact
me
that
Juror
Becky
Y.
Hill acted improperly is enough? That is not the standard that this judge has set.
Sorry. All right.
And that is not the
Nothing
standard the
further,
case law
Ms.
has
Ward.
set.
Thank you.
The case law has set the standard that not only does there have to be an improper communication, material communication, but it has to have it has to have influenced the juror. And the jurors have to answer that way when questioned. We cannot jump into people's minds and determine how they felt, what they know, what they thought. We can only ask them and have them testify. So that's what's happening today. Next juror is on the stand. I forgot what she said already.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole
We're on the
truth, and nothing
8th
but the truth,
juror
so help you God?
testifying.
Thank you.
So hopefully that made it more clear.
Good morning, sir. I will be addressing you as Juror Y. I've tried to re-identify the jurors.
Were you
as
the one on
preserve
your phone?
Anonymity in this record. Now, I know that you sat on this case for 6 weeks in open court, and many have seen you. They may know who you are. But as to the extent
The
I can
alternates
preserve
will
your
not be questioned.
anonymity in the record of this case.
The alternates won't be questioned. Only deliberating jurors will be questioned because the deliberating jurors are the ones who could have been influenced. If you're an alternate, you can't be influenced when making a verdict because you're not making a verdict.
I have tried to do so. You are completely free not to talk to a soul about this matter. That's always your prerogative. I understand that before you came out here, when the first juror to be examined was being examined, that some jurors may have activated their cell phones. Were you one who activated your cell phone?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that some cell phones might have been activated?
I was aware after that.
All right. So, did you hear anything about the examination of the first juror?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
Not to me, ma'am.
Did you hear her make a comment to anybody else?
Sir?
Not that I'm aware, ma'am.
All right, sir. So you don't remember any details of any conversation?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir.
Okay.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, influenced in any way by any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. That completes my questions. I am going to excuse you. Stay together with the other jurors until I've completed my examination, and then you will be free to go. Thank you so much.
There are 3 jurors left, and the only question I want to know right now, I mean, other than what Becky said, is who had their phone on? Who had their phone on? Who?
Anything further from the state?
I'm gonna start sounding like I'm singing "Who Let the Dogs Out" in a second. I'm gonna be sitting here just going, who? Which juror is coming up next?
Bring me Juror W.
The 9th juror out of 11 to testify today. For those of you just tuning in, hi, welcome to the YouTube things. I'm Emily D. Baker, lawyer, legal commentator, cursey word lover. Alec Murdaugh is receiving his evidentiary hearing on jury tampering, misconduct, and whether or not Clerk of Court Becky Hill made statements to the jurors about this case and whether that influenced their jury. The first juror of the day today indicated that her verdict was influenced by what Clerk of Court Becky Hill said, even though that contradicted what she said in an affidavit, but not really. I think both things can be true. This is a messy day, and we're going to get to Becky Hill's testimony later. And if you want to stay in the loop, you know what to do. Subscribe to the Law Nerd app. We've got a very, very busy day today. This is bananas.
Good morning.
I am shook.
I'll address you as Juror W. I have redesignated by letter the identities of the jurors as I question them today.
Will there be a verdict today? No verdicts. No juries are deliberating. This court's not going to rule today. If anything, this court's going to ask for additional briefing from the attorneys, and we'll talk about that when we have a break to get to Q&A.
And, you sat on this jury for 6 long weeks, and I'm sure that those who were there in the trial for a long period of time may know who you are. I'm just doing the very best I can to make your participation in this matter anonymous, and I will preserve that anonymity. You are free to not talk to one single soul about this if you don't want to.
I am shooketh enough that I did get hiccups. I
understand that when the first juror was being questioned, some members of the jury, as you were back in the jury room, may have activated their cell phones. Were you one who activated your cell phone?
No, ma'am. I left my phone in the car.
So who was on their phone?
Did you hear any
There's only 2 left.
Information coming from anybody else's cell phones about that examination?
I did.
All right.
Who? Name them.
Does that have any impact on the testimony you are going to give today?
No, ma'am.
Name them. Name them.
You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd,
Who was on their phone?
2023.
Half these jurors come in here and said somebody was on their phone, and I didn't know what they were doing on their phone, and that doesn't impact me today. There's 2 jurors left, and no one's admitted to being on their phone. Name them. It was Sutton, wasn't it? It was Sutton.
The verdict was read in open court, signed by the 4 persons.
name them by letter.
The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict? at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill, the clerk of court for Clarendon County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023
So some heard it, some
influenced
didn't.
in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this matter?
No, ma'am.
Very good. That is the end of my questions, Madam Juror. You may go to the jury room, stay with the jury
Good to
until
see you,
I've
Uncle.
completed the questioning, and then you're free to go.
We have
And
2
you're free
jurors
not to say
left.
anything you don't want to
Somebody
say.
was on their fucking phone.
Anybody upsets you or bothers you in any way about that, you just let the court know.
The juror's
you.
not going to be in trouble. The judge is just going to ask if they were influenced and tell them they shouldn't have been doing that and what they heard, but they're not going to get in trouble. I don't think the judge is going to hold them in contempt or anything like that. It's going to be a bigger problem if they don't tell the judge what happened, because honestly, I don't know if the judge was super
Any
clear.
further questions from the state? Any further questions?
I don't know if the judge was super clear that they couldn't be on their phone. There was no bailiff in the jury room telling them not to be on their phone.
Juror Q.
Juror Q, was it you? I'm too delighted by that. This is the 10th of 11 to testify today, and we've still got Becky Hill's testimony today. If you don't want to miss a thing today, lawnerd.com. Do the YouTube things here, like and subscribe. Thank you, guys. I think you've made us number 2 on live trending worldwide, behind Lo-Fi Girl, which I will always accept because love Lo-Fi Girl. This is bananas. Who said they were on their phone? It was brought to the court's attention that they were watching the testimony. I don't know how it was brought to the court's attention, but it was brought to the court's attention. I'm going to get to some questions while we are being here. Aaron said, question, if it was just one juror that says she was influenced, can it be proven a lie to prevent a retrial? I don't think you can unring that bell without some real conclusive evidence and perjury charges, because this is under penalty of perjury. I don't think you can unring that bell. One juror can undo this trial.
Good morning.
Well, it wouldn't be the juror's fault. It would be Becky Hill's
I will
fault.
be referring to you as Juror Q. I have redesignated every one of the jurors by a letter. And in that way, I'm trying to protect your anonymity in these proceedings.
A lot of the jurors
said
they were on phones. Somebody was on phones.
Hearing this case in open court in Colleton County. And some folk may know who you are, but I'm trying to protect your anonymity in these proceedings as best I can.
And they've done a good job of that.
Soul about these proceedings after you have completed your testimony. That's purely up to you. And
Serena said this case remains
hassles you
wild.
about anything, the court stands ready
Accurate
to
AF.
assist.
Yeah, I want to know who was on their
You
phone.
rendered a verdict
I'm
on
fixated.
March the 2nd, 2023.
I don't know.
The verdict was read in
They're going to
open
question
court,
them.
signed by the foreperson of the jury.
She didn't
The
ask
court
about the
then
phone. You're on, Justice Toal, you got to ask about the phones, ma'am.
Said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every
Friday's witness is not present in court, Contessa, so Friday's witness is not in the jury room with the other jurors. So it's people who are there today that was on their phone.
juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
No cameras in
About
the
your
jury
verdict
room
at the
at
time?
all.
Yes.
No. It would
All right.
be completely improper.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, it was.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communication by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this
She'll
case?
get to the phone.
No, ma'am, it was
They'll
not.
remind
Very
her.
good.
They'll remind her.
You may be excused.
Creighton's
and,
gonna remind her.
If you'll just stay in the jury room till we've completed examination of all the jurors. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, very briefly,
Phone.
I know we were doing the cell phone
Phone.
inquiry
Phone.
Yes.
Phone.
with various
Phone.
jurors.
Phone.
If
Phone.
you wanted to have that with
Phone.
this particular
Phone.
juror as well.
Sure.
Oops.
I understand that before I began questioning you or the other jurors on the questioning of the first jurors, some jurors in the assembly room may have activated their cell phones. Were you one of the jurors that activated your cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
It was
Was
Juror Q in the jury room with the cell phone watching what?
anything that you heard at that time something that has any influence or effect on the testimony you now give under oath?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
I have
Anything
more
further?
questions.
You may go to the jury room.
I have more questions. Juror Q, what were you watching and why? Because curiosity would kill me too. Watch it afterwards. Don't watch it during. Jurors don't watch during.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right.
Good job, Juror Q. All right.
Bring me Juror K.
Juror K is the 11th and final juror today, which means we should get to Becky Hill's testimony pretty soon. Holy shit. The juror. I would have definitely been playing Suika. Juror Q, were you watching? And why? What were you watching and why was it EDB? Look, man, my name has been brought up in court proceedings. I don't want to be brought up in these court proceedings at all. Leave me out of it. Miss me. Poot only knows about podcasters. He's not going to be talking. I mean, technically I have a podcast, but I think I identify as YouTuber, not podcaster. So it's going to be fine. All right, let's get to some of your questions.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case
Quickly.
is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Juror Q, tell Poot it was me. Stephen, tell Poot it was me.
Good morning. I will be addressing you as Juror K. I redesignated each of you jurors and gave you a letter for purposes of this hearing. I'm trying to protect your anonymity as best I can. Now, I realize you sat for 6 long weeks on this case in Colleton County, and many folk may know who you are. But on the record of this matter, as best I can, I'm trying to preserve your anonymity. Please know
not
that
Paul,
you don't have to
but
answer anybody's
Buster.
questions about this matter in any way, shape, or form. Purely up to you. And if anything is done that
Thank you. I think we slayed the hiccups
you
for
feel
now.
is harassing or makes you uncomfortable, you contact the court. We'll try to do as best I can to help in that situation.
I think if none of the jurors copped having the phone, they would question him again.
I understand that during the testimony of the first juror, some opened their cell phones
Probably
in the
happened at
jury
night.
room, in our jury assembly room here. Were you one who opened her cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you listen to
What are the chances it's the last two that are questioned?
watch the broadcast of that first juror's examination?
It was on Facebook.
Ma'am?
I was on Facebook.
It was on Facebook, and you watched it.
And we closed it.
All right. Did anything that you heard in that
She said we closed it.
Facebook
Definitely not watching me on Facebook.
cell phone access impact or influence your testimony in this matter in any way?
No.
All right.
She did say we closed it. So I wonder if the juror pulled up their phone to scroll social while they're sitting there waiting and it popped up and then closed it. That is very possible. But we'll see.
You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd.
And now into the
2023.
questioning?
The verdict was
She did. She
read
said she
in
was on
open
Facebook.
court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known
That's
by
it.
raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes.
Oh, the appeals are going to go on and on either
Then
way.
asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill, the clerk of court for Colleton County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No.
No
Was your
comments.
verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. That completes my questions.
So we
I'll
have
let you go to the
very,
jury room now.
very,
I'll then ask the
we have
attorney
very
for
few
any
jurors
further
who said they
questions.
heard Becky Hill say anything at
If
all,
there are not,
and one
please
juror
stay
say
in the
they were
jury assembly
influenced
room
by Becky Hill,
until I
who
give
also
you the
said that
word
they voted
that you are
guilty
all to
because
come,
they were influenced by other
out
jurors.
one more time.
That
And I
is the
dismiss you.
first juror that testified
ma'am.
this morning, and that's going to be the huge crux of this. We are now done with the juror testimony. The lawyers are going to put things on the record, and then we should be getting to Becky Hill. OMG. So for those of you who asked, how many jurors said they were influenced by Becky Hill? One.
State.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
A
Nothing
few-
to the defense, Your Honor.
Very good. All right.
A few
This
said they
then
heard comments.
completes the questioning of the jurors. I will ask the jurors to come into the open courtroom again, thank them, and dismiss them. Anything further before I do that?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Oh, y'all. All right, I'm going to see if we can catch up to real time just a little bit.
Question. Please, Court, Your Honor, I would
Please, the court, Your Honor. Mr. Barber makes an excellent point. Good to see you this morning, Mr. Barber. And now Poot's going to put something on the record.
Please, Court, Your Honor, I would move for the record that I be able to question Juror Z to follow up on what I believe the court is confused.
Your Honor, I would like to question my juror. I think we need to question Juror Z more. Juror Z is the one who said the only thing that's going to help us here today. Please, God, let us ask more questions. I don't think this is going to fly.
About.
Very good. I deny the request. Anything further?
Said what she said.
All right, bring me the jury.
Bring the jury. We're going to answer some questions. Multiple jurors. Lisa asked, so who's lying? The 11 jurors or the one? I think there's somewhere in between this. A number of jurors said that they heard Becky Hill talking about the defendant's testimony and body language. They said they weren't influenced by that, but they heard it. So one juror said they were influenced, and this has gotten very, very messy. But the other jurors heard Becky Hill say similar things. They just didn't take it to mean anything about Alec Murdaugh. So Poot is leaning in to Juror Z, and the court is done. They're going to dismiss the jury. Let's for those of you asking, you need Bring the Jury theme music. We have it. We played this all during the trial. So this was it's also our perp walk music now, but this was our Bring the Jury music during this trial. So you all can take a stretch break.
Thank you.
Stretch right towards that subscribe button.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that completes the court's examination of the jurors in this matter. I can only deeply apologize to you for having to inconvenience you so long after the trial of this
Becky
case
should be apologizing.
and I very much appreciate your candor. There are no right or wrong answers to the questions I asked you, but I think each of you, to the best of your ability, answered the questions, and I am deeply grateful for that, as is the state of South Carolina, as is the defendant. You don't have to speak to a soul about this matter if you don't want to. That's purely your prerogative. If there's any difficulty...
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would just like to remind you that you have the right to shut the fuck up. And if these attorneys want to talk to you more, you don't have to. If the media wants to talk to you more, you don't have to. You can try to go back to your lives. If people want to bother you about this at the Piggly Wiggly, you can tell them no.
Do you encounter about this hearing that I can help with, please contact the court, and I'll be happy to do so. You're dismissed this time. You may go. Thank you for your service. Excuse the jurors.
remove the jurors. Y'all take a stretch break. As I said, stretch towards that subscribe button. I'm teasing. Only a little. Let's answer some questions. While the jury's being removed, we should be getting to lawyers putting things on the record, and then Becky Hill's testimony. Oh, Becky Hill's testimony. Some of you asked what happens if Becky Hill takes the fifth. That will go question by question. Becky Hill's lawyer, I'm sure, will be in the audience. This is going to get real interesting real fast.
All right, Mr. Waters, is the clerk of court available?
Yes, ma'am. It's my understanding she is, and state's prepared to call her.
Send out nap notification, Miguelina. Becky Hills, taking the stand.
Mr. Lewis is here just a block or two away, so if we take a brief recess, we'd be prepared to present her after that.
Well, I will entertain going on and taking an early lunch break. I don't know how long Ms. Hill's testimony is going to take.
I mean, that would make sense.
But if that might be a better thing than hanging around here, I think that's what I would prefer.
Noon in South Carolina.
Your Honor, I need sustenance.
Okay. Well, good. I think I will join you in that.
Pooty Poot needs a snacky snack.
What I will do is I will recess court until...
Okay, hold on, Miguelina.
1:15. Please return at 1:15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, court will resume at 1:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to answer your questions, and I will leave the feed up, Miguelina, because this is not going to be a full day, I think. Miguelina and I will chat about whether we leave the feed up and just put a BRB on it. But let's get to some of your questions. We've got about an hour for lunch. I also need sustenance. I'm sure some of you are feeling that way. I'm going to go ahead and mute this. We're going to do the 20 minutes of argument that we heard on Friday. Will we hear the testimony of that juror on Friday? I don't know if that's been released yet. We will go look for it, but we will do the lawyers arguing because there is some information in there about Becky Hill. And I think it's important that we hear that information before we get to Becky Hill's testimony, including information regarding Becky Hill's potential. Here, wait, let me turn that up. Hear me. Potential involvement in her son's wiretapping accusations. Again, her son has been arrested and accused of wiretapping, and that is absolutely wild. So with all of that, we're going to get to some questions from you guys. I'm sure this time last year we were here. This trial started January last year. This is a very packed courthouse and a different courthouse than where the trial occurred, a much larger courtroom. Thanks for sticking with this case. Appreciate you. Beach, please. I appreciate you too. Like a dog with a bone over here. We're riding these cases till they're done. Like the podcast this week, the Emily Show, I'm covering some of what's going on in the Scott Peterson case. And that is a case that we are 20 years out and there is still new stuff happening on appeal. These cases can take quite a while. And that's one of the things we have to keep in mind when we look at this. No matter what Justice Toal rules and when Justice Toal rules, there is still going to be appeals on appeals on appeals. Right? Let's do a quick road so far for everybody just popping in. We're going to answer some questions and then we are going to get to the audio from Friday. So let's swoop a doop and do a quick road so far. This morning in court in South Carolina has been absolutely insane. It's just been one of the wildest court proceedings we have seen. The very first juror to testify this morning, renumbered Juror Z, testified that they did hear the clerk of court speak to them about paying attention to Alec Murdaugh's body language, that the day he testified was going to be a big day, and that they were influenced by those comments because they thought them to mean that Becky Hill was indicating that he was guilty. That juror was confronted with a declaration and a statement that they had given to the defense attorneys, wherein they said that they voted guilty because of the influence of the other members of the jury. It's going to be an argument for the defense, and the defense is going to argue, look, this juror was influenced by the things that the clerk of court said, but they voted guilty because of the other jurors. But once they say they're influenced, those are the magic words, really, because the standard at this hearing is, did the clerk of court have material conversations with these jurors, meaning not just about lunch? And it seems very clear to me that Becky Hill did. Only a few jurors heard things like, watch his body language, but numerous jurors testified that they heard the clerk say something about this case. So did Becky Hill say something about this case? It seems yes. But did that influence the jurors' verdict? And every juror but one said no. However, it only takes one. I think the judge is going to ask the attorneys for more briefing and more argument on this motion for new trial. Today is just the evidentiary hearing, and we're not going to have resolution at the end of the day today. But what we are going to have after lunch, is the clerk of court, Becky Hill, taking the stand. Is she going to plead the fifth? Is she going to admit to talking to the jurors? I know from her email dump that she's pissed as hell that all this is coming up. She keeps saying that Dick Harpootlian is lying about her. Well, we're going to see it real quick, because a number of these jurors said she said things like, pay attention to his body language, which sure as fuck doesn't sound to me like lunch is at noon. What would you like on your sandwich? Those are the only things the clerk should have been speaking about. And it seems that that boundary has been overstepped. So what we're going to do right now is go to the hearing, the redacted hearing on Friday, hear what was said in court. The audio is not as good as today. Luna Shark Media has provided just an excellent feed, an excellent audio to us today. And I deeply appreciate that, because look, independent media is crushing it today. We've got our feed from Luna Shark Media, an independent media outlet that brings you the Murdaugh Murders podcast, now known as True Sunlight, and Cup of Justice with Eric Bland, who I'm sure is going to have some things to say after court today, or at least on their podcast this week or next. And we are trending above every media outlet on live trending, because all of y'all have made this the best place to watch live trials. Independent media for the win. Thanks, y'all. Let's go to court from Friday. Replay crew, you're going to love these timestamps today, because fuck, court has been wild. Let's go to court from Friday, shall we? All right. Can we just put you where you belong? All right. This is the argument of the lawyers before the juror testified.
As a compromise, I am examining one juror today. I have previously had an off-the-record consultation with members of the press, and I'm now going to put on the record what I have discussed. I have asked that...
Let's see if I can bump up this audio a little bit. Oh, I can bump up this audio a lot bit. All right.
The gender of the juror, the questions asked, and the juror's response not be reported until after this court convenes on Monday at 9:30 a.m. For the examination of the balance of the jurors and the clerk of court. The press time is
Matt Bond, good to see you. Miss Opinionated, good to see you.
What I am asking is that these questions and answers and the gender of the juror be embargoed until 9:30 on Monday. I deeply appreciate the cooperation of the media about this. The behavior has been exemplary throughout. I am very pleased and grateful for the participation of Jay Bender as the media coordinator for this matter. Completely voluntary and without pay. Jay, we really appreciate your assistance, and I know the members of the media do. And again, thank you so much for your cooperation with this request. Now, I have had many communications with both the state and the defense about how to conduct this exam.
This is Justice Toal speaking again from the hearing on Friday, telling the media what they're going to do. I know. I think the audio is a bit peaky too. Here, let's turn it down to 400 so we're not killing you guys. It's always hard to gauge.
I have given the state and the defense the questions which I intend to propound to the juror. And as I have explained in my communications, they are loosely based on the examination conducted in State versus Marine, which is the last major pronouncement by the South Carolina Supreme Court in 2021 about how issues regarding the possible taint of the jury by some communication from someone not a juror is to be handled. And I have tried to model this procedure on that, although it's very difficult for both parties in this case because of the
Justice Toal is telling the attorneys that she is trying to find how she is going to model these hearings, and the sound did get a bit peaky, how she's going to model these hearings. So this is conversation on Friday about how these proceedings are going to go. And we're going to hear more from Justice Toal about not just the lawyers, not just the investigation into Becky Hill, but more about the jurors, which is why we're going through this.
that has taken place since the verdict was rendered.
And then we're going to get to questions.
Objections to the questions that I'm going to propound by both the state and by the
This feed is only the seal. This feed was supposed to be audio only. This is audio only. The feed is only the seal, which is why I made it small, so it was clear. Becky should not be watching any of this.
And Mr. Harcourt, I particularly appreciate your quick response yesterday to the inquiry I made about these questions. And I have taken the comments of Mr. Waters and Mr. Harcourt into account, and I have slightly revised my questions, and I would like Ms. Diaz and you at this time to go to both sides and pass out the copies of the questions as I propose to propound. Yes,
The judge is passing out the questions to the attorney. Yikes. To the attorneys in court that she proposes to ask today, which we saw. And we're staying here with you through the break, listening to Friday's hearing. And that because
Counsel, if you can take a moment, we'll just be at ease. If you can take a moment to examine these questions.
some accusations were made about Clerk Hill during this hearing, reported on a petition.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I have one other matter I'd like to put on the record.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move for continuance.
All right. If that sounded too difficult, I'm sorry, but we are now at Poot asking for a continuance based on new information about Clerk of Court Becky Hill. So this, if there's anything you pay attention to from Friday's hearing, that ding, 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 this is it. Let's hear why Poot wants a continuance. He didn't get it. We've seen today's hearing, but we have time traveled back to Friday.
My state ground?
Yes, of course.
Your Honor, what we're determining is this. These jurors over the next, today and on Monday will be asked, did Ms. Hill say anything? I mean, the way you're going to ask it. If so, what did she say? And it's unclear as to whether or not you are going to allow us, well, A, that she's going to be required to testify, and B, if so, will you examine her or will we examine her?
You're talking about the
Ms. Hill.
court?
Yes, ma'am.
Talking about Becky
Thank you
Hill.
for asking that question. I had intended to go over how we're going to operate on Monday after this examination was complete, and we'll do that. But let me just tell you, I certainly anticipate that the state will put this witness up and you will cross-examine this witness. Because there's some uncertainty about what the testimony will be, I will be flexible with the state.
They're talking about how they're going to question Becky Hill. The court has said she's going to be flexible because she doesn't know what the testimony is going to be. This one's going to get messier.
About how they examine this witness, and I will be flexible with you about how you examine this witness. I reserve the option of asking questions myself at the hearing if they'll.
The attorneys are going to question Becky Hill, and the court is going to ask questions at the end.
Things I think have not been covered.
Okay.
But each side will be able to examine the clerk's court.
Your Honor, to that end, and that's one of the reasons.
And I've said certain things before about the parameters of what I think needs to be considered in this matter. And I'm not going to go back over all that at the moment, but there may be some limitations on what can be asked, Ms. Hill, because I don't think these questions are aimed.
They're going to get into what questions Becky can ask, but Becky is going to be questioned not just on the record, but on video as well. So as opposed to earlier where the jurors were not on video, Becky Hill's going to be on video.
Two things showing, well, question aimed at showing what, if anything, the clerk of court said to these jurors might bear on the merits of the matter before they render their verdict. But in addition to that, there are certain questions that are going to be asked that you say goes to the credibility of the witness. I think I am able to fully examine the credibility of the witness without going through everything.
Becky Hill will be questioned after lunch. After lunch today.
And we've already talked about all that.
So about an hour from now.
I'm sorry.
And
the jury foreperson is who was questioned on Friday. So that's who was questioned on Friday. Miguelina, we can look and see if that's been released. It was embargoed until this morning. So there might be a short clip of that somewhere. I just don't have it. I've got the redacted version.
We can talk some more about that, but I'm not going to delay this examination and get into the details of the Hill examination. I have said that only the jurors who sat on this case and rendered the verdict are going to be examined. And I know there's some controversy about how deeply you want to get into questions that you think arise from interaction with the alternate who was dismissed. I take the position that she was dismissed for things that had nothing to do with this Facebook debacle that took place. And
Justice Toal just said, we're not getting into this Facebook debacle that took place. She is referring to the egg lady juror who is an alternate who was removed, whether or not Becky Hill talked about a Facebook post, whether or not Becky Hill wrote that Facebook post, whether or not that was an accurate Facebook post. There is not going to be a trial on the fucking Facebook post because it's irrelevant to these proceedings because it doesn't go to one of the deliberating jurors.
Made that ruling, and I am following absolutely exactly what the trial judge ruled. We can talk about that some more later, but I don't.
Witness, there doesn't seem to be a process in South Carolina to recall her.
So no.
So no.
You'll be able to examine this the clerk of court.
But Your Honor, just two minor matters. We would not call any juror about why they were dismissed. That's not what the purpose would be.
I understand the purpose, and you were very.
Poot wants that egg juror in so bad he can taste it. Justice Toal is like, sir.
No. About that, both in your written communications and in what you've argued when we were together last. I understand what your position is about that, and
I understand.
We can talk about that further later.
Okay, just one other matter, and that is we've recently been furnished by the state. First of all, we understand the state spent 6 hours with Ms. Hill preparing.
I think that would be normal.
That's going to be the first question on cross-examination. Ms. Hill, how long did you spend with the state? And isn't it odd that the state is investigating your son for wiretapping and then they're sitting down with you? There's a whole mess of questions there. Sure there is.
Spend time with someone you see the doctor as a witness.
And they've also furnished to us the affidavit for a search warrant, which would indicate that Ms. Hill was somehow involved in the wiretapping by her son.
I am not going to get into that. That is a matter under investigation by the authorities. That is not something I'm going to get into. That's a very common thing we've already talked about at some length. I am trying to be very cautious, not out of any protection of the clerk of court, but I believe
I'm going to back this up because they are talking about the wiretapping, and we need to go through that one more time.
David, for a search warrant, which would indicate.
This is about the search warrant.
I understand.
I just want to hear it again, and then we're going to talk about it.
What your position is about that. And I think you understand mine, but we can talk about that further later.
Okay, just one other matter, and that is we've recently been furnished by the state. First of all, we understand the state spent 6 hours with Ms. Hill preparing.
I was talking about that, but what he said was, we have recently been furnished by the state, and then squirrel, the state spent 6 hours with Becky Hill preparing her for this, and then squirrel back into the investigation into Becky Hill with regard to the wiretapping. We have recently been furnished. We're on that train of thought. We've got it. We had to follow the squirrel, and now we're back. Recently been furnished by the state.
That would be normal in my view, to spend time with someone you see the doctor as a witness.
And they've also furnished to us the affidavit for a search warrant, which would indicate that Ms. Hill was somehow involved in the wiretapping by her son.
They have furnished to us, the prosecution, the state, the AG. They have furnished to us the affidavit for search warrant, which is not public, that seems to indicate that Becky Hill was involved in the wiretapping by her son. For those of you that are new to this case, the clerk of court who's alleged to have tampered with this jury, her son has recently been not indicted. Her son was charged and arrested for wiretapping. He was the head of IT for the county where Becky Hill is the clerk of court. I covered it on the Emily Show and on this channel. We knew that Becky Hill's phone was taken pursuant to a search warrant. There are rabbit holes with that we will not get into today. We know that Becky Hill's phone was taken, which means it has to be somehow connected because you can't just go take people's phones, right? Poot is presenting this as seems to indicate that she was involved in this wiretapping. It might have been for her benefit, but her cell phone was taken into connection into the investigation into her son wiretapping other members of the county. It has been speculated that this involves Becky Hill or her son listening in on what was going on with Becky Hill's ethics complaints that we have also covered that involved her handling of this trial. It is such a mess. It is such a mess. So with all of that, let's continue.
I am not going to get into that. That is a matter under investigation by the...
Justice Toal just said, we're not going to get into that. So when Becky Hill's questioned, we're not getting into the wiretapping of it all. We're not getting into that. That's under investigation. But it's under investigation by the same agency that's going to be questioning her today that's trying to uphold a verdict. So it's messy.
It indicate that Ms. Hill was somehow involved in the wiretapping by her son.
I am not going to get into that. That is a matter under investigation by the authorities. That is not something I'm going to get into. That's a very common thing. We've already talked about it some length. I am trying to be very cautious, not out of any protection of the clerk of court, but I believe I can make a decision that need to be made in this case without touching on matters that are the subject of some sort of other official investigation. And I'm trying to stay away from that.
We are under Rule 614B. We believe we should be able to have a full and thorough cross-examination of this witness.
Mr. Harpoon, two things. You're talking about a motion to continue right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Harpootli, and bring it back around to the world that we're in. You're talking about a motion to continue. Why do you need a continuance?
I need to get into a full examination of all your arguments about the juror. Clerk or Hill right now. I'm not going to do that.
Well, we can't be prepared to cross-examine her without additional time. We're just getting information from the state this week.
Well,
it sounds like he's ready to stomp his foot. We're just getting information from the state this week, Your Honor. We cannot be prepared to cross-examine her, which is why you see when the court suggested breaking early, Poot immediately said, I am in need of sustenance. Yeah, or more time. You were in there Friday morning going, but Your Honor, we're just getting it this week. We need more time. And I get that Poot's in this push-pull because he is a sitting member of the Senate in South Carolina. So he is like in session. So he's doing two jobs. But oh my God, sir.
I deny
you chose to do it.
Respect.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Now.
But Your Honor, I want more time. I want more time now, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Waters.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Subject to all.
It's the briefest Creighton Waters has ever been. Anything from the state? Nope.
Previous objections already lied. Mr. Harpoon.
No, Your Honor, not as to this juror. I would like to discuss with the courts the logistics for next week.
Sure. We'll have a full discussion of the logistics for Monday as soon as we dismiss the juror.
We're done with the juror.
Thank you, sir.
Subject to our previously made objections.
Very good. Mr. Blaine,
okay.
You may go to your client now and notify her, number one, she's free to leave. Number two, please honor the instructions that I've given with respect to discussing this matter with other jurors.
So they are going to
Thank you so much.
They are going to discuss other matters before the one juror that was testifying Friday comes in. For those of you just coming in, Becky is being questioned after lunch.
Let's talk about what happens on Monday.
Here, I gained this up. Let me put this back down. This is so peaky, it's killing me. So let's see if we can hear it gain down a little bit better.
Jurors will all be escorted securely to the jury room. I do not propose to have their lawyers with them in the jury room. I do propose to have a bailiff in there.
This is Friday, and Justice Toal is telling the lawyers all the jurors will be escorted to a jury room. Their lawyers, the lawyers for the jurors, will not be with them. But a bailiff will be with them. And we know at the beginning of the morning that didn't exactly happen because two of the jurors were on their phones when they shouldn't have been.
I think there's kind of comforting numbers. So
Debbie asked, will they show Miss Becky when she testifies? Yes.
Escort into the jury room, but the bailiff will be with them. I would call them one by one. I will try to come up with some X's, Y's, and Z's to enumerate.
Justice Toal, I will come up with some X's, Y's, and Z's to enumerate the jurors. And we know that Justice Toal did exactly that.
And I ask that when we deal with the questions for them, that whatever the key is I develop will be the one you use for these jurors. And I'll get that to you sometime today, I hope. I would bring the jurors to the jury box and give them instructions as I gave and remarks as I gave to this juror today. I will then send them to the jury room, and one by one, I will call them to be examined. When the juror is examined, the juror will then be seated in the jury box, and I will go through the numbers until we examine all the jurors. Then I will receive.
St. Elmo's Fire, you're going to have to time travel about an hour into the future to get to Becky on the stand, because Becky's not going to be on the stand until after lunch. The court's on lunch break.
Of course,
Ashley Marie asked about the Kat Von D copyright lawsuit trial. I will do a summary of it. Kat Von D already won that. I don't know if she was one of the direct parties, but that resolved last week in favor of Kat Von D. So we will do that another day. Today, I'm not going to answer any questions about other cases. We're just going to answer questions about this one because my brain can only focus on the tea that is happening here. Question, how long will lunch be? An hour from now. Court will resume at 1:15 Eastern Standard Time. We are catching up on court from Friday because this was not allowed to be released until this morning, is my understanding of the court's order.
Further information that is needed from y'all, and then the jurors will be dismissed or allowed to remain in the jury box.
And that has happened.
Of the clerk of court at their desire. Then the clerk of court would be offered, and I would propose that she be directly examined by the state. But I again say to the state, I will be very flexible about how that examination is done because of the circumstances in which we find ourselves. And I will do the same for the defense and allow free cross-examination. But I will be very sensitive about not straying into areas that simply are further indication of what defense contends is her lack of credibility and her motive for doing whatever it is they say she did. I think I am able to evaluate both of those things and make a determination from that is motive testimony and testimony as to what exactly was said and done without exploring the full breadth of matters that may be under examination by other authorities. I want to get into that and inadvertently start a proceeding here that would interfere with any other investigation that is being made in connection with this matter. So I'm sensitive about that.
The judge is sensitive about that.
I can't, so I can't do it. And you, of course, are going to be free to oblige whatever.
And that's what they did.
The way I proceed, you kept it and had it fully preserved on the record. I have great comfort of knowing that I am
this
simply
one's a little,
cooperating in this matter.
the audio on this one's a little more challenging from Friday. But what we learned from Friday particularly was that Poot wanted to put this over to have more time to talk about Becky Hill. However, it was already public knowledge, and I'm sure Poot already knew in some way that Becky Hill's cell phone was taken subject to a search warrant because of her son's arrest and charge in the wiretapping case. So that was already known. He just got more information about it because he got the affidavit. But there's not much more information needed. And the court has said, I'm not going to let you get into that area of questioning with Miss Hill. At some point, Poot is going to make a motion that Becky Hill has opened the door and he has to ask her about the wiretapping. At some point, he's going to say that. She would plead the fifth to that anyway, but at some point, he's going to probably try it. But the court is making sure to refocus the conversation on what is going to be questioned of Becky Hill, who's going to be questioned by the attorneys after lunch today, and what the questions to the jurors will be.
Others will evaluate these matters on appeal as it should be. I have not found another case in South Carolina's jurisprudence that is exactly like this. So there's plenty of room for guidance from the court, both Court of Appeals and Supreme Court, if they choose to do that. And I am very comfortable with that, and anything you wish to put in the record that would aid in your position about these matters. All right, that said.
Jen Fales said, I'm at work. Besides Juror Z, who else said they were influenced by Becky Hill? No one. Only Juror Z. And for those of you that are working today and are trying to keep up, the Lawnerd app is for you. All right, let's keep going. I know this audio is a challenge for me as well. We're going to go a little bit further, and then we're going to get to Q&A and then take a slight break before lunch. The chat will be here, and we'll just have the seal of the great state of South Carolina up while we take a little bit of a break.
What things am I not covering, Mr. Waters, that you won't cover?
The judge is asking the attorneys for input.
I believe we understand, Your Honor, and everything that you've indicated is acceptable to us. Obviously, we
Creighton's good with it.
Made arrangements to get the jurors here and brought in a secure fashion, and obviously we're certainly comfortable with them being in a room together. If there's a bail up there, instructing them, of course, not to talk about the merits of anything for this proceeding. And we certainly understand your court's ruling as to the examination of the clerk. We'll be prepared to proceed, and obviously, as we develop, make whatever objections we think are appropriate. But we're comfortable with the court's proceeding.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Parker, please.
Your Honor, who is transporting the jurors here?
Sir?
Who's transporting the jurors here?
SLED, I think, or
Who's transporting the jurors is Poot's question.
Your Honor, we obviously gave the jurors that option. I believe that there may be one that is getting arrived. Other than that, the other jurors are transporting themselves. However, just like we did at trial, they will meet at an undisclosed location off site
and then be transported.
So we'll escort them in through a secure entrance so that they.
Yes, that is what I had understood, Mr. Harpootman, is that the state has provided a gathering point for them that is at a distance from having to put up with the traffic and the confusion of the courthouse. And they will then be brought to the courthouse and placed in and come through the secure entrance and be placed in the jury assembly room. That's how it began.
Your Honor, I just say this for the record, and it's going to be an objection I'm going to have to make over and over again. SLED was the original investigating agency. They were the.
Poot's like, Your Honor, the impropriety. SLED can't be transporting these jurors. I understand his argument.
Prosecutors, and they continue to interview jurors. The same agency. There's no Chinese wall provision as we would do in private practice. There'd be a Chinese wall. There's no Chinese wall. I'm not sure you can even use that term anymore. I think they call it ethical barrier.
They do call it ethical barriers, Poot. Thank you for modernizing the way you refer to things in court. If you have questions about what an ethical barrier is, formerly called a Chinese wall in court, we can talk about that in a minute. But that is what they used to be called. You would put up a barrier between an attorney who had dealt with a client if there was a conflict and the rest of the law firm. But yes, what he was saying is Chinese wall. That is, even when I was in law school, That is what it was called. It is called an ethical barrier. Poot has tried to update it, but it is putting a barrier between those who were involved in a case and those who are involved now, which means for the prosecution, the SLED agents that are engaged in any of this now, the SLED agents investigating the wiretapping, the SLED agents, and that's the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, the SLED agents transporting the jurors should not be agents that testified in the trial, were around the trial, or what have you. So that is all of it. So for the chat who are in who are elucidating it, it is called a Chinese wall because of the Great Wall of China. It's not malicious, it's cringy. Yes, agreed. It is cringy. It is a reference to the Great Wall and putting up a impenetrable wall between the possible conflict and everyone else. So with all of that, they are making sure that the agents involved in any way now were not the agents that testified at trial, investigated, and the rest of it. All right, let's continue on.
Took a deposition in San Francisco not long ago and used that term and got my hat handed to me.
What deposition are we talking about?
As we would do in private practice, there'd be a Chinese wall. There's no Chinese wall. I'm not sure you can even use that term anymore. I think they call it ethical barrier. Took a deposition in San Francisco not long ago and used that term and got my hat handed to me, if you will. So, but there's no such provision in apparently it's SLED. So it raises questions about the integrity, not of the state, but of the process, which should be avoided. That's number one. Number two, when we examine Ms. Hill, we understand we have a rendition of a statement that was taken, a sworn statement, and then notes from a subsequent. Are there notes from the interview this week?
There was a prep meeting, but even though that was a prep meeting with the attorneys, as I always have, will provide the defense with anything that I believe is in addition to.
The defense said they have not gotten notes from any prep meeting that Creighton Waters had with Becky Hill. Prepping Becky Hill seems odd to me. That's odd to me. But Poot is saying we've got one report, and Creighton is saying, well, anything that's appropriate because there could be attorney work product. But them sitting down with Becky Hill for me isn't a great look. Becky Hill should have her own lawyer prepping her on all of this.
Which has already been provided, and so we, as we always do, we'll do that.
I think.
We have conducted this investigation with independence and integrity, and all the SLED agents have been instructed, Your Honor, that they are in no way to do anything but gather the facts, good, bad, or ugly. The SLED agents that will be transporting the jurors are instructed, strict instructions not at all to discuss the matter of the case. We've been very mindful and careful to ensure that there's no thumb on the scale in this inquiry, and we continue.
No thumb on the scale.
Let me say for the record, I have no question about Mr. Waters' integrity, his intentions, not so much for the police officers. That's my experience having
Poot's
stood in this courtroom many years.
Poot's like, I'm sus of SLED. Remember, Poot used to be a prosecutor too. Poot is a senator. Poot is a defense attorney. Poot used to be a prosecutor, like one of the top prosecutors in the state. So Poot has done all sides of this job, and it's wild to hear him say, I'm not questioning Mr. Waters. I am questioning SLED.
As a prosecutor, sometimes law enforcement officers become overzealous to protect the arrests they make, whether it be a motion to suppress or otherwise. I'm not saying the attorneys in this case in any way have put their thumb on the scales. I just, to the extent that you can Chinese wall it, to the extent that you keep folks insulated, I think is a good thing. The second thing is this.
And insulated's possible.
It took about 15 minutes to do this juror. So if we do 11 more jurors, it's going to take 2.5, 3 hours.
The jurors actually went pretty fast.
With breaks, I would think, which means we start at 9:30, we probably break for lunch, and then come back and do Ms. Hill.
It would have gone faster if there wasn't fuckery, but yes, they did the jurors, they broke for lunch and come back and are questioning Ms. Hill. That's exactly what's happening, Poot. It's like you're clairvoyant.
It would be, does that sound reasonable?
Yes.
Okay, and we may attempt to call witnesses after Ms. Hill. Obviously, Your Honor will have to decide at that juncture whether they are appropriate or not. But we may want to make a brief proffer on the record of what they would say.
Okay.
I think we only have one.
Okay,
Poot said that he may want to call witnesses after Becky Hill, and he's going to want to put a proffer on the record of what those witnesses are. A proffer on the record simply means he's going to tell the judge, if this witness testifies, they'll basically say this. But oh my goodness, who is he going to want to call?
Not the
I'm
egg,
going to
not
some
the egg.
flexibility about that, Mr. Harpootlian. I ruled out having testimonial proffer in this case and told you I wanted it submitted in written form or otherwise. If you choose to put it on the record in verbal form, I won't prevent that. But I'm not going to take up a big block of time taking all.
The judge is like, I'm not taking up a chunk of time taking oral proffers, and I'll rule when it happens, basically. Like, we're not, she knows if they tread this road with Poot on Friday, they're going to have to retread it again today anyway. So the court is like, what we're not going to do.
Should not. The problem is the written affidavit, when we've submitted written affidavits, won't accommodate like the things we heard this morning. I mean, things come up in Ms. Hill's testimony or other jurors' testimony that may be relevant. I mean, the person we have is given an affidavit. It is not the so-called egg lady, okay?
Well, I understand that.
The person we have is given an affidavit. It is not the so-called egg lady. Question answered, chat. There you go. Question answered. Someone other than egg lady.
I'm not going to make you recite what you plan until the opportunity presents itself after the testimony of Hill is taken.
The court will hear it after the testimony of Becky Hill.
Know that I would permit some kind of
today is bananas.
On the record proffer. I just don't want to go through a whole bunch of actual testimony in connection. I don't think that's necessary.
Your Honor, I will keep it. I'm known for my brevity.
Well, that would be fine.
Thank you.
Mr.
Poot just said, I'm known for my brevity, Your Honor. I'm known for my brevity. I appreciate when he tries to joke with the court, because sir.
I don't think that's necessary.
Your Honor, I will keep it. I'm known for my brevity.
Lies.
Well, that would be fine.
Thank you.
Mr. You don't need to make a comment about that, Mr. Waters.
The court asked Creighton, do you want to make a comment about that, Mr. Waters? That being Poot saying, I'm known for my brevity. And what I appreciate about this is, even though these attorneys can litigate very, very vigorously in court, in these moments when it is just the court, the lawyers, there are no jurors in the courtroom, no witnesses in the courtroom, they're still taking a moment to have a little chuckle with one another and having colloquial proceedings, even though it's difficult. And this is where they all kind of just giggle at Poot and just be like, oh, Mr. Harpootlian, some of it's funny, some of it is just like, what are we doing? But I don't mind the little moments of collegiality here.
Well, I'll make a comment about that, but nothing further from the state, Your Honor. Obviously, there will be bridges that we have to cross when we get to them, and the state will be prepared about it.
Sure. Yeah, I understand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any other issues? I am thinking we can conclude this thing Monday, which would be preferable, of course, but I have, as you know, set aside.
The judge's mic is so peaky.
More days if that were at all necessary, but I am very hopeful for everybody's schedule, including yours, Mr. Harpootlian, that we can conclude tonight on Monday.
Your Honor, I'm in a hurry to get back to the Senate to debate open carry guns or something. I'm bated breath away.
Poot is in a hurry to get back to the Senate to debate open carry guns. I wonder if anybody's brought in a picture of him waving that weapon around in court. Just an aside.
Getting out of here and going and do that very important work.
I understand I may be saving you from some things, but in any event, we'll certainly try to accommodate the other obligations.
Tara, I love this question. Tara said, why does a Supreme Court justice then go back to be a judge? The Justice Toal is retired, and they pulled a retired judge to sit specially to hear these. So that's what we're going to do.
Each of you has.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
And that's the end of this hearing on Friday.
We'll be in recess.
All right, you guys, that is the end of the hearing on Friday. I'm going to get to your Q&A before we take a break and then come back after lunch. Again, the court is on break for another 45 or so minutes. So I'm going to do some Q&A. I'm going to go get myself a snacky snack and come back here so that we can we can all have some sustenance before we watch Becky Hill's testimony after lunch, which is going to be, BANANAS. So this, I was trying to grab this question that with over 23,000 of you here, the chat gets jumping, but let's get to Q&A real quick. I'm going to run our Q&A bumper, and then you guys don't forget to do the YouTube-y things, the likey, subscribey things. I think you've made the stream. I got a text message that we were #1 live trending worldwide. So thanks, y'all. Let's go to questions. If this goes to trial, will Justice Toal be the trial judge? Not necessarily. They will have to decide that. The Supreme Court of the state will decide that. Again, they are going to cross that bridge when they come to it, because we are only at the evidentiary hearing of the motion for new trial. After the evidentiary hearing, there is going to need to be additional briefing and additional argument. We are not done with this today. We are not going to be done with this soon. What I suspect is going to happen is that the defense is going to argue that Juror Z said that Becky Hill spoke to the juror, that juror was influenced, and that in their statement to the defense, the juror said that they voted guilty because of the other jurors. I think the defense is going to say those things aren't in contradiction, but that the influence from Becky Hill persuaded them, and then the pressure from the other jurors is why they voted guilty. The defense is going to argue that those things are in contradiction to each other, and that in fact the juror, when they came back out and testified, said that they voted guilty because of the other jurors, not because of Becky Hill. It's going to be very close, and whatever this judge rules is going to go up on appeal, and everything's going to get paused until the appellate courts decides. So this is a months, if not longer, long process waiting for new trial. Again, on the Emily Show podcast this Wednesday, I cover the appeals and the motions that are still going on in the Scott Peterson case over 20 years later. So when we talk about the fact that these cases are going to go on and on and on, and it goes on and on and on, yeah, you can feel it coming in the air tonight. Because this is not done today. We have a longer process to go through to see if Alec Murdaugh is going to get a new trial. But it's going to be real hard with that juror saying, yes, I was influenced. It's going to be real hard to not grant him a new trial, I think. I think. Do we know the substance of the juror's testimony on Friday? No, it was redacted out of the court feeds that came out on Friday. I have not seen that put up around the interwebs. That was the foreperson who testified. I will look for it when we take a break and see if anyone's broken it down on social media or on Twitter, because it was off. It was not. Anna said it was broadcast Friday in real time. It was not. It was embargoed on Friday. So if somebody did broadcast it in real time, that's who the judge was mad at, because that was embargoed until today. Was any recollection affected by defense counsel? Those questions were not asked. A lot of questions like that in the chat. A lot of you have questions about what influence Juror Z might have felt. Christy said, I'm just the unofficial internet juror and I'm pissed and feel like I wasted weeks and now may have to do it all over again. I did so from the comfort of home. These poor jurors don't have that. Well, these jurors wouldn't be redeciding this case again. These jurors could not sit again. So it would be a new jury. Artist said, why didn't my membership renew? I don't know. That is a YouTube thing. Questioned individually. The jurors were all questions individually. And so that's what happened today. Good morning from Chicago. Are we living in South Carolina now? Yes, we are. I Yes, we are. We're in Richland County today. The lady in the floral shirt's eyes got really big. All of our eyes got really big. That today was wild. Poot, you made a mistake. Me, oh, honey girl. Security. Stephen, it's good to see you. Poot, it's not even been 5 minutes. Dear God. Poot was Putin this morning, wasn't he? Questioning jurors, intelligence, and judges' decision. Zealous advocacy, y'all. Zealous advocacy. We have to remind ourselves Poot is doing his job, even sometimes when the way he does his job ruffles us. Sometimes it delights us. So, we go both ways with Poot. Sometimes I'm just like, oh my God, Poot, really? And sometimes I'm like, I am entertained. I can't say that I'm not. I am entertained. Louisa said if a new trial is granted, when can we expect the trial to take place? Oh gosh. We're going to have to cross that bridge when we come to it, because this process of motions is going to take months. And then this process for motions can take months. And then there's going to be appeals. So not this year. 2025? We're going to start scheduling for 2025? Not summer 2025. I'm not, if the Dave Matthews Tour summer tour dates stay like they are now. I need the tour to be back in South Carolina, Dave. If we're going to do a Murdaugh trial 2025, I'm going to need you to go back to Charleston. It has become my favorite venue. So we're going to need to make that happen. Why didn't Poop bring this up on Friday? Question, how clear does effect need to be? Is it maybe, or is it possible? The juror has to... The question Matilda is asking for the chat, I'm going to try to coalesce. The question Matilda is asking for the chat is, was the juror influenced by the statements made by Becky Hill? Multiple jurors have testified statements were made. One juror says they were influenced. The juror has to testify that their decision was influenced because of Becky Hill's statements, and one juror did. And it was different than what they said in their affidavit, and it was wild. Thank you all for the gifted memberships. I have all the snacks for this. An epic day. Today is going to be epic. Question, Emily, do you have an opinion on Ms. Hill's guilt as it pertains to what, if anything, she said to the jury, and if it was out of line? Guilt isn't quite the right word. Do I think Ms. Hill said things to the jury? Yes. Do I think those things were improper based on what we've heard today from the jurors? Yes. Do I think Ms. Hill was trying to influence the jury? I don't know. I can see a situation where Becky Hill's like, the judge tells them to pay attention to all these things, and I'm just reiterating what the judge says. Could I see Miss Becky being overly helpful and overly chatty? Maybe. Do I think there's a big conspiracy where Becky Hill's like, if he's convicted, it's going to make a better book? That's a reach for me. But do I think Becky Hill overstepped? Yes. It doesn't really matter if it's malicious or if it's ignorant for these proceedings. What matters is if it happened, and it seems that it did. Now what we do from here is the big question. Whether or not this was malicious is a question to be taken up by prosecutors when they investigate this, and to determine whether there was malice here, whether she was intentionally trying to manipulate this jury, or whether it was Becky being more of a courthouse busybody. I don't know. But if she's telling jurors, pay attention to his body language, make sure you're really focused in on the defendant, all of that is improper. Anything beyond, you can park over here, we can stamp your parking, do you need a note for work? Everything outside the scheduling things. What do you want for lunch? We're having lunch on this day. Do you need anything? Those types of administrative questions. Anything outside of that's completely improper. So it almost doesn't matter if it's malicious for these proceedings. That's a question that we will have to come to down the road. I'm officially a Judge Toal stan. Judge Toal's not fucking around at all. It's a case of the Mondays. Today's the most Monday. We need a spicy light, cause damn. I mean, Code Red is kind of our spicy light. Anthony said, RN here, finished a stretch of 4 nights and 12-hour shifts, trying to stay awake with my 3rd cup of coffee and spend time with the law nerds. Anthony, when you wake up and get to this part of the replay, cheers and thank you for the work that you do. I miss spending my mornings with y'all. This is so much fun. I mean, I miss spending all day streaming trial with y'all too. We have some other things coming up. That jury must have been nervous. Bless her. I'd be anxious. She did tell them repeatedly they didn't do anything wrong and was making sure to tell the jurors, you didn't do anything wrong. Could this mean that Becky could be tried for jury tampering? Robin, we are a long way away from that. An investigation would need to happen, and there would need to be malicious intent versus really busybodiness. I can't think of a better word for it. What are the chances, knowing who Alec Murdaugh is and the corruption of him, that he and his family intimidated the jurors? We don't know unless there's an investigation. Does the timing of bringing the motion affect if there is a new trial as well? Against the tide, yes. It is something that has been discussed. Wait, I was trying to. Hi, StreamYard. Good to see you guys. You know, as we stream beautifully to over 20,000 people on the internet. On StreamYard because that's what we do here. Good to see you. The timing issue is going to come up when they argue the motion for new trial. Ian Runkle also is clairvoyant. Ian, I'm sure you haven't seen the stories that Becky Hill's phone may have met some kind of system reset, because that's been reported as well. So we will see. I was not expecting this at all. Buckle up, everybody. Today's going to be good. I mean, today's going to be a roller coaster. We're going to be living in South Carolina again. I mean, at least it's pretty. Already we do the code for audacity. We've got a lot of audacity today, that's for sure. Teresa said, question, if they know this right afterwards or during the trial, there is a timing issue. Yes. If the defense knew it, there is a timing issue. And that will be argued on the motion for new trial. What has been granted is an evidentiary hearing. That's what we're doing today. The next step in the court proceedings are going to be motions and arguments on the motion for new trial. Today was just trying to get to heart and unearth the things we needed to unearth. The standard is whether or not jurors were influenced by the things Becky Hill said. And that's what they're going to be arguing in additional briefing, I am sure. I love this group too. Leonard, so good to see you. Tamil said, question, in a new trial, I wonder if the prosecution will point a gun at the defense. Probably not. When the arm of the government does stuff like that, nobody thinks it's cheeky. Everybody loses their mind. Defense attorneys can get away with a little bit more. Again, they are not the heavy-handed, jackbooted arm of the government, so said from a former prosecutor. So the defense can be a little bit more colloquial, and that's not as frowned upon. The government doing it, I think, would be horrifying. And of course, all the prosecutors would be epically shamed by all of the law enforcement that they work with. Also, Runkle's in the chat saying, don't point a gun at anyone. I agree, in court or otherwise. You know, just no. What's Alika said, who decided the order of testimony? Did the lawyers agree or did the judge decide? It seemed like the judge was just calling them off of a list. I don't think there was an order determined. I'm so happy I'm done working and can listen to this with you. Love from South Africa. Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate it. If I pronounce that wrong, I apologize. Can't the juror be influenced by both Becky and the other jurors? Becky, what did you do? Yes, and I think the defense is going to argue that you can't apportion out what, once the juror says, yes, I was impacted, I don't think you get to apportion out what level of influence there was. I think once you get to yes, I was influenced by Becky Hill, I don't think you can walk that back. I really don't. Jurors are watching live streams in the jury room. Yep, seems to be. Oh my God, is this going for the defense or the state? We've got a long way to go, but it seems. I'd be more comfortable answering to her about all my childhood trauma than explaining to Poot what I had for breakfast. This is Yellow Pill. This is very fair. Music to My Soul said, I'm starting to think that Luna Shark rebranded their podcast from Murdaugh Murders too soon. I mean, we're not out of Murdaugh territory yet, folks. Wellness said, why would the clerk of court do all that? If the other jurors don't validate this juror, what happens? It doesn't matter if the other jurors don't validate it, but multiple jurors said that they heard Becky Hill speak to the jurors about this case. Even if it's just watch Alec Murdaugh's body language, she can't do that. If that influenced somebody, he can get a new trial. So this is going to be wild. And we are a long way away from seeing how it resolves, because there's going to be a lot more motions and a lot more arguing in court on this. NY Mom said motion to call Poot's antics nincompootery. Try to remember. Runkle's saying new trial. I mean, Runkle, I don't know how they get around it. I think they're going to argue. I think they're going to argue timeliness. I think they're going to argue all the things, but I truly don't know how they get around. Once that juror said, yes, I was influenced by what the clerk of court said to me, I don't know how you get around it. And even if the court does get around it, even if the court says, I find that they were influenced by the other jurors, I don't know how the appellate court's going to do it. Because then it'll just go up on appeal and the appellate court's probably going to be like, I don't think so. Like, I don't think so. Let's see. We're going to get to a few more questions. Why isn't Juror Z cross-examined? They were. When you go back and watch that testimony, the court did follow up, but it's only the court that follows up. Could the other person be the clerk of court that Poot mentioned today? Could be the other clerk of court, but that's a clerk of court for another county. Just Jen, it's good to see you. If Becky is charged and a new trial must happen, can any of the OG jurors sue her civilly for wasting their time or anything similar? Jen, it's a great question. I would have to think about it. Like, is there a civil cause of action against a government employee for wasting your time? I would have to think about whether or not she would have immunity and what cause of action that would be. It's a good question. I would just have to think about it. Ashley said being sick with the flu sucks, but so happy I'm home watching the whole thing with y'all. We're happy you're here. To all the new members, welcome to everyone gifting members. Thank you. Matt Bond, good to see you. Friend, there ain't no party like an EDB party because an EDB party don't squirrel. To all the legal mumbo jumbo talkie friends, good to see you. My brain can't stop singing Hollaback Girl. This shit is bananas. BANANAS. Yes. EDB and LTWM, best YouTube channels ever. Well, thank you for that. I hate that I have class now. How will I focus? Anna, I'm sorry. I watched movies during all of Wills and Trust when I was in law school. I get it. Nick said there's too much smoke for only two to admit even hearing anything at all, especially when one juror who took the long pauses when asked if others may have been spoken to by the clerk. Odd pauses. They were odd pauses. And we saw some of the jurors validating that, but we also know from somebody who was there in court that these juror rooms are quite small and that the jurors were separated out. So maybe this conversation happened when there were only 3 or 4 people around. It still shouldn't have happened, but maybe it happened when there was just a couple of jurors right there. I want to hear what the 4-person on Friday said, and we're going to be looking for that through all of this. Sarah Mee said, what if she's influenced the verdicts on other trials? The other lawyers would need to hear it from the other jurors, which would generally mean those jurors would have to come forward and say, this happened in my case too. And that could be a problem or a benefit with all of this being so televised. Other jurors who actually have a concern could bring that to defense attorneys' attentions if it happened. The thing with a high profile case is people try to get involved when things didn't happen, and that can be an issue. Let's see. Thank you for the super chats. What happens if the county can't afford to try him again? The state will have to help. He's going to have to be tried again. The way I would be pissed if I went down the United States legal history as egg juror. Nick TTT said the jurors are liars. Sorry, they knew that all or most heard her say something. At least 2 said they heard something, and the others seemed scared or have a desire for the verdict to stand. And I don't know how we get to the heart of that, because when the egg lady juror before being removed was questioned, all of them said, egg lady juror said during the trial that no one had been talking. It's just wild. But y'all, we have about 20 minutes before we get back into court. I'm going to take a break and go and grab some food. We are not breaking this stream. We are still going to be here. So I am going to go eat. Thanks to StreamYard, we're going to put on some backing music for y'all. We're going to put up the seal of the great state of South Carolina, and I will be back. Let's see. Let's pick some music together. We're going to pick. We're going to pick. Let's see. Nope. This is the one I tend to lean towards. No. Oh, this is our vibe. This feels like the right vibe. All right, we're going to leave some of our vibe music on in the background. We're going to put up a bumper that says court will be back at 12:15 Central Eastern Time, 1:15 Central Time. I will be back before then. Chat, y'all are welcome to chitty chitty chat chat. Mods, get yourself a break, get yourself a snacky snack. Thank you. I'm going to give a break to my producer. Same. I will be back. Chat, enjoy. Everybody take a break. Go get your popcorn. Clerk of Court Becky Hill is taking the stand after lunch. Y'all are going to need some sustenance because the fuckery is about to pop off. I'll see you in just a moment. Hello, hello. We are going to be getting back to answering your questions in just a minute. I just wanted to pop in and say hello because we are going to be getting back to answering your questions in just a minute. Court is not back yet. Obviously, if you did not take a minute to download the Law Nerd app, please go ahead and do that now. I'm going to turn our music down just a little bit as we, I feel like we're going to put the lights on at the end of like a yoga session and be like, all right, class, let's start coming back into the room with me now as we are getting back into court. So court is back. I am not seeing court is back. All right, let me zoom my, I do see it now. It's refreshed. Hold on. Me being like, court should be back. Also me, shit, court is back. All right, let's fix that real quick. And Miguelina, let's send out an app notification that we are resuming in court, like right on time. Let's back this up a few moments. Creighton had some things to say. Poot had some things to say. They really did put stuff right on the record just a few minutes ago. So let's go into live court with Alec Murdaugh coming back after the lunch break. We're going to answer some questions if we can. If not, we're going to get into it because that's what we do. They've got every deputy in South Carolina, it seems, bringing Alec Murdaugh in. It's good to see you, Octo. Poot's asking for witnesses to be called today. He was asking for that on Friday. So yes, Miguelina, let's end the poll. Let's send out an app notification. Let's make sure we don't send out more than one. Rod says the drama resumes now. Yeah, we're back in court. Why all the security? This is a high profile hearing. Alec Murdaugh is a high profile defendant. It's not just to protect people from him. It's to protect him from people. It's both.
I think they're still getting the defendant ready to sit down.
Very good. We certainly will wait on that, Mr. Harpootman.
Your Honor, once he's seated, I have a matter I need to put on the record.
All right, sure.
I think that's good. Sound boost.
Please report, Your Honor.
Yes,
All
sir.
right, let's hear what Poot has to say.
Your Honor, we last week discussed the standard by
Friday.
which you would proceed during this proceeding and evaluate the evidence. We argued that you should.
Sooner than Friday. That happened before that. So let's continue. He's going to argue the standard. For a recap, the court set the standard as not just whether or not someone spoke to the jurors about something substantive, something beyond scheduling. The defense was arguing that was enough. Once Becky Hill speaks to the jurors about anything substantive, about Alec Murdaugh, anything, that's enough. The court sided with prior case law, they said, and with the prosecution, saying that it needs to go beyond that someone's verdict was influenced. And that's where he's going to start arguing now that maybe she should reconsider.
Use a case called Bremer. You rejected that. But under any standard, as I understand it, the burden of proof is on the defendant to show certain statements were made or certain conduct happened. So far, Your Honor is called.
Kadora, recover well.
12
Don't laugh
witnesses.
too hard.
We were not offered the opportunity to cross-examine
I'm going to answer this
them.
question when we have a break.
So we've not had the opportunity to present any evidence whatsoever. And before the state presents evidence, I believe that we should be able to call witnesses. And I would ask the court to allow us to present some evidence before.
This is an evidentiary hearing, and Poot is saying the burden's on us. We should present witnesses before the state brings in Becky Hill.
Comes up with rebuttal. And by the way, under the cases you cited, they have no affirmative obligation to present anything at this point. There's no requirement that
he's
they
right
present
that
anything.
The burden's on the defense.
So I would ask you to allow us to call a witness or two before you make a decision as to whether or not they need to call a witness.
The state?
Your Honor, we obviously have argued very extensively some of the cases, and I think the South Carolina jurisprudence is very clear that while an evidentiary hearing is appropriate, and that's what we're doing here, that manner of inquiry is purely within the discretion as the trial judge sees fit. This is not a criminal trial where we're here with the jury to present the normal criminal trial process. This is a inquiry that is very much directed
by the court,
by the trial court, and what the trial court thinks is appropriate. And so the state certainly is comfortable with the inquiry the court is conducting. And my understanding is, as far as
he's got a list of questions,
Ms. Hill, this is the manner in which the court wanted that evidence presented, and so we're happy to comply in that regard. But we think that this inquiry is within your discretion, and we have no issue with the manner in which Your Honor's proposed to conduct it.
Please, the court, Your Honor.
He wants to be heard again.
Certainly, the conduct of this hearing is within your discretion.
Yes.
What is not is who has the burden of proof. We do. And we can't meet that burden if we can't call witnesses. And so I'd ask the court to allow us to call witnesses. And if at the conclusion of us presenting those, you believe the state
he brought this up on Friday a bit,
required to present evidence,
and we heard that,
to counterdict that evidence, or in some way, I'm not quite, since Remmer is not the standard, I'm not quite sure what they have to prove. But that's an argument down the line. I believe we ought to be able to call witnesses now, and we have witnesses which would substantiate the burden we have to show you that statements were made by the
two deliberating jurors,
clerk of court, and that those statements had impact on a juror or jurors.
The jurors have all testified. Who's left to be impacted?
I've got a couple of reactions to that. Number one,
great.
The pretrial was the time to figure out exactly what we were going to do here. And I think it comes at the last minute for you to now come and say we want to present witnesses. You briefed the matter of witnesses. We had a long pretrial. After I made my rulings on what I thought the scenario was that should be used based on State versus Green. You lodged objections to that, but you did not offer at that time any information about who you wanted to call.
He did bring it up Friday, though.
Filing in one of your briefs. It comes pretty late in time for, in my view, for you to do that now. Second thing is,
you're too late, sir.
I gave the defense a big break when I allowed you to be the cross-examiner and the state to be the presenter of Becky Hill. She's really a witness that each side needs to prove their view of what happened in this matter. The state puts her up to try to show that there was no impact by anything she said, and that some of the things your witnesses say.
And I don't know how Becky Hill can say, I didn't impact them. She's not in their minds. She can say, I never spoke to them. Yikes.
She says we're not. So there's a conflict in the evidence there.
There is a conflict in the evidence.
I'm not going to rearrange the situation and go to any witnesses of yours right now. I'm going to see what Ms. Hill has to say. And then afterwards, we can talk about whether there's any need for any other witnesses.
She's like, I am disinclined to acquiesce to that request. Poot.
Factually argue this with you. We did not understand. We assumed you'd adopt Remmer. Because that was
I don't know why you assumed that.
She told you she wasn't, sir. She told you she wasn't adopting the standard in Remmer at the last pretrial hearing. Sorry, she's going to say that for herself.
South Carolina Supreme Court said very clearly that.
I'm going to back this up. I don't know why you would assume that either.
Your Honor, just factually argue this with you. We did not understand. We assumed you'd adopt Remmer. Because that was.
I don't know why you assumed that.
Because
the South Carolina Supreme Court said very clearly that we do not go by the guidance of the 1950s case of USB Remmer.
We do not believe that's what Justice Kittredge has said.
They said it straight out, as clear as a bell can be, but I ruled on that.
Yes, ma'am.
And the South Carolina Supreme Court's going to have plenty of chances to decide that they want to modify Green.
Well, when we were somewhat taken aback by a ruling as a result, and that ruling came.
He said he didn't understand. That was over a week ago.
Came at a point where we didn't know what these witnesses were going to testify to. So we now, and by the way, you've set aside 3 days for this. What's the hurry? This
When you have to argue, Your Honor, we've got time. She's not listening to you, sir.
gentleman is facing life with no parole. We should take this in a very deliberate way. He's got a 14th Amendment right to ensure that he had a fair trial.
All these arguments should have been made before this time, Mr. Mark. Well, Mr. Harper.
Why?
I've told you how.
Why? All these arguments should have been made before now. Why? She's not going to say because I said so. Chat, you're welcome to say it.
I'm going to handle this thing. Your objections are noted and they're on the record. But right now, what I'm going to do is what I said I would do. We're going to call Ms. Hill and see what she has to say. I have no idea who all you want to call as witnesses or whether they're here in the courtroom at the present time. But we'll get to that after Ms. Hill testifies.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just
Oh,
let me bring it to your attention.
Poot. Yes, Your Honor. God, you sound like my kid when he doesn't like what I've said. There are times it's just so snarky. But you know, he did this to Judge Newman as well. I really do think Poot, with his long career and plenty of people in power that kiss his butt, really does think that he is the smartest person in the courtroom.
That, I'm just getting an email on.
Oh, shit.
And put this on the record right now. I have
An email about what? God damn it. An email about what?
a communication from Mr. McCullough.
And our team today.
Joe McCullough.
That's only that is copied to Mr. Harpootli and Mr. Griffin.
Joe McCullough's the defense attorney that represents Juror Z, who was the first juror to testify this morning. Shit.
Mr. Waters and Attorney General Wilson. And basically says his client, Juror Z, wants to enhance the testimony she gave with some sort of affidavit that
No.
He wants me to look at, and I have looked at it. Will
Juror Z wants to enhance their testimony? Are you? Jesus Christ.
I want to hear from the state and the defense, but I can tell you, I'm not inclined to get back into the testimony that's already been taken by these jurors. Her inconsistencies, whatever they are in the record, and she now wants to have another bite at the apple. I'm not.
You don't get another bite at the apple. I
But
don't. This does not
hear
leave a
from
good
you,
taste in
Mr.
my
Wells,
mouth.
first.
Your Honor, the jurors testified, the court conducted the inquiry.
Done,
She
done, done.
She answered the questions. I would agree with Your Honor that multiple bites at the apple are not warranted. So we would believe we should proceed forward as the court has indicated.
Agreed.
All right. Mr. Harpootli?
Remember, Dick was trying to have this juror recalled again. That is exactly what they wanted. They wanted more from Juror Z. Juror Z is the juror who testified that they were influenced by Becky Hill, but there were some, I don't know, contradictions. You can decide for yourself if there were contradictions or a more fulsome explanation. But getting an email with another affidavit with this juror being like, no, I need to tell you more is wild.
Your Honor, I'd note two things. The first thing
Of course.
is we asked to be able to examine this juror.
You did.
We denied that request.
Yes, she did.
She's not our witness. She's not Mr. Waters' witness. She was the court's witness and a juror and you commended all of them on their honesty. She's attempting to be honest. This process we're going through is an effort to seek the truth. This is the truth. I don't understand why it can't come in.
I think I understand what your position is.
So we'd ask you to make it a part of the record. You can say you're
You've been heard, Mr. Harpootlian.
But it should be a part of the record.
Well, I'll give some thought to whether this thing should be a part
Bring
of the record.
Miss Hill.
I'll tell you this.
This is highly unusual.
Witnesses don't get to get on the stand and testify under oath. And
I'm bumping this audio a little bit. I understand exactly where she's going with this comment. You witnesses don't get to come back and do it again. You don't get a do-over. You're sworn under oath. You're in live court. That you say what you say. You don't get to think about it and then come back and be like, just kidding. I want to clarify. And I have to wonder if that was impacted by anything seen outside the courtroom after this happened.
then seek to add or change or deal in any way with their testimony. Those questions were very open-ended questions that asked for her.
I do not like
responses,
this
and she
at
gave
all.
them. If they're inconsistent, she can't come up now and try to close the loop of consistency by some additional testimony. I am not thinking about allowing that to be done.
With all due respect, Your Honor, we believe, and we said at the time, the way you questioned her put her in a position of saying,
How do you
yes,
know?
that was my verdict then. We think.
How do you know? How do you know what this witness is thinking so well, Poot?
And we couldn't examine her. And Your Honor, to say now that this affidavit doesn't accurately depict her position
is
to deny fact, the truth.
You've already said that once. I know your
that's not how this works.
Position on that matter, but I decline to adopt it. All right.
We'd make this an exhibit as a proffer for our case. This affidavit, we proffer it for our case. We have the burden.
No, we know you have the burden.
I'll give some thought to it. I'm not ready to deal with that right now. I looked at it just in the moment.
What the fuck happened over the lunch break? And what is the time on that email?
And we'll close that loop before the end of the day.
Your Honor, again, I indicate we have 2 more days. We don't have to wrap everything up today.
She's disinclined to acquiesce to that request.
All right. Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Rebecca Hill.
Cue the oh shit music. Oh shit. Oh shit. Clerk of court, Becky Hill's going to be testifying, but not before there was some courthouse fuckery. I have never. What is going on in this court? Jeez. Runkle, it's good to see you in the chat. This. Will she take the 5th? Will she not take the 5th? Will she admit to talking to the jurors? Will she not admit to talking to the jurors? Her lawyer is going to sit right there next to her. I'm sure Becky Hill did not ever expect that when she became the elected clerk of court of Carlton County, South Carolina, she would end up on the witness stand with a double homicide trial that might be overturned because of the shit that came out of her mouth. Wild. Question, who's going to question Becky Hill? The lawyers. This is between Becky and the lawyers, both the prosecution and the defense.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hill. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not true. Lies,
would.
lies, perjury. She said she's fine. There's no fucking way that can be true. I've seen her emails. She is pissed as hell about all this going on. Come on now. Lies.
State your full name for the record and spell it for the court reporter, please.
My name is Becky Hill. Last name Hill, Hill.
All right. And if you would, just give us, you're currently the clerk of court for Colleton County, is that correct?
That's correct.
And just very quickly, if you would, what year were you elected as clerk of court?
At the end of 2020.
At the end of 2020?
Yes.
And prior to that, did you have any involvement or experience with the state judicial
2020?
system?
I did.
And could you tell the court what that was, please?
I was a South Carolina official court reporter for about 14 years.
All right. And were you, in being an official court reporter, you would serve in the courtroom, which is Ms. Harris is here today. Is that correct?
That's
what
correct.
Was your, and was that primarily in the 14th Circuit?
It was primarily in the 14th Circuit. However, I did travel throughout the state.
Did you have any other experience in professional experience prior to becoming a court reporter or clerk of court?
I was a court reporter freelance for 2 years before that.
Okay. And then any other professional pursuits you've had over the course of your career?
I was able to be a middle school teacher, and I worked for the Board of Disabilities for a few years as well.
Let me go ahead and just kind of get straight to it.
Yep.
In your capacity as clerk of court and in your previous experience being a court reporter, were you familiar with the rules that apply to court staff as it comes to interactions with jurors in the course of a criminal trial or a civil trial for that matter?
Yes.
All right. And could you tell the court generally what those rules are as far as what contact is permissible and what contact is not permissible, just very quickly?
The judge gives the law and gives the instructions for a jury, and the attorneys will state their opening statements, their closing arguments, and basically the clerk of court and anyone else, court reporter, we're there to, my understanding would be to make sure that everyone's taken care of. Do you need some Kleenex? Do you need some water? Different things like that, just to make sure that they're taken care of.
Where it ends.
Is it common for clerks of court to have interaction with jurors during the course of a trial to see to those various logistical needs that you just
Normally
described?
it's a bailiff.
Yes,
And did that happen in the Murdaugh case?
it did.
And can you give us an example of some of the logistical things that you or other things that you would see to deal with any needs that the jurors may have? I mean, did you provide them food, coffee, make sure they were comfortable, things like that?
Yes, all of that.
And
provide blankets for them if they were cold?
Our courtroom was very cold in Colleton County, yes.
Did you provide them with aspirin or Tylenol if they needed, make sure coffee and snacks were available?
Yes.
hey,
Did
Creighton.
you take lunch orders for
Creighton, these are not open-ended questions. Creighton, you're not cross-examining Becky Hill. Could you just ask a question and let her answer?
them so that they were fed each day?
Yes.
At any time, did you interact with any juror in an attempt to influence their view of the facts
I think
in
that's
the Stacey
leading.
Murdaugh case?
No.
All right. Now I want to ask you some specifics
Doesn't mean she didn't
about
talk to
that,
him.
and some allegations that have been raised. At any time, did you tell the jury not to be fooled by evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys?
I did not.
At any time, did you instruct the jury to watch him closely and look at his actions?
I did not.
At any time, did you instruct the jury or tell the jury to look at his movements?
No.
At any time, as the jury moved to deliberate, did you tell the jury this shouldn't take long?
No.
At any time, did you tell the jury that the defense case, watch out for the defense case, they're going to try to throw you off, or anything along those lines that was meant to influence the jurors against Mr. Murdaugh?
No.
Creighton, I don't want to know about meant to influence, babe. I need you to ask her if she told them to watch the body language, and I need you to go to the exact words that those jurors testified to and ask her about each of them. Not surmising, not intent, because that might not have been her intent. It doesn't mean she didn't say it. Creighton, if you could, just what the jurors said.
Let me ask you,
I'd be much obliged.
if you ever made any comment to the jurors about the fact that the defendant was going to testify. Did you have a conversation in the presence of the jurors?
Can
prior
you
to
just
the
stop
defendant
and let her
testifying
answer?
about the fact that he was about to testify?
Creighton.
It wasn't directly related to the jurors. I was talking to Mr. Bill, who was our bailiff foreman, our bailiff over the jury, and I was talking to him about that.
All right. And what did you say?
I told him what I had just come from downstairs telling my security and bailiff office, that Judge Newman had allowed more testimony in regarding the financials, and that also the defendant had decided that he may testify.
All right. And where were the jurors at the point that that conversation occurred?
There were a few jurors standing in line, and there were some in the bathroom, I'm sure, because they said they were waiting on jurors to get out of the bathroom. And there were some in the jury room just milling around from what I could see, looking down the hallway.
Then you shouldn't be having that conversation right there.
And again, what were the words that you said during that conversation? What were the effect of them?
To Mr. Bill.
Yeah. And what did you say?
I told him that that Judge Newman was allowing more of the financial evidence in.
Why are you having
which
this
would
conversation
prolong
in front of the jury?
The testimony in the trial a little bit. And also that the defendant had decided that he was going to testify.
Did you say anything about this being an important day? Pay attention. We'll get coffee for you. Things like that during that?
I usually give a little pep talk to the jurors. I'm
sorry. What kind of a pep talk do you give to the jurors? Lunch is at 12. There should be no pep talking. What?
Sometimes hard sitting a long time, but my usual, and I do remember saying, pay attention. It's a big day today. Whatever you need, let Mr. Bill know or one of the other bailiffs, and they'll be glad to get it for you.
Did your comments or were your comments in any way phrased in favor of one side or against another side? Or were they more of a neutral comment about?
Well, there that is.
No, it was not for one side or the other.
You know why? You know why you're not allowed to talk to the jurors? You know why you're not allowed to talk to the jurors? Because people can interpret things in all manner of different ways. It's why you're allowed to ask them for lunch, so nothing can be misinterpreted. Giving them a pep talk is not part of your job. You don't need to pep them up. Pay attention. Big day. Defendants testifying. Undertone. Don't fuck it up. This is why you can't talk to jurors. It's so inappropriate. There are no pep talks. The judge tells them to listen to the testimony.
This
is not her
when
job.
The jury went to the Moselle property to conduct the jury view.
I was.
All right. And was Judge Newman there as well?
He was.
During the time that you were on the property, traveling there, traveling back, did you have any conversation with the jurors where you made any comment about the substance of any testimony or any comment about the merits or the strength of the case?
No.
Did you have a quick comment to the forelady about how the property was beautiful and there were tea olive trees there?
You are leading and leading and leading. Just all of the leading.
Smell good or words to that effect?
I did.
All right. And was there...
I'm sorry. I'm going to shut the fuck up. You can't have a conversation with the jurors while you're out at Moselle. What the fuck is happening?
To the forelady about how the property was beautiful and there were tea olive trees there that bloom and smell good or words to that effect?
I did.
All right. And was there any other conversation related that you had where you made any comment about the case or the merits or anything like that?
Oh, no.
You shouldn't have been talking to them at all, though. You shouldn't have been talking to them at all. I don't give a shit what kind of trees are on the Moselle property. You have no reason to be talking to a jury at a jury view of a murder scene. What are you thinking?
During the course of this trial, did you have a bailiff employee whose primary job it was to see to the jury
all just leading.
and
But
their
all right.
security and keep them separate from everyone else that was involved in this trial?
I did.
And who was that?
Mr. Bill Polk.
All right. And he was ultimately the jury coordinator in this particular case?
That's correct.
Didn't you recommend him for a promotion after this?
During the course of the deliberations, once the jury went back there, did you have any contact with the juries or have any substantive discussion with them?
Not at all.
Did you have any discussion with them about logistics, about staying in a hotel or anything like that?
I did not.
Did you have any interaction with the jurors or anything to do with them having smoke breaks or anything like that?
I did not.
We got some very different version of events going on. Very different versions of events.
During the course of the trial, did you have any discussion or interaction with the jurors about them giving any interviews to the media or making themselves available to the media? I'm asking during the course of the trial itself.
No, not during the course of the trial.
After the verdict had been reached and the case was in sentencing, did you have any conversation with any jurors at that time after they had already entered their verdict and been individually polled?
Yes, after the sentencing.
All right, and tell the court what that interaction was at that time.
There were several outlets, news outlets that
Did you say to them, I want to be on the Today Show? Can we do that? Because she flew with them to go be on the Today Show.
wanted to interview the jury as a whole and really wanted to get them up to New York. And so I was trying to get a hold of all the jurors to talk about that. That was something we had not prepared for.
Did you at all pressure the jurors to speak, or did you just tell them that it was their option to speak or not, and here's the contact information?
I did not pressure the jury to speak. No.
Did you advise them that it was their decision and their decision alone whether or not they wished to speak to the media?
It was totally their decision.
And did you advise them of that?
Yes, yes.
I'm not as flustered about after the sentencing communications.
At any time, did you make any comment to any juror or in the presence of any juror in which you at all tried to influence them in favor of one side or against another?
I'm so frustrated because the questions is what her intent. He keeps questioning Becky Hill about her intent, and her intent for this purpose is irrelevant. Did she speak to the jurors? What did they feel? Were they influenced? Her intent is irrelevant. It's a complete red herring, and it just is just bugging. Did you say anything? That's really all she can talk about.
I did not.
Did you understand, being a longtime court employee and clerk of court, that that is outside the boundaries of what is appropriate interactions with the jurors during the course of the trial?
Absolutely.
And at any time did you violate that rule that you understood?
I did not.
Okay, ma'am. I really do get the sense that this was a big deal trial and Becky wanted to be hands in the pot and all of it and was talking with the jurors about the smell of the trees and the flowers. She shouldn't be comfortable talking to them about that at a jury view at all.
Further this time, Your Honor.
She shouldn't have been talking to them at all. So the fact that she was so comfortable, I think she overstepped the bounds of her
cross-examination
of her duties here. When there were jurors, she shouldn't have been talking to the bailiff about the case when there were jurors nearby. She shouldn't have been talking about the case with them at all.
We spent 6 weeks together, didn't we?
We did.
And
Don't
during
try.
those 6 weeks,
Pooch, she's
you were
not happy with you.
as helpful to me as you could be, correct?
I was.
Accommodated just about every request I made.
Yes, sir.
Wait.
The court sound system is having a moment, which should let us get caught up to real time. I keep pausing to lose my mind.
Oh yeah, we're old friends.
And I want to be sure you can be heard. That was the microphone that was supposed to. You're fine where you are. Absolutely fine.
Yes, ma'am. It was a staged microphone. It was obscuring my ability to question a witness.
Yeah. Well, what I'm wondering is whether you can be heard without a microphone. Do we need to try to get a microphone up on this podium? Yeah.
The TV viewing audience would like a mic. A potato will work as long as it's not mashed.
All right.
I don't know who's supposed to hear this other than you, but I assume
me.
They can hear us. Court reporter, I'm sorry. She's more important. Not as important as you.
Yes.
Me.
I agree.
Oh yeah, we're old friends, right? We spent 6 weeks together in a very pressure-filled situation.
We're old
correct?
friends, sir?
It was a long 6 weeks.
It was a long 6 weeks.
We're old friends.
During those 6 weeks, you were helpful to me in a number of different ways. accommodating friends that I had that wanted to come watch the trial, for instance.
She did that quite a lot.
That's correct.
You even allowed me to use the private restroom down on the first floor so I didn't have to stand in line with the
Public.
rest of the people trying to get breaks, correct?
Correct.
So we have no animal.
Because the jury room was full and there's nowhere else to use a bathroom. I really deeply empathize with that, Poot. Trying to find a bathroom in a small courthouse is necessary.
Animosity towards each other. You didn't do something to me and I didn't do something to you during that trial, right?
It was after the trial that you did shit to her.
Now,
At least she feels.
given that, I'm going to ask you some questions today that may indicate to you that I have some antagonism towards you. Let me disabuse you of that. I'm here doing a job representing my client, and you've been
He
around the
always
court
does
system
this.
for decades, correct?
He did this
Yes,
with the
sir.
jury
So
too.
you
This is
understand
part
what
of
we're
his
doing here today.
shtick.
Yes.
I'm going to
Now-
do my job. Don't take it personal.
Let me understand a couple of things. I think, and I've read your book, some editions of your book. There's several. We got a bunch of emails in which you have drafts that you forwarded to your co-author, correct?
Correct.
Objection.
Uh-huh.
Object to relevance. I believe any draft she sent to her co-author with the book is beyond the scope of this inquiry here today.
Overruled. You may
Really?
proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I read versions
in
of your
those
book.
drafts, you
He's talking about drafts of chapters in her book that didn't make it into the final book that were emailed back and forth from her official Colton County email account to her co-author. And those all came to light under a Freedom of Information Act request and dump of her emails.
say certain things about
I have cheese sticks.
the trial, about the process, which you later did not include in the final version. It's called editing. Is that correct?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, let's talk about this book for just a second. When did you first decide you were going to
When
write a
did you
book?
depublish it?
I think a thought was there, a very fleeting thought before the trial.
Did you take any steps before the trial?
I've seen your emails. You were talking about
or
it
at
during
the
trial
initiation of the trial
with other
to
reporters.
begin writing this book or working with somebody on this book?
Oh, no, sir.
When did you and your co-author get together?
It was
In her emails during the trial, there is a journalist coming from France who says, I'm coming from France. I'm working on a book with this, blah, 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 blah. And she's like, I think a book would be a great idea. That's before the trial even starts. I think I want to write a book too.
several weeks after the trial.
Okay.
The
Did you
thought was
talk
there.
to anybody about the fact you were going to write a book before the trial?
There were several anchors and several journalists that I did speak with about the possibility of writing a book.
Yes. Yes, yes.
I'm so disorganized. I apologize.
It's not charming.
Did you seek assistance in this trial from other clerks of court?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who were they?
Rhonda McElveen, who is the Barnwell County Clerk of Court, and Renee Elvis from the Horry County Clerk of Court.
And were they there with you the entire 6 weeks?
No,
I mean, how long were they there? Or how often were they there?
Rhonda McElveen was there as often as she could be, probably several times a week. Renee Elvis helped me during the jury selection.
The court wants to be done today, Poot. She's not going to indulge all that much. I was trying to eat cheese because I thought you were getting back to your questioning, sir. We're trying to stream here.
Ms. McElveen, did she begin working with you prior to jury selection?
Can you repeat that question?
Was
I'm
she-
sure some people
we
would have
began jury
helped.
selection, I think, on January 23rd, correct?
Correct.
Was she working with you or consulting with you prior to the 23rd?
Just for those of you who are new to this case, the book is not being sold anymore because it came to light via the Freedom of Information Act email dump that a reporter from the BBC had accidentally sent Becky Hill a draft of their article. It had been meant to go to a different Rebecca who was part of the BBC team. Becky Hill sent that slightly modified draft to her editor, and they included it as the preface of the book. She was confronted about it in December. She admitted and apologized to the plagiarism. The book was depublished off of Amazon, and the book is no longer available. So there's that.
Third.
No, sir.
Did you have any conversation with her about the trial?
Not until she got to the trial on what, I can't remember the exact day
Becky
she came.
Hill's credibility is going to come
Now, is she
into
a friend of yours?
question. Because
She was a
plagiarism
friend, yes.
Was.
does not indicate
Well, she
a
is a
character for
friend.
truthfulness.
She's done nothing to make you any less a friend.
No, sir.
Oh, good.
Now, did you tell her about the time of the trial that you were going to write a book? That you had thought about and were going to write a book?
I can't remember exactly. I think we did have a conversation about a book possibly in the future.
And did you tell her you're going to write a book because you thought it would make a lot of money?
Oh, no, sir.
You never said that.
No, sir.
And did you tell her
Poot, do you know how publishing works? Because I don't know if anyone who knows how publishing works goes, this is going to make me a lot of money.
that you were going to write a book to make a bunch of money so you could buy a lake lot and build a house on it?
No, sir.
I want a lake lot. I'll take a
Now,
lake
did
lot.
you ever tell her that you had given a juror a ride home, that you had accompanied Mr. Bill, what's his last name?
No,
Bill.
no. Let's not give jurors names. What are we doing? Oh,
Polk.
You're right. That you and he took a juror home one night. Did you tell her that?
oh, Bill's the sheriff. Good.
Did you take a juror home one night?
I didn't take a juror home one night.
Did
No,
Mr.
sir.
Polk and you take a juror home one night?
No, sir. We
Okay, you
didn't.
never gave a juror a ride in a car with Mr. Polk or without?
No, sir.
Okay.
And the jurors said the same thing.
Now, also, during the trial, your daughter ended up on the Venari, is that right?
She did.
And she was coming up.
I've never heard it pronounced that way, but they said your daughter ended up on the veneer. I've never heard it pronounced venire, the veneer, meaning that of all the people in Colton County that were pooled, Becky Hill's daughter was part of the 900 juror summons and filled out all the paperwork and made it into the veneer, those sitting in court to be questioned. So Becky Hill's daughter was almost on the jury. We're going to hear about that.
And did you talk to me and Mr. Waters about putting her on the jury if at all possible?
I'm not sure that we wanted her to be on the jury if at all possible, but I think the question was, would she make a good juror? And I said she sure would.
Now, I don't think we asked you. I think you told us she would make a great juror. Did you not?
I remember you asking.
Okay. I was considering putting your daughter on the jury.
Yes, sir.
And who does she work for?
She works for Compass South.
Did she work for the sheriff's department at some point?
No, sir.
Okay. Did she work in law enforcement at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. How many jury rooms were there?
Dos.
We have 2 jury rooms in Colleton.
In this trial, how many jury rooms did you have? How
2.
many? Okay, so the entire jury wasn't together at any one time. They were separated into 2 rooms?
Yes.
Okay. And
What'd they do when they deliberated?
did when they're separated into
Runkle, yes.
2 jury rooms
I think
like
Poot is a
that, are
potential
they
witness.
next door to each other? Are they down the hall from each other?
They are next door to each other.
Okay, so but if you close the door to one, can they hear what's going on in the other one?
Some women probably have very good hearing, and men too, but I would say probably not.
Okay, are there restrooms in both of the jury's rooms?
There are.
Okay, are there 2 restrooms or just one?
There's one restroom in each jury room.
Okay, were either one of those restrooms designated men and women, or did everybody use the same one?
They were unisex.
They were unisex. Okay, now,
It was just
prior
a
to your
bathroom.
testimony here today, have
Just
you
a
met with the Attorney General's office in Swed?
Good question.
I have.
On how many occasions?
About this? You got to
I would say
specify.
twice.
Okay. And
Because there's
remember when the
also
first time was?
another investigation.
I think the first time was in September.
Okay. And the second time was last week?
Yes, sir.
And that was in Walterboro?
Yes, right.
And y'all spent about 4.5 hours together?
I want to say maybe 2 hours together.
Okay. And in those 2 hours, you went over your testimony here today?
We've gone from 6 hours to 2.
They asked me questions.
Did they ever correct your answers or suggest you answered differently?
Oh, no.
No.
Oh,
So
no.
you just went through what you went through in 20 minutes here. It took 2 hours to go through when you were with them.
There were times when I would step out of the room and come back in. But I would say we were there for about 2 hours.
Now, you have described in your book your role as Switzerland. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that is that you should not be in any way opinionated about what's going on in the trial. Is that correct?
That's true.
Her emails don't.
Yet in your book, you
don't
indicated a
concur.
number of different points during the trial. You had concluded he was guilty. Is that correct?
Her emails indicate that as well.
I don't know if her conclusions in the book are in any way relevant to what occurred during the trial and whether or not there was any communications with the jurors, which is the sole issue that we're here for today, is whether or not Ms. Hill had any extraneous influence on the jurors. And so I think this is going a little far afield. We object to the relevance here.
Yeah, I think.
Let me give you an example. You indicate riding back from Moselle that you and 3 other people were in a car and you all decided adamantly, I think was the word you used, that he was guilty, that he had killed his wife and son. Is that what you put in the book?
I can't remember if I put that in the book, but if you say I did, then I will agree
that
with
happen?
you. We did have a conversation about what each of us thought.
And they all 4 agreed that he was guilty, correct?
And none of us were jurors.
No, trust me, I know that. But you had an abiding conviction, at least by the time of the Moselle visit, that he was guilty. And the other people in the car with you were bailiffs, were they not?
No.
Who were they?
Some were not bailiffs. One was a court reporter. One was our security officer, head security, and another was a deputy sheriff.
Okay. But the 4 of y'all rode out there, and based on what, and I mean, you want me to read to you how chilled you were and how you felt that poor Paul and Maggie had been executed by him on that scene, that visiting the scene convinced you that he was a horrible, horrible murderer? You want me to read that to you? Or you will concede that's what you wrote?
Yes.
I will concede that's what I wrote, but if I may, I would say that a lot of that is poetic license in writing a book and in making it sound like that.
So did you lie?
So some of it's poetic license, and some of it you just stole. You purloined it from that BBC writer, right?
I object to not only the relevance, but the scope of cross. I would object also under rule.
Nope. The judge is going to let that in.
I don't believe that that's appropriate cross-examination.
Overruled.
Yeah.
Continue, Mr. Harpootlian.
Did you steal part of the book?
I did plagiarize,
Okay,
Mr. Harpootlian.
that's stealing, isn't it?
And it is. And for
Okay.
that, I'm very sorry. And I have apologized.
Okay.
Ma'am.
And that makes it okay?
What I did. And I apologized for that.
And part of the book is, you say, literary license? Exaggeration?
No, she said poetic license.
I wouldn't call it exaggeration.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Is Switzerland, and you're saying this is happening while you're supposed to be Switzerland, you decided the defendant's guilty.
Runkle, I agree with you. Runkle said this is
Ms.
fruit on his
McElveen
game.
says
Yes,
that
it is.
It's going to make you more money
Yes, it is.
if he's found guilty. Don't you
Who's
think
having
it's
a very good
reasonable
time
to
with
assume
this?
that you may have crossed the line from time to time?
Your Honor, I object to the form of the question, assuming facts not in evidence.
The prosecution's really working here, but this is a hearing in front of the judge, and they're not going to get very far with those objections. They're trying to stop the train wreck that's happening. There's no stopping it. Creighton, you can object all day long, and some of them are probably proper objections, but we're not in front of a jury. We're in front of a judge at an evidentiary hearing, and she's going to let this happen. So it's just going to happen.
Can you repeat that question one more time,
I'm
Mr.
not going to repeat
Hartwell?
it. Let me just move on to something else. Let me ask you,
Pooh,
you
don't
had
let it
interactions
go.
with some jurors, and I believe in a conference in the judges' chambers, you indicated that you had seen a
Oh, not the Facebook post.
post on, is it Walterboro Word of Mouth?
Not the Facebook post.
Right,
Not
again, I object. I think he's delving now into the Facebook inquiry. We believe, again, that that's irrelevant to the inquiry, for your honor.
I will allow a limited, he's, as I understand it, trying to impeach her testimony and explore her credibility. And I think I've already told Mr. Harpootlian that I don't want a whole trial about the business of Facebook and the egg juror, but I will allow limited examination on this point. You may proceed, Mr. Harpootlian.
the reason the judge previously said we're not getting into this and is now allowing them to get into this, and the reason this judge is right, is because we now have Becky Hill's testimony contradicting at least 3 jurors' testimony. Becky Hill's credibility is absolutely something that this judge has to consider, because she is saying she never said the things that these jurors are saying they said. So how do you determine, when you have squarely different facts put in evidence, who's telling the truth? And Becky Hill's credibility is up for being attacked, and admitting to plagiarism is a big part of that.
Am I oversimplifying that? I mean, it's in your book. You saw something on Walterboro Word of Mouth, which appeared to you to be from the ex-husband of one of your jurors. Is that correct? Am I oversimplifying that?
I remember reading one night something on Walterboro Word of Mouth, and when I was in the courtroom on a Monday morning listening to the judge and the attorneys talking about a matter, it sounded like it was relevant to each other.
Okay. And you became aware somehow that this juror had a restraining order out for her ex-husband?
How?
She told me that herself.
Okay.
When?
And
what?
Tell me how it came for her to tell you about that.
Yes.
Where did she tell you?
She was very talkative, and when I was instructed by Judge Newman to go and get her from out of the jury room with a deputy following me, she was talking to me all the way back to the judge's chambers, and she mentioned that there were restraining orders out when they had divorced.
So how did the judge, who brought it to the judge's attention about this Walterboro Word of Mouth thing?
I let the judge know, thinking that it could be related,
Okay, and you let the judge know what?
that I had read something on Walterboro Word of Mouth.
Okay, and that you knew it was tied to that juror?
I didn't know that it was. I wasn't sure at all.
Who did you think it was tied to?
From what y'all were talking about at the bench, I felt like I needed to let him know, just in case it was related. There was something about an ex-husband and an ex-wife and somebody being on the jury.
You didn't tell the judge.
But that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. She's like, there was something about an ex-husband and an ex-wife and somebody being on the jury, but she didn't know that that juror had an ex-husband until they were walking back after. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't track.
Had found what we call the apology post. You didn't tell the judge that?
I didn't call it that, no.
You don't remember producing it, saying that producing it to the judge, saying this is a post in which the guy that posted it on Friday night says the devil got in him and drinking, and he apologized for what he posted. You didn't produce that?
My staff did. One of my staff
But you gave that to the judge and gave it to us, did you not?
Yes, we did.
As if it were from that juror's ex-husband, correct?
Correct.
And you know it wasn't?
I don't know that, Mr. Hartbulian. No.
So, and this, you did not take that juror out and talk to her before you took her to the judge? Is that
I never talked to that juror about stuff like that.
But she told you all about her ex-husband while you were walking back to talk to the judge.
Did you ever talk to the forelady of the jury, separate from the jury?
I did.
Okay. And tell us where did...
Also, Judge Newman said, I don't like that Becky Hill, the clerk of court, questioned this juror about this. So Judge Newman said to the attorneys, I don't like that this happened, indicating that Becky had had a prior conversation with this jury or with this juror, which is now contradicting what Judge Newman told these attorneys.
Did that occur?
Yikes. The math is not mathing.
When I would go into the jury room and I would speak with the forelady, we would be in like the hallway in the two jury rooms were side by side, and the opening to the jury room went out into the hallway. And we would be surrounded by the jurors at all times. Mr. Bill would be very, very nearby, or another bailiff as well, when we would speak.
And what did you speak to her about?
Is Mr. Bill going to get called?
There were several instances. One was there was a juror who needed some feminine products. There was another time when Band-Aids were needed. There were times when Tylenol would be needed.
And those
Other
things
than
are proper.
items that were needed by the jury's health object, did she ever discuss with you some issues jurors had emotionally or some issues with dissension in the jury room?
What?
She only told me that there were some loud jurors, and it made some of the other jurors a little upset. But other than that,
What did you tell her to do?
I told her if it got out of hand to write a note to the judge, and that she could sign the note and get Mr. Bill to give it to the judge, and the judge would handle that for her.
Some loud jurors.
Okay. Now, you did publish a book after this trial, is that
For a
correct?
time.
We did.
And you went to New York and took some of the jurors to the Today Show?
The Today Show did invite us, yes.
Did the county pay for her to go? Just want to know. I just want to know.
One of those jurors that went up there with you, the day of the verdict, wore, for the first time I can remember, a suit. To court. Do you remember that?
Your Honor, again, I would object to discussion of the jurors wearing a suit or a post-trial trip to the Today Show. I don't think
Did
there's
she
any-
tell the juror that there was going to be a verdict that day and to be prepared for the media to question them? I've got questions.
To the inquiry that's focused for Your Honor, and that is whether or not there was any extraneous influence during the course of the trial.
It's whether conversation happened.
Overruled. You may continue, Mr. Albuquerque.
Mm-hmm.
Did you text, email, or communicate on the morning before final arguments were completed
Closing argument.
to people that this was on a Thursday, that they probably, if they're going to see the trial, should come on that Thursday because it'd be over by the next day?
She emailed
the
that.
jury would not be out very long.
She
Did
emailed
you
that.
ever communicate that? Email, text, or verbally?
She emailed that. I read it.
I do remember saying that, yes.
And why did you think the jury would not be out very long? Had you communicated with jurors?
I had not communicated with jurors about anything related to this trial at all. I've been a court reporter for at least 14 years. I was clerk of court for 3. And you just get to where you kind of see things happen as they progress. And it's a guess. It's a gut feeling. And that's all that I meant by that.
Well, why are you telling this young man who wanted passes for the next day in an email, it won't be happening tomorrow? That was or did you say, you didn't say, I don't think, you just said, you better come today if you're coming. You remember doing that?
I don't remember that. But, if he wanted to come, I knew that the trial would be ending shortly as far as testimony. So if he wanted to come, he needed to come.
Why wouldn't the jury have been out a week on a 6-week trial?
They could have.
But
They could have.
you apparently were telling the press
Yep.
and others that there'd be a quick verdict.
I agree. She was.
Were you not?
That was just a gut feeling that I had.
Okay.
It was
And that was my
speculation.
opinion.
Your opinion, you were right. Jury was out 3 hours on a 6-week trial.
She might have also been trying to make herself, trying to inflate her own importance in all of this a little bit to the media, which people are wont to do in high profile cases when they haven't spent much time around the media. But she was dead ass correct. We were shocked that the verdict came back so fast, especially since they started deliberating so late. We all thought they would go home for the night and come back the next day, but they sure didn't.
Correct.
We were stunned.
That's true.
How much money did you make off that book?
Ooh.
there was not a whole lot of money made off of the book after paying different things and paying
So
for
no
some
profit?
expenses that went along with that. But I want to say roughly around 100,000.
Okay.
That's not a
That's not a lot
lot
of
to
money.
you.
No, especially when you publish your own book.
But
Is-
that was 100,000 you made.
100,000 in profit?
With my co-author.
Okay.
In profit.
In what
100,000 in
period of time?
profit.
6 months?
Is that 100,000 in profit or 100,000 gross? Is that net or gross? Becky, I've got questions. Because 100,000 before expenses is different than 100,000 after expenses.
I would say 6 months, yes.
When was the book published?
August 1st.
Okay. The trial was over. That's 6 months after the trial's over, you've published a book.
She wanted to be
Correct.
the first.
Correct.
And then I believe you've recently stopped selling the book because of the plagiarism you've admitted to, correct?
Correct.
And so there's no more money?
Correct.
Now, you also indicate in the book that the Murdaughs had a reputation of criminality, I think, is kind of what you put. Did you not?
Well, Mr. Hartpooley and my grandfather and Old Man Buster were very close.
Well, were they criminals?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know. But you believed and you published that the Murdaugh family had run that part of the state and they'd participated in criminal conduct, correct?
Your Honor, again, I would object to general.
Didn't she say that Old Man Buster and her
testimony about
granddaddy were like
alleged
moonshining together?
criminality of this
Didn't they
family.
say that?
I'm not sure how that has any bearing on the focused inquiry before the court.
He's asking about what she said in the book. I'm going to allow it.
Yes, sir. Did you say that in the book, that they were criminals?
In the book, that was more of the literary ease that we take, I think, to make a story a little more interesting for the reader.
By calling people criminals?
Well, that's potentially defamation.
I guess what I'm saying is this. Were they criminals?
Your Honor, again, I object to that particular question.
Overruled.
Were they criminals?
I wouldn't know that.
Okay, so you
So is
either
it
made it up
defamatory?
or you're lying about it? About the reputation of people that can't defend themselves? They're dead?
This is what he was working
You're going to
towards.
call them criminals? You did that in the book so you could sell a book?
No, I didn't do that to sell a book.
What'd you do it for?
To make it more
Made it
interesting
more
for the
readable,
reader.
you said?
That's what
Which sells books.
Literary ease. Yeah.
What?
Literary.
Literary what?
The literary ease that you can take when writing a book.
With the
Literary
truth?
ease you can take with writing a book. You can make stuff up. You can lie. You can lie about people.
Not with that. I think the public perception was one that it was very interesting.
You're not writing a novel
during
or
this
fan
time.
fiction.
So
Yeah.
you're feeding the monster out there that wants.
She called the book Behind the Doors of Justice her true account of what happened in this trial. There's no literary ease or literary license with that.
To believe bad things
He's
about the
right to ask
Murdaughs.
her about it.
And you'll make stuff up to do it. Let me give you another example.
He's right
I read your book
to
and I
ask
found
her.
this somewhat humorous. My co-counsel did not. In describing myself and Mr. Griffin, in the book you say that I neutered him. We've both been very interested in what you meant by that.
Oh, that's
What do
personal.
you mean by neutering Jim Griffin?
Mr. Hartpoolian, it was a book.
Did you make it up? I know it was a book.
Did you actually neuter him? I haven't read the book, but what the fuck does she mean?
The Bible's a book. I mean, just because it's a book doesn't mean you can lie in it.
It's just a word that was used.
Nature of that exchange.
Don't argue with the witness, but the witness, Ms. Hill, you're instructed to answer his questions.
She's answered, Your Honor, it was a book.
So let me get this straight. The book, and
You can say whatever in a book, Your Honor. Just go ask Corey Richins. Go ask Keefe D. Like, we can just write shit in books, apparently. What is happening?
see if I can cut to the chase on this. I could read you chapter after chapter, verse after verse.
Do it.
Which is not true.
Let's do it. Where is it?
Okay? Not true based on my experience of
I'll
being
find
in a
it. I'll read
courtroom,
along with you.
and not true based on knowing some of the people you described. You say that is
compound.
Mr. Harpootlian?
I object. The counsel's just testifying right now as to his observations about the book.
Question, Mr. Harpootlian, please.
Find it with both
You
hands, sir.
conceded there are things in the book that you don't know to be true, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would concede then that you have lied in the book.
It's only because I wasn't there at the time. I can't interview my dead grandfather. I can't interview Mr.
You concede that you have lied in the book. And she said, it's only because I wasn't there at the time. So you did just concede.
Buster. There's just things that we can't interview them on. We can go by what was written in a newspaper and get facts from that.
And take the inference that one of the Murdaughs was a pedophile. You could have printed that, and they're not here to contradict it. You could have
Okay, that, Poot, you've gone a bit far.
printed anything you wanted and made it up to sell books. That's what this whole scheme was about, selling books.
That's his point.
As you told Rhonda McElveen, if him being found guilty would sell more books.
Your Honor,
Isn't that true?
I'd object to the argumentative nature of the question, the compound question, and assuming facts not
It is a compound question. If what you're asking is what she told
It is a compound question.
Go on and ask that, but don't.
It's his
proceed
argument.
with,
It
yes,
is
Your
his
Honor.
argument. That's his
Testimony.
argument. That's his
The court's
entire
indulgent
argument.
for just a moment.
And she is sitting next to the court reporter that was the court reporter for the Murdaugh trial. My in-ears are killing me. I'll fix it later. His entire point is that she influenced the jury to sell more books because it would look better if she was guilty. That's his argument. Tamara said, what is she grinning about? Does she think this is going well? It might just be because she's nervous and she smiles when she's uncomfortable, because I can't imagine she's not uncomfortable. Crystal said, I want to be like you when I grow up. I'm already a whole adult. Well, thank you. We just do our best day by day. My empathy for Becky is limited because she overstepped her duties to be involved. Now she is. Am I wrong to see it this way?
Had posted something we now know probably wasn't her ex-husband. Did she have any other ex-husbands that you found out about?
This is going back to the
I have
juror.
no idea.
The egg lady juror.
We learned later the ex-spouses hadn't seen each other in 14 years and she had 3 restraining orders against him. Did she have 3 restraining orders against him?
I don't know. That's what she said.
Okay.
That's what she wrote in the book. She should never, ever have talked about the jurors in the book. Never. The impropriety on that is quite wild. Lindsay Marshall said, I love you so much. You yelling at the computer the same way I do makes my day. Thank you so much. You're welcome. I'm losing my mind over some of this. It's absolutely bananas.
Did you tell jurors?
I was going to answer your question. We're getting it next.
At the end of the trial after President's Day break. President's Day break would have been a Monday, correct?
In February.
Correct.
But before Mr. Murdaugh testified, did you tell the jury not to be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's lawyers?
Mr. Harpootlian, I never talked to the jurors about any of the evidence
If the
in this
answer would
case.
be yes or no, then you can explain. Did you say that?
No.
Okay. Did you ever instruct the jury to watch him closely immediately before he testified, looking at his actions, looking at his movements? Did you ever tell a jury to do that?
No.
I'm glad he's
Did you
pulling
ever
up the
tell the jury
affidavits.
to pay attention to Mr. Murdaugh's testimony?
I think she did.
To pay attention, not specifically to his testimony. I did tell the jury to pay attention.
To what?
Just generally in the hallway when I was speaking.
Not to him.
You shouldn't have.
No.
Just
you shouldn't
any
have.
witness.
But you shouldn't
Right.
have.
Okay. Did you?
She shouldn't have told them to pay attention at all.
Did you ever warn the jurors the defense is about to do their side? This is right before, right at the beginning of the defense case. They are going to say things that will try to confuse you. Don't let them confuse you or convince you or throw you off. Did you ever tell the jury that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever tell the jury, if you get emotional, we want to see your face because that is what they want to see?
What?
You ever tell them that?
No, sir.
Did you ever
I'll put
tell
up another
the jury
poll
that
after
Mr.
her testimony.
Murdaugh was about to testify?
I didn't tell the jurors that.
Did you tell the bailiff that in the presence of the jurors so they could all fucking hear you? Semantics are not good answers.
Now,
semantics make
did
it look
you
like
tell
you're
the
hiding
jury
something.
that if they didn't reach a verdict by 10 o'clock, they were going to have to spend the night?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever tell them
anybody?
they were going to have to spend the night at
No,
some
sir.
point?
Did you
Did
tell
you
the
ever tell
bailiff to
them
tell
that they
them?
couldn't smoke?
No, sir.
Did you tell the bailiff to tell them?
Okay.
Did you tell the bailiff to tell them?
You got any other books in the works?
No, sir.
I mean, doesn't this make a good book?
Ew. Ew.
Thank you.
It makes a better YouTube video. I will just say, Poot, the content is kind of flawless.
Yes, sir.
Emily, it's not over yet, but do you predict the outcome will be? I'm furious. We're going to talk about that at the end of this testimony. We're definitely going to put up another poll at the end of the testimony. At the end of the hearing today, we'll put up a new poll. I agree, Runkle, it was a good mic drop, but it's just, wouldn't this be a good book? There
were a few.
I'm going to back up because I was talking. Emily, your entire life. Hold on, I missed that. I was talking. It looks like Becky Hill's lawyers are chatting with the prosecution, and I don't like that look either. I don't. It might not bug y'all. Maybe I'm just getting prickly about it. You let me know. But Becky Hill's lawyers are sitting right behind the prosecution, the guy in the white shirt with the blue tie and Justin Bamberg, and it looks like they are leaning over, saying things to the prosecution, and I don't love that at all. The prosecution, the AG's office should be investigating Becky Hill. Look, do you see? The cameras saw. Those are Becky Hill's lawyers talking to members of the prosecution team. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Matters came up on cross, obviously, that I'd objected to.
I don't like it.
You won't waive your client. You may reserve your rights to object to the entire line of testimony, but you may offer cross-examination subject to the assertion of your objection about the testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. One of the things you were asked about is finding this Facebook post, and you brought that to the court's attention after a different issue had already arisen related to a juror. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And are you technically capable of manufacturing a Facebook post? Is that anything that you have any capability to do?
I'm not.
All right. And did you ask your staff member to go see if she could find this post?
Will you ask her if she's technically capable of wiretapping? I have questions about that too, Creighton. I understand that you are doing your job, but you know, Becky Hill might have done a whole disservice to all of you. So I don't think Becky is your star witness here, Creighton.
I did.
Did you tell her just generally what you recalled reviewing?
Yes.
And did you give her any further instruction other than that?
No.
Were you sitting behind her as she was doing this particular search or anything like that, or did she eventually report back to you?
She is very, very techie, and then she reported back to me.
All right, so you weren't there when she was searching anything like that?
No.
She was like, I couldn't find that post, but I did find this, and handed you the Facebook post. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you provided that to Judge Newman, and ultimately it was provided to the parties. Is that correct?
Right. Correct.
All right. You were asked about conversations that you had with the forelady. Did those involve logistical issues and things like that for the jury?
The conversations with the forelady was everything. There was nothing regarding the defendant and this trial.
All right. So they were logistical issues, not anything to do with the substance of the trial.
They weren't all logistical issues. They were talking about the house at Moselle. The house at Moselle is not logistical. The kind of trees on the property aren't logistical.
You had some people, this won't be long. Was that at all in any way based on any conversation you had with a juror as to their internal thinking or anything like that? Or was that just your assessment being an experienced person in the court?
Absolutely not.
It was based on just your assessment?
Just my assessments, yes.
That's not uncommon.
Did you ever communicate with the jurors on how long they would be, or did any juror ever tell you how long they thought they would be?
I never talked to any jurors about anything like that.
You were asked about your book, and I don't want to get into too much detail about that, but you were asked about some of the assertions that you made in the book. And you were asked if these were lies. Were they lies, or were they ultimately things that were based on inferences from newspapers and community stories?
There we go.
You are leading by, this is your witness, Mr. Waters.
He's been leading the whole
Please ask a
time.
direct question.
Thank you. Some of the statements that you were asked about in your book, were they lies, or were they based on your inferences from just general community knowledge and things that you had researched and knew?
Still leading, but I'm not.
It is still leading. Were they lies?
He's right about that, Mr. Waters.
He is.
He's asking direct question.
Yes.
Did you lie in your book?
No, I did not.
But you plagiarized.
You were asked about.
But you plagiarized part of it, so.
When you told the jury to pay attention, when you asked that question, did you also mention anything about we got coffee for you or things like that?
I knew that Mr. Bill would take care of that. And the jurors knew too. Coffee, we had done some Dunkin' Donut runs. We had provided coffee, different other things
The jury
to
runs on Dunkin'?
help stay awake in the cold courtroom that we found ourselves in. And so I knew anything that they needed, Mr. Bill would see that they got, because that's what he did.
At any time, did you have any conversation with any juror in which you tried to influence their decision?
I did not have a conversation with any juror about anything related to this case.
Nothing further on it.
All right.
And that's it. That's the testimony of Becky Hill.
Ms. Hill? I want you to turn your attention to a hearing.
No, it's
that
not.
Judge Newman had.
This is the part that I was wondering about, where Judge Newman said that Becky Hill had talked to the juror before the hearing, and now the judge has some questions for you, Miss Hill. Oh, baby.
About the alternate who was dismissed.
Nobody else asked.
Sometimes called the egg juror. Do you recall that hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
They are so far apart. Look how far apart that is. Maybe that's why the judge was standing, so the jurors could steer better. She testified on the stand, Becky Hill did, that she did not question the egg juror before the egg juror went in with Judge Newman. And Judge Newman said to the attorneys, oh boy, I don't like that she talked to this juror before. So if she lied on the stand, it's going to be a huge, huge problem, because the judge has some questions. I had questions about this too. I'm glad somebody's following up.
Newman expressed his
displeasure,
unhappiness with you for questioning that juror before he questioned her. Do you recall that?
I do remember seeing that.
Well, then let's go back and talk about that juror. You on examination in this courtroom, you said that she talked about a lot of things to you, but you didn't ask her any questions. But that's not completely accurate, is it?
Yes, ma'am, that is true.
Well, you asked her direct questions, and that came out in the hearing that Judge Newman had. You asked her questions before she was even examined by the judge, did you not?
Your Honor, I did not ask her any questions.
The judge doesn't believe you. She believes Judge Newman. And the judge is going through that transcript. Because Judge Newman's not going to say to a bunch of lawyers, I'm not happy about this. She's got the transcript in front of her, Justice Toal does. That is transcript pages she is flipping through. Oh. You know, the defense asked that Judge Newman might need to be recused off of this because he might end up being a witness.
Examined by the judge in a hearing. Do you recall that hearing? It's the second hearing on this matter.
I do recall that hearing, yes.
And
Oh boy. Justice Toal's going, timeline, receipts, screenshots, fucking everything. She's going through the whole transcript. The defense would like to call Judge Newman.
Asked you about, the court asked this juror about postings on Facebook, did he not?
Correct.
And
danger.
The juror said she gave Miss Becky my full access to my Facebook. I put positive posts on it. I've done that for the past 3 years. Do you recall her testifying in that regard?
I do remember reading that.
And the judge said, has anyone...
She's changing her answers. Listen, Linda, and everyone else in the chat. Pay attention. Pay attention to this witness's testimony. She's changing the way she's answering. She first said, that's what I remember at the hearing. Now she's saying, that's what I remember reading in the transcript. She is changing the way that she's answering, trying to distance from it a bit. But what she said earlier was, I remember that testimony at the hearing because she was present at that hearing. And now it's, I remember reading that. Just pay attention to the exact language that Becky is using while she is getting pulled into a corner by this transcript and Justice Toal.
Posted anything on Facebook about you? And the juror answered, I was not aware of it until Miss Becky told me today. Do you recall that?
I do remember her saying that.
And do you recall the judge saying, what did she tell me? And the juror said she asked me if I had an ex-husband, and I said, yeah. Did you ask her that?
I remember her saying this, Your Honor, but I did not ask her any of these questions.
And she further says, she asked me if I had talked to him about the case or being on jury duty, and I said no. I had questioned her about why she was asking me that. I haven't seen my husband since 2014. Do you recall her testifying to that?
I do remember that, yes.
And with that, having jarred your memory, do you recall asking her about her husband and his post?
Your Honor, I don't remember saying anything about that.
Well, what was the post that you read in the...
It's now trial about the Facebook post. That's where we're at.
Word of mouth.
Word of mouth. What was the nature? You read that, did you not?
I did.
What did it say?
My memory is a little fuzzy with that, but it was about an ex-husband who found out that his ex-wife was on a jury, and he didn't think that she would be a good juror. And it just sounded very similar to what I had heard the judge and the attorneys speaking about.
So you then went to that juror and questioned her about that, did you not?
I did not, Your Honor.
Well, she says in this testimony that she didn't know about the Facebook until Miss Becky told me. Was that incorrect?
I'm not saying...
Some kind of conversation went between the two of her for her to know about that post, correct?
That's true. And I'm thinking that it could have been someone, it wasn't...
Ma'am, this is your direct testimony. You're not trying to fill in the gaps here. I'm thinking it could be something else. Girl, Justice Toal is cross-examining you, and you are in danger. You inserted yourself too far into this whole thing, but Egg Lady Juror is going to have to testify regarding this. We are now in a whole trial regarding this. Is she going to sit there and lie to Justice Toal in the face and say that juror is just, I think what could have happened? Ma'am, this danger.
Was that incorrect?
I'm not saying...
Some kind of conversation went between the two of her for her to know about that post, correct?
That's true. And I'm thinking that it could have been someone, it wasn't me. I just know that it's not me that she talked to about.
I just know that it's not me. I'm thinking it could have been someone. I'm just, Your Honor, it's not me. You and Shaggy, Miss Becky, the it wasn't me defense doesn't always work.
That.
Well, when the judge, the judge was questioning the juror about this,
Shaggy defense does
she
not
also
work.
said that she had 3 restraining orders against him. And she also said, I was very upset after she told me that. Like I said, I have 3 restraining orders against him, and I wouldn't have anything to do with him if I didn't have a child with him. But I haven't seen him since 2014. Y'all didn't discuss that, the restraining orders?
On the way from the jury,
You put it in your
from
book.
the jury room to the back chambers where the judge was, she was very scared. She was talking about the 3 restraining orders that she had out on her husband at the time that they were divorcing. And
was she scared because you said he found out that she was a juror on the case and she thought her ex-husband, who had multiple restraining orders out against him, was talking about her? Maybe her fear was regarding a person she had multiple restraining orders against, knowing where she was. Perhaps that's why she was nervous, because you told her that the ex-boyfriend was talking about her on Facebook. Maybe that's why she was scared.
And she was scared that he would be trying to get back in contact with her again.
Well, how do you know that? Did she tell you that?
She was talking about that on the way to the jury room, to the chambers with the judge.
Well, why was she talking about it?
And in the court,
what precipitated that conversation?
Now that I'm looking at, that the court is conducting, she said they're asking about this Facebook post, and she said Miss Becky said she went to look for the post again, and that it had been deleted.
Also, Becky never said at this point, that's not what I said. Becky never said to Judge Newman, I never talked to her about that.
I don't know who she talked to or anything else, but she said apparently, do you recall her saying that?
I do remember her saying that.
And the court then said, what did she tell you about that? And the juror said, it was after you let us go on the last break. I was very upset. This is what you're talking about. And she came down and talked to me and said that apparently, I don't know who talked to him, but he said he was drunk and he removed the post. Do you recall that?
Well, she didn't tell me that, and I didn't talk with her about that.
Well, you saw that post, the so-called apology post, did you not?
Right, I did.
And you assumed that was a post from her husband, did you not?
Right.
And then you talked to the...
I'm just going to take a minute to interject and say I feel very seen by Justice Toal in this moment. And to the 29,000 of you here, this is legal commentary, so I'm going to be interjecting. Feel free to like and subscribe. But I feel very seen by Justice Toal, because Justice Toal said at the beginning of this hearing and at the hearing on Friday, what we're not going to do is have an entire trial about the egg lady juror and about this Facebook post. And we are now knee deep in the middle of a cross-examination about exactly that, because on the stand, Becky said, I didn't ask her about it. And in that transcript, that juror said, she asked me all of these things. And Becky is saying, somebody might have, but it wasn't me. And this is now a whole hot mess because the judge has caught an inconsistency between the testimony and what was said in court. And at that point, Becky could have said, I didn't say any of that to her, judge, during that hearing that's on the record. The judge is reading from the transcript. Who's lying then? This juror or that juror? And you know the defense after this is going to be like, we need the egg lady juror, because now this is a whole thing with impeachment.
Juror about that, did you not?
I did not talk with the juror about that.
Well, who did you talk to about it? Did you bring it to the judge's attention?
No, we didn't get a chance to talk to the judge about that.
Oh boy. Oh boy. For all of you saying, bring the egg lady juror. Yep. Who is egg lady juror in the chat? Egg lady juror is a juror that was dismissed before deliberation on the last day, who did not deliberate and has not testified.
This juror, has the clerk discussed anything about the case with anyone on the jury? The juror said, not that I'm aware of. The judge said, okay, she was just discussing with juror. She pulled me aside when we went downstairs after the last break. I want to say it was after lunch, and we came back, and that's when she first told me about it, about this, what we now know was not a post from her husband.
Right.
But you assumed it was a post at the time, and y'all had a conversation about it, correct? Don't just nod. Answer the question.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I believe that it was one of my staff that she talked to, but it was not me that she talked to.
But the juror says, and I want to say it was after lunch we came back, and that's when she first told me about it. She's talking about you.
Correct.
Then we went back into the court, and I never even got to sit on the jury. The judge says, the judge then stops the questioning and she exits the room. Mr. Griffin, Your Honor, I think that satisfies it. She hadn't talked to anybody, hadn't expressed an opinion, hadn't made up an opinion. She's got an ex-husband and she has 3 restraining orders against him. The court said, Mr. Waters, just obviously we're all invested in this. My main concern, I certainly would love to, but not love to, but want to hear, what one of these individuals said. But, she answered the questions as she did, talking about the juror. They then have a colloquy about
the issue with the egg lady juror is not coming up because there's a concern that Becky Hill influenced the egg lady juror or kicked the egg lady juror off to gain some advantage with this jury. The reason this is a problem right now is because Becky Hill said, I never had a conversation with her, and that's not what's in the transcript. This is a credibility issue to Becky Hill. This is not a juror influence issue. And the reason Becky Hill's credibility is on trial, as it were, is because A, she's admitted to plagiarizing her book, and B, she said she never talked to these jurors, and the jurors did not have that same recollection.
This juror, and whether this was really her husband that put this post in that you talked to her about and apparently talked with the court about at some point. Am I right?
That's right.
So you talked to her at some point. Alec Murdaugh looks like he wants to start yelling things out in court. And I understand how frustrating it would be to sit there as a defendant and look at this woman.
The judge said
saying whatever.
That he was not too happy with your having talked to the juror before you talked to him. Do you recall the judge saying that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And did you pop right up there and say what you're saying now, that you never talked to her?
Yes!
We never talked about it after that. I wasn't in the room when he said that.
You weren't? You weren't in the room when he said that? Because he said, oh boy, I'm not happy. I'm not happy that she had questions with the jurors. And that was my question. Then why didn't you say, no, I didn't? Well, Becky is saying, because I wasn't in the room. Which is a huge.
The judge brought up another thing right after sentencing that I want to explore with you briefly.
Okay.
Oh, the judge has lots of questions.
One of the big responsibilities of the clerk of court is to take control of the exhibits that are presented in court. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there were sealed exhibits presented in this case that were photographs of the 2 decedents at Moselle when the law enforcement authorities first investigated the murders. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And those photographs were sealed by the judge, were they not?
Correct.
And when the testimony about them was completed, they were under your control as the clerk of court, were they not?
That's correct.
How was it that those photographs came into public view?
Yep.
Are you talking about after the...
I'm talking about the fact he alluded to it on sentencing. and said that he was frustrated about it and was going to try to look into it. Those photographs that were sealed court exhibits under your control found their way into the public media, did they not?
I believe they did.
Did they
and
not?
I think what happened, it was someone from the gallery took a picture from a screen that had some of the pictures on it, if I'm remembering correctly.
Did you ever allow anyone from the press to view these sealed exhibits?
No, ma'am.
Did you allow Netflix to ever examine the exhibits for trial?
No, ma'am.
It wouldn't have been Netflix, technically. It would have been the production company.
How did you handle exhibits? Because you did have the press have great access to the exhibits. And you say several times in your book that you had to stay after to be sure that you interacted with the press about these exhibits. That's true, is it not?
That is true. We had Mr. J. Bender, and then we had the pool photographers and someone from maybe the state, I believe, or the Posting Courier, along with the court reporters, someone from court administration, and then someone from the clerk's office every night that would go over the exhibits to make sure everything was correct.
That was part of the press order, too.
Within our...
The press was allowed time after court to view and review the non-sealed exhibits.
Were any press people ever allowed to view the exhibits, even the sealed exhibits that you had on file?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Not the sealed
exhibits. What was
exhibits.
the methodology for allowing them to examine the exhibits? How'd you handle that?
This is wild.
I wasn't there a whole lot when we did this every night, but it's my understanding that the people that were involved with the exhibits, and especially the court reporters, and there was a certain time frame that they were allowed to take their pictures, and everything was all of the pictures were looked at by the court reporters that were there, and the lady from court administration, along with someone from my office and Mr. J. Bender, to make sure that everything was done correctly.
What I'm asking is how you handled having them, the press, view these exhibits.
If I remember correctly, the press, we had certain designated photographers, and then someone, I think, from the state or the Posting Courier, and they were responsible for putting it out on a stream for the rest of the media to access.
And would they do that by photographing the exhibits as they were in your possession after court was over that day?
That is correct.
All right.
Simply Cheryl, he's in court today too.
And how did you handle the sealed exhibits in terms of their availability when these press people are there photographing exhibits?
They stayed sealed.
And so you think that you're aware of the fact that some of these on-the-scene photographs of the two decedents found their way into the public press. You're aware of that, are you not?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Yes.
And you contend that they photographed them in the courtroom?
That is what I heard.
That's what I heard.
All right. Finally, you have indicated about your book that some things that you put in there were, you called it literary license, not literally true, correct?
Correct.
This book wasn't a novel, ma'am.
Did you ever, by any kind of email communication or in any way, shape, or form, indicate or state that you wanted a guilty verdict because it would increase the sales of the book? Did you ever say that in an email or verbally or in any other way?
No, ma'am, I did not.
I did not see any of that in the email either.
If it was guilty. not guilty, or a mistrial.
I'm only going to interject because I've read over 2,000 pages of emails of Becky Hill's from that FOIA dump. And she indicates in some of those, may justice be swift and correct, may justice be strong. She indicated in those emails that she did have an opinion on how this verdict should go.
Well, in your book, you suggest that the guilty verdict was what you wanted, and you were fearful
What was in her emails?
That a guilty verdict would not be rendered. You say that a lot about your feeling about wanting a guilty verdict, do you not?
I do agree that that is said in the book. And,
You
and
wrote
part
the
of that
book!
is
Your Honor, I agree that the book says that. You wrote the book. You wrote the book.
because
Well,
I think
except for the part you plagiarized.
it was a guilty verdict.
Well, this is that you were describing a time way before the verdict was rendered when you wrote about those things in the book. Isn't that correct?
It is, yes.
And you even have something where you said your eyes met with jurors and others at
Yep,
Moselle,
and we
y'all
all
have
knew.
an understanding, unspoken, that he was guilty. You
She
said
said
that in the book, did you not?
I did say that in the book, and I would consider that part of the literary, the word that we just said. But there was nothing spoken with a juror at all at Moselle.
You said your eyes met with the jurors and you all understood that he was guilty. Isn't that what you said?
Or anywhere else, at the courthouse or anywhere. I think that's part of that poetic license that we write to make something more
10-10.
apparent. But at no time did I read or try to read someone else's eyes, and that was just one of those gut feelings that I wrote in the book.
But that's not what you said. Oh, that's not what you said. This is why you shouldn't have written a book. Government officials shouldn't be benefiting off of their political position in the first place in that way. Also, it was nonfiction. To all the chat, it was nonfiction. Yes. Lori in CT says it was nonfiction. No poetic license. Correct. This was not a fictional retelling. This is not going well for Becky Hill. That's my opinion. Sometimes when you get the attention that you seek,
You wrote
you
in
might
the book,
find there's a downside.
speaking of a time before the jury verdict was
This is
rendered.
the downside.
I was conflicted about knowing the Murdaugh family and about having so many people watching and listening to me as I read the verdict. I was mostly concerned about Alex being found innocent when I knew in my heart he was guilty. I had this fear that the goodwill the Murdaughs had built up in the community would influence the jury. You wrote that, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
So you had those feelings well before the verdict was announced in this case. You had some definite opinions and feelings about what the verdict should be, did you not?
I did have a certain way that I felt.
And
But I
that
would
wasn't
never.
that's not any poetic license, what was said there. That's how you felt, correct?
Correct.
All right.
That's how you felt.
Those are my questions. Anything further from the state, Mr. Waters?
That should be a no. How many lawyers does it take to make this decision? There are 17 of them chatting.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
You were asked a number of questions about the interactions during the in-camera proceedings with the juror who was excluded. Were you in the room during the entirety of those interactions, or just were brought in here or there as those occurred?
No, I was only brought in for my asking of my questions from Judge Newman.
And you were asked a little bit about sealed exhibits and
That
about
helps.
Judge Newman's comments at sentencing at the end of trial. And just to clarify, those were not pictures of any sealed exhibits. It was a picture that someone had taken in the gallery that had actually been disclosed, and that's what Judge Newman was talking about, to your understanding?
That was my understanding, yes.
And then after the trial, there was even a post-trial hearing or some discussion about the fact that some body cam videos had not been sealed, and Judge Newman fixed that problem after the trial. Is that correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Just a couple questions.
Mr. Harpootlian?
Let me understand this correctly. You would agree that you did release all of the exhibits in this case, sealed and unsealed, to the Texas film crew. Is that correct?
No, sir. No, sir. I did not release the sealed exhibits.
What about
She told the judge she didn't release any exhibits to Netflix, but the thing is, there's a different film crew because there were 2 documentaries after this.
to Netflix? Didn't you indicate to the judge they'd been mistakenly released and you're getting them back?
As an error when we realized everything, yes, those 2 did go, and Netflix had not even, they said they had not even looked at them.
So you did.
Did you get them back?
We did get them back, yes.
And what about a Japanese?
Wait, so you did. So you told Justice Toal you didn't release any exhibits to Netflix. So you did release exhibits to Netflix? Because you told the judge that you didn't. I need to back up. What?
Let me understand this correctly. You would agree that you did release all of the exhibits in this case, sealed and unsealed, to the Texas film crew. Is that correct?
No, sir. No, sir. I did not release the sealed exhibits.
What about to Netflix? Didn't you indicate to the judge they'd been mistakenly released and you're getting them back?
As an error when we realized everything, yes, those 2 did go, and Netflix had not even, they said they had not even looked at them.
Did you get them back?
We did get them back.
So which is it? Did you accidentally release sealed exhibits to Netflix? Or did you not accidentally release sealed exhibits to Netflix? Because you told Justice Toal straight in the face that you didn't release any exhibits to Netflix. And on cross-examination, what you said is it was an oopsie doodle and you got them back. So which is it? Because now you've been caught lying on the stand. More.
Yes.
And what about a Japanese film crew? Did they get exhibits, the sealed exhibits?
They did not get any sealed exhibits.
What about NBC Universal?
No sealed exhibits.
But you do concede that Netflix did get sealed exhibits.
They did it as an error. It wasn't
Whose
listed.
error?
Well, I would say the court reporter didn't mark it on the listing.
The court reporter that's sitting next to her, you're going to throw her under the bus, Becky. Really?
Well, why were you so accommodating to these national documentary
Poot, why are you?
Folks? I mean, is this good for the book? I mean, the more documentaries out there about the Murdaugh thing, the better your book sales are?
Oh. So in her email, she talks about the fact that she's doing Netflix and has an agreement with them for them to promote her book. This is where he's going. These are good questions.
I mean, there was money in this for you, right?
Apparently
Again,
$100,000.
it's about the money, right?
Wait, compound.
Question
Poot,
now.
compound. Poot, stay with the first question. Stay with the first question and then build. You've got to let her answer because the questions are building well into a really good cross-examination. But we lose it when you just keep talking or I keep talking. Okay, stop. Emily, stop. Go.
Isn't it financially beneficial to you at the time to get more of these photographs out, more publicity, more Netflix, more HBOs, more Japanese? Doesn't that sell books for you? Do you see a financial advantage?
Not at all.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Poot! God damn it, Poot. You had such good questions and then you kept going. I want him to back up and be like, so you did accommodate and release all of these exhibits. Justice Toal's going to clean it right up. Let's go, Judge.
Until you may step down.
Damn it. I was waiting for Justice Toal to be like, so you did release exhibits.
Let's hang on for a moment. Mr. Lewis,
she excused from her subpoena. I just wanted to make sure she's now excused.
Oh, well,
from her subpoena.
I want her to step down. Yes, she's still under subpoena. I haven't heard what's going to be said. Mr. Harpootlian still has
we're not done.
some things he wants to raise about other witnesses and so forth. So what I would prefer is that she remain with you, Mr. Lewis, until we see what else is going to happen. You may step down.
Holy shit. Poot had some good questions. I'm bummed that he stepped over his own questions because I actually did really want to hear them and hear the answers to them because Poot was like,
all right, Mr. Harpootlian.
Rolling.
Your Honor, we've got literally millions of pages of documents in this case. Ms. Miller just uncovered an email relevant to what you asked. We don't have it printed out. But what it is an email from Rebecca Hill to Miho Takachuchi, something.
Don't try.
Miho, first name. The Buford McDowell body cam should not have gone to you. Please get rid of it. Do not use it. The judge, Judge Newman, specifically ordered that body cam not be used if it got out. Apparently, it's still on the videos we were saved. I appreciate your attention. What about the other body cam video we could see on many news documentaries? Can you provide it? It seems the camera was on the other police personnel. I mean, here she's having emails between this Japanese production company about body cams telling them not
from her email that was FOIA'd.
And telling them to get rid of it. I think that's important, and I can have a copy of this printed out for you when we can get it to a printer for you for the record.
That would be fine, but do you want to offer it as an exhibit?
I do.
All right, Mr. Waters?
I have no objection. If I could just ask the date of that.
Same.
The date is July 17th, 2023. July.
All right, that's one thing. What else? I will admit it. I will allow it. That is a impeachment of her testimony to me that she did not send any emails or release anything.
Yes, Your Honor.
She said in her testimony to Justice Toal, I did not send any exhibits to anyone. And that's clearly not true.
In fact, she changed that testimony on redirect when she said she did, so-called by accident, release some things.
That doesn't appear to be by accident. So we'd like that made part of the record. Secondly, I have sitting outside the courtroom the clerk of court for Barnwell County, Rhonda McElveen. She specifically denied saying certain things to the clerk of court of Barnwell.
He said clerk of court. I always fuck it up. And when I say clerk of court too much, it ends up being like cork of cork. I am not alone. Poot's kind of making my day. I don't know what world we're living in, but they're going to impeach Becky Hill's testimony with what she told her friend. Oh, shit.
County and denied doing certain things. I think you're going to find her testimony extraordinarily instructive,
illuminating,
and educational. And it shouldn't take. I would be shocked if it took 20 minutes.
Well, in light of the answers she gave to my questions,
yep, that's going to be affirmative.
And some of yours in that regard, I'm going to allow it. Now, I want to know what else we're looking at here.
Just ask to call Judge Newman. Just ask to call Judge Newman at this point. Just ask to call Judge Newman at this point. Like, let's ride. Poot, we're here. Mount up, baby. Let's ride. Ask for the moon, Poot. Ask for it all. Mention it all. I'm going to try to answer some questions. So, because this court believes that hearing what others have to say about their interactions with Becky Hill, others are going to be allowed to come in to impeach Becky Hill's testimony.
We would propose to provide.
This is a written proffer.
This is a alternate juror.
Egg lady. He wants to call the egg lady.
This is the alternate juror who was
He said alternate juror, not the egg lady. So this is another alternate juror that they want to bring in.
dismissed when she was not needed for deliberations.
I don't know how that
She is
helps.
Also ready to testify.
I don't think that helps. I think the direct impeachment is fine. The direct impeachment being
Her testimony would take about the same time as one of those jurors this morning.
Sir?
the direct impeachment being Becky Hill testified, I never said these things to the other clerk of court. So bringing in that person to say Becky Hill said these things to me, that's direct impeachment. And then the judge gets to weigh whose she said she believes. But now he's asking to bring in another alternate. And the other alternate, I don't think it's anything directly impeachable. So we're going to see.
I would expect her testimony would take about as much time as one of those jurors this morning.
I don't know if it will be impeachment because we don't know what the proffer is.
Offer in refutation of the testimony Ms. Hill has given today.
She denied saying any
She
of this.
denies saying anything. That's correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, is this juror, alternate juror, going to testify?
She's here. Yes, Your Honor. She's sitting.
Well, you just say she's here. She's available.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
At
Mr.
this
Waters?
point, you got to bring, at this point, if I'm the judge, at this point, I'm like, I want to hear everything. I want to hear everything. Because I don't know if I am the judge, I don't know if I believe Becky Hill's testimony.
Your Honor, a couple things on this particular alternate juror. We've just been handed this particular affidavit. Your Honor, I believe that Your Honor had correctly ruled that the focus again was on those jurors, and the inquiry has been made to those particular jurors.
Oh, yeah. But now Becky Hill has said a whole bunch of shit, Creighton. And normally I agree with you. However, Becky Hill said a bunch of shit. So this is all going to be impeachment because the jurors said Becky Hill said stuff. Becky Hill's like, I didn't say anything except like this one limited thing. I did tell them to pay attention. I think the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. And now we are, now we're here for the impeachment witnesses.
I don't know why we would go into detail with an alternate juror that ultimately did not sit in any deliberations.
Yeah, I want to know how it's
and cannot,
impeachment.
Testify as to any effect on the verdict, which is the ultimate inquiry before Your Honor.
Well, no, credibility is now the
We would
inquiry.
object to this particular testimony
Sure.
As far as it relates to the alternate juror.
Here's the one thing that gives me some heartburn, and you can help me with this, please. I stand by the rulings I have made that only jurors can be questioned about the effect on their verdict.
Correct.
And that is why I did not allow the testimony of the egg juror in that regard. He is now offering this testimony
as impeachment.
And it's testimony of certain things that were said to the jurors as a whole, rather than just to this particular juror.
It impeaches.
I would, as I say, I would ordinarily not allow this, but Ms. Hill testified several times.
She didn't say shit.
During the course of her just concluded appearance, that she never told any jurors anything along the lines of what has been asked here, particularly the comments about they're going to say things that will try to confuse you or throw you off, things of that nature. She was asked about that, and she denied she ever said anything like that.
So
this is an attempt to impeach as I see it. And
Agreed.
That's what's giving me a little heartburn about just turning him down flat.
It would give me heartburn too.
Well, a couple things as to that, Your Honor. First of all, I think that we have some very specific statements and a specific individual that's mentioned here. And so if we're looking at Rule 613B, which is essentially where they're operating, I don't know that there was an appropriate foundation laid as to the specific time and to whom these specific statements were made. I think that it needed to be cleaner with regards to that as to mentioning this particular person
Creighton is good on his feet,
as much as you
man.
can, the time and place, and the very specific statements that were made.
Yeah, you can't impeach
I
generally
think Mr.
just as the
Harpootlian,
stuff.
again, we had these general allegations and kind of went through those, but I don't know that now that we've just been handed this affidavit, that they were set forth as an appropriate clarity that's required by 613B. So I think there's a failure there.
Mr. Waters, look for a minute at paragraph 3.
And that's
4,
and that's fair.
5,
Creighton is saying
6.
Harpootlian questioned her too broadly, so it can't be specific impeachment. I don't
7.
think that's going to work.
Those paragraphs.
Becky Hill made some misstatements on the stand today, that's for sure.
Have been asked her, and they are pretty specific as to time and place. And the content of this testimony is an attempt to impeach her, Ms. Hill's testimony. That's why as I guess colloquially I said, I'm having a little heartburn about excluding this, is because she was asked directly about these
and said
matters.
no.
And this testimony would be in conflict with that, which would be permitted to impeach someone.
Right.
Yep.
And Your Honor, I certainly understand the point. I guess I would have just 2 points to that.
He's just saying it's improper impeachment because he has to.
As we've already talked
Well, he doesn't
about,
have to. He
this
can just stop.
evidentiary hearing is within your discretion in the manner, particularly when you're talking about jurors and the manner to be conducting that. Now we're talking about putting a juror on the stand and having attorney examination. And I think under the case law, that's within your discretion as to how that inquiry should go, as
Let the
opposed
court ask the
to
questions.
were we purely in a trial setting and applying the evidentiary rules. But if we were applying the evidentiary rules, again, strictly applied, I think I don't know that they have laid the foundation with enough clarity to offer extrinsic evidence under 613B, and that would be our argument there, that we just had generally discussion of some of these concepts, but not the place, time, and person to whom it was made with the specificity that 613B requires. So that would be our evidentiary objection in the event that Your Honor is addressing those. So that would be our position. I do also, before we get started, I do want to go back and address the sealed exhibits issue whenever it's appropriate.
Sure.
If now, I'm happy to go.
Creighton's very good on his feet.
Slow for a minute. I'm turning to
Dude
Mr.
with the beard
Waters
is new.
to try to get some clarity about why he objects to this testimony. One is the 613 issue that he's explored, and I understand that. He now wants to say something about the sealed exhibits. So I want to hear from him on that, and then you can reply to both of them.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right.
Distracted by Mr.
Sure, I understand.
And finally, going back to the
we're
juror
often
issue,
distracted
we
by
would
Mr.
also
Barber.
raise 403 as well, just because of the nature of the inquiry that we're here to assess. Going back to the sealed exhibits, I just want to clarify for Your Honor, Mr. Griffin and Mr. Harpootlian were at this hearing. After the trial, there was a release of, and these were publicly filed exhibits, of a number of exhibits. What also got released at the time were 2 body cam exhibits, which had images of the victims at the scene. Those had inadvertently not been marked as sealed exhibits. And ultimately then we had a hearing in front of Judge Newman, and essentially those were clawed back. And so I just want to be clear that when we're having testimony about that particular thing, as it relates to what Ms. Hill was saying, those were the sealed exhibits that were released. And again, at the time, they had not been marked sealed, and that was sort of retroactively
But wasn't it her job
fixed.
to mark
And then
them?
the other issue, of course, is, Your Honor, is again that the issue that Judge Newman was talking about after sentencing was a gallery photo. It was not a what apparently would be maybe a press photo of the exact exhibits. And what we did at trial, and Mr. Harpootlian can speak to this, and Mr. Bender could as well, is at the end of each day, first of all, the sealed exhibits would have a cover sheet or a folder that they would be in, and then they would verify with the parties that these are the okay exhibits, these are the sealed exhibits, and then at that point, after court was concluded, the media would then be allowed to review and or photograph or get copies of the unsealed exhibits. So that's just how the procedure was working at the trial.
That's very helpful to clarify this, because I now see this in perspective that there were that the materials that were photographs at the scene or depictions at the scene of the 2 victims.
Becky Hill has remained in court to hear the argument over her and she is still under subpoena. So if a new witness comes in, she should be excused from court. Oh boy.
What you're telling me is that those were inadvertently released after the trial by, I guess, it would have to be by the clerk of court. She's the one that had them. And then they were, and they weren't properly marked. And
That's
they
right.
were then clawed back.
Yeah, they were the two body cam videos
that weren't
so
redacted.
in those videos, it weren't physical images, but they were the body cam videos. And then in those videos, you could see the victims at the scene.
Right.
And those two exhibits, to my recollection, were the only two that should have been sealed.
Anna, no, they're not talking about the redacted body cam. They're talking about the unredacted body cam footage.
In fairness, were
That's
not
what they're
marked
arguing
sealed,
about.
and that's how they got released. The second we realized it was a problem, we took care of it and clawed those back.
Well, that clarifies that issue for me. So, I frankly, that puts my mind at ease about what happened there. Now, Mr. Harputnian, I'll come to you momentarily.
Who must be looking
else?
like he wants to have kittens?
Okay, now, Mr. Harputnian.
A couple of things I'd point out.
Now, Silent Bob, now!
The first is this, in terms of the statement by this alternate juror. She was interviewed by SWED on video, said exactly the same thing as she's saying in this affidavit weeks, if not months ago.
Becky's still sitting in court.
They know exactly what she said. I can assume they reviewed it. By the way, I asked.
Becky's sitting with her lawyers.
Basically read from this affidavit as I cross-examined the court, and she denied each one of these statements. The second piece of that is this.
I know, it's on that basis that I'm even pursuing the idea of you're offering something by way of impeachment. So I understand that.
And secondly, as to the sealed exhibits, I think we're going to hear testimony from Ms. McElveen that may elaborate on your concerns based on our interview with her this morning.
All right. Well, here's what we're going to do. It's about 3 minutes of 3.
We're a little behind
which
real
is when
time.
I generally take my afternoon break. I'm going to adjourn the court or recess the court, and we come back at 3:15.
So court's taking an afternoon break. We're going to catch up in real time.
To offer Ms. McElveen and the alternate. I want to make it clear that they will be offered on what we've talked about, matters about which Ms. Hill testified that you think are impeached by Ms. McElveen's testimony and that you think are impeached by the alternate juror's testimony. So and the alternate juror's testimony, as I look at it, is the part about which impeachment would lie would begin at paragraph 3.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. Can I make you one other offer?
Yes, sir.
Today and today only. Egg Lady is across the street.
Well,
no. If you want to put her on the stand.
No. Your Honor. Just in case you're curious.
I've made my position quite clear about that. I think we got in the record what is needed in terms of
he's trying.
What she says, Ms. Hill says, and what Ms. Hill says she says.
I said mount up and ride. He's
agree.
trying.
We did not intend on calling her. I just didn't want you to miss the opportunity if you wanted the opportunity to
Your Honor.
examine.
Thank you, Mr. Harputnian.
I'm just
All right,
being
court will be in
considerate of
recess
what you
until
might want.
3:15.
The court is going into recess. You know what that means? We're going to catch up to real time because I'm going to zoom until we get back into live court with witnesses to impeach Clerk of Court Becky Hill with our stream that is brought to us by our friends over at Luna Shark Media. Oh boy. This is going to be spicy. Of course, trying to catch up on a feed that is like 5 hours in is not always easy. But we'll get there in just 1 second. What impeachment means, as I refresh this real quick, what impeachment means is that you are bringing in other testimony to prove that what somebody said is not true, what they testified to is not true. And that is what they are bringing up now. So let's go back to court after the break because I keep pausing to yell at the screen. So we need to get back into court. Hold on. This is This is freezing for me, which is, we have flown too close to the sun.
That you remember. This is probably.
So give me 1 second to back up to where we need to be. All right. We're catching up. The longer the streams get, the harder they are to navigate in real time. So let me cue us up to where we need to be. All right. There we go. The judge is back on the bench after the break, and we are going to get into the defense impeachment witnesses. I'm going to gain this up just a little bit. I also have one dead ear, so if this gets too loud, you let me know.
All right, Mr. Harpootlian, I believe it's
your witness.
You to present your witness.
Yes, ma'am.
Please be
Rhonda McElveen.
Rhonda McElveen, clerk of court. Who can't like doing this at all.
You know how this works.
Sure.
You know how this works.
Yes, I do.
I don't know what Poot just said to her, but I sure wish I did.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, that's what I'm here for.
Thank you. Please have a seat on the witness stand. State your full name for the record, and please spell
It just came by with somebody asking, what are the consequences of Becky Hill being impeached? Captain Skittles, I'm going to hold on to this, but the first thing is that when we are trying, or when Justice Toal is trying to decide who to believe in all of this, the jurors that said Becky Hill had a conversation, Becky Hill who said she didn't, the credibility of Becky Hill matters. If the court finds that the credibility of Becky Hill has been impeached, or that Becky Hill has said things on the stand that are not true, the court can discount the entire testimony of Becky Hill and just go with what the jurors said. So this is impeachment testimony. That's the first consequence. But if it's found that Becky Hill tampered with this jury, there can be other consequences down the road. Hopefully that makes it clear. Let's see what happens in court.
and last name.
Rhonda McElveen, RHONDA MCELVEEN. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna stay here.
We're going to find out all about her in just a second. I'm looking for something for my in-ears.
Yes, sir.
My in-ears have
Say your name. Say your name.
started fighting with me.
Please, so I can make sure I can hear you.
Rhonda McElveen.
Your Honor, can you hear? Okay.
I can hear you great, Dick. I can hear you, but I would doubt that anybody posted lawyers would hear you.
Is that better? No?
Is that thing on, Mr. Baliff?
Is that thing on? I love this.
I don't want to get into the thing going.
Well, I can speak up.
haywire,
I'll just speak up. How about that? I have a big voice. I'll use it.
I have a big voice.
It's just not on at all, though.
No, it's all right.
Is it on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Mr. Harpootlian, you may proceed.
I'll speak a little louder if that helps. Say your name again for the record, please.
Rhonda McElveen,
And Ms. McElveen, what do you do for a living?
Clerk of Court and ROD for Barnwell County.
Clerk of Court in what?
Register of Deeds. I have 2 titles.
2 titles.
And the Registrar of
And is that an appointed
Deeds.
or an elected position?
Elected.
So you're elected by the people of Barnwell County.
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been the Clerk of Court of Barnwell County?
This is my 16th year.
16 years. And,
And I'm running again, sir.
Vote for me. Poot's like, so am I.
you're up this year, 24 is?
Yes, sir.
All right. Don't think I'm allowed to plug that, but
Becky Hill became the clerk of court in 2020. So she has been the clerk of court substantially longer.
you have been the clerk for 16 years. You're up again this year. Now, do you know the clerk of, well, back up for just a second. Do you hold any position with, is there a state organization of clerks of court?
Yes, sir. I'm actually the president of the South Carolina Clerks of Court and Register of Deeds.
Okay. And that means that of the 46, there are 46 of y'all, is that
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
And you were elected to be the chairman of that group,
President of that group.
president of that group.
Yes, sir.
Now, are there certain rules and constraints that clerks should operate under in terms of dealing with juries?
Yes, sir.
I understand why
And,
Becky Hill asked her for help.
Is there
She's
training for that, or is
tremendously
there a book for
experienced.
that, or how do you learn that?
You have the clerk of court manual for one that's on the judicial website. You also have the law books that have it in there. There's actually two separate forms, SCCA 237
Jordan, this is the
and
clerk for a different
238
county
maybe,
that was helping
has
Becky out because of how big
regulations
the
on
trial
it.
was.
And then we also have in the handbook or not handbook, but in the program within the CMS system, they actually have rules and stuff that you can go by as well.
Now, as a clerk of court, are part of your duties to deal
Yeah, it
with
looks like
juries?
Becky's no longer in the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
We understand there's a jury venire that's brought in at the beginning of a term, and then individual juries are picked for both civil and criminal cases. Is that correct?
That is correct, unless it's a non-jury trial.
And then there's just a judge, like we're doing here, right?
Yes, sir.
And
She's not going to play with you,
in the process of picking
Pooh.
juries, do you
She's
assist
like, just
as
ask me the
clerk of court?
questions.
When I say assist, who actually picks the jurors out of a hat, or whatever the process is?
Well, actually, the first process is you draw a jury by computers through the CMS system, and then summons are sent out. And then once we come to court, we usually do a roll call. We see what everybody's doing, what their jobs and everything, to help the attorneys to decide which jurors they would like to hit. They have so many strikes, etc. And then you call the names, and they have the strikes, and then that's your jury pool.
And then the judge will
then away
seat a jury in a
box
jury
your
box,
uncle.
like, although I've never quite seen a jury box that looks like that, but a jury box in a courtroom, right?
That is correct.
Your jury box in Barnwell County is like 2 rows of 7 or 8 people.
Well, I actually have a jury box on both sides of the courtroom, because I have the grand jury on one side when they convene, and then I have the petit juries on the other side when they convene.
Really?
And
She's got a courtroom with 2 jury boxes, one for the grand jury, one for the petite jury, or the petit jury, as she said. Okay, Barnwell County. She's like, well, actually, Dick.
the jury, they're sworn by the judge, and then they're put in the jury box, and they begin to hear arguments and testimony and jury charges by the judge. Is that correct?
Well, actually, sir, when we do it, the clerk of court usually swears them in with the judge presiding over the whole deal.
Okay. Once that jury is sworn in, what is your role in terms of dealing with those jurors individually or as a group? Are you allowed to talk to them individually, to pull them out, to converse with them about your opinion about the case?
To pull them out of the trial while we're going on?
Yes, ma'am.
No, sir, we're not. If they're on a break, et cetera, or if they request to see someone, then we manage to, I'll go in the door open. I'll say, which one of you needs to see someone? It might be the judge. And I said, hold on. And then I go get my judge. And so we've got a juror that needs to speak with you.
Do you
That's it.
converse with jurors about the merits of the case? By the merits, whether someone's guilty or innocent, or whether a plaintiff or a defendant should win in a civil case? Do you ever do that?
Sir.
No, sir. About the most only thing I ever do is go in and count them and tell them I can count up to 14 without even using my toes. And then I might get their lunch order. That's it.
I believe that is exactly what the fuck happens in Rhonda's court. Y'all, I can count to 14 without using my toes, and I see somebody missing. Let me know when they're here and take their lunch order. I bet there's no pep talks.
And the doors are usually open when I'm doing that.
And
Of
you have
course.
bailiffs that sit with the jury or sit outside the jury room?
They sit outside the jury room, and usually there's one beside them in the courtroom in case somebody needs something. But usually they'll catch my eye, or they'll catch the judge's eye, and we'll get something handled.
Okay, so did you have any contact with the clerk of court of Colleton County prior to her
Not just
being
me.
elected the clerk of court of Colleton County?
It's so
Did
hard
you
to
know
say
her
clerk
before
of
she was
court,
clerk
not
of
clerk
No,
of
I
court.
did not.
Did you come to know her when she was elected clerk of court?
Yes, I did.
And was it a pleasant relationship?
It was.
And how did you come to be, and to cut to the chase, you ended up being in the courtroom during the Murdaugh trial
Let
for
me know if
part of
that's
those
too
6
loud,
weeks.
y'all.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you come to be there?
When Becky and I met each other at a conference, clerk of court's conference, where she was discussing that she had that trial coming up, and I knew that she was relatively new, and I said, I'll offer to come help you if you would like. And I think she ended up talking to Judge Newman about it, and they both said, yes, it would be good that I was there.
Okay, because you tried a murder case, two in the past, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you go and help Becky Hill try that murder case?
Yeah, I did. I couldn't go for the first 3 days because I had court in Barnwell, and I told both of them if I had court going on in Barnwell, I could not be in Colony County.
Okay.
Yeah, her court takes priority. She's like, I will come help, but not if it interferes with me doing my job. I want to hear about, can we get to the conversation? This clerk is no nonsense. She's like, I don't talk to the jurors. Like there's no pep talks happening. I want him to ask about the pep talks really, really badly at this point.
Now, to your knowledge, had Ms. Hill ever been the clerk of court that managed a murder trial prior to this?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
So this was her first murder trial, as far as you know?
As far as I know of this magnitude, I don't know if they had one before then or not.
Okay. Now,
it's one of the largest trials the state has ever seen.
Initially, what were you talking about in terms of logistics and how you did it and all those sorts of things?
Yes, sir.
During that, before the trial, before we ever picked a jury, did she ever discuss with you that she was going to write a book?
Yes, sir. She wanted to write a book. Yes,
wanted to write a book. Did she indicate what the book was going to be about?
About the trial?
About the Murdaugh trial?
Yes, sir.
And did she discuss with you, what, if anything, did she discuss with you about how she felt the verdict should turn out to be in the Murdaugh trial? Vis-a-vis, in reference to the book, what would help the book?
A guilty verdict.
And tell the judge and me what exactly.
Well, Poot, when you ask close-ended leading questions, the answer is going to necessarily be a yes or no, because you're asking a yes or no question. If you want an open-ended question, just ask her, what did Clerk of Court Becky Hill tell you about what she wanted in this verdict regarding writing a book? Just ask.
She said to you that you remember. This is prior to the trial.
Okay. Well, first of all, she said we might want to write a book because she needed a lake house and I needed to retire. And then
that sounds like a joke.
Further conversations, a guilty verdict would sell more books. And we left it at that. This was before, even in December.
And when did she ever say that again to you during the weeks you spent there?
Several times. It could be said it was, amongst friends in her office, or we might be having dinner, that kind of stuff, but that's about it.
That she needed a guilty verdict to sell more books.
That would be the best way to sell books, yes, sir.
The best way to sell books. Now, during this
I think
process,
a hung verdict would have been the best.
Did she ever express to you an opinion on whether or not, in fact, was Mr. Murdaugh guilty of the murders of his son and his wife?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what she said, and if you remember when.
I don't exactly remember when. I know it's over half of the trial had already happened, but the evidence was coming forth that it looked like he might be guilty, and she made a comment that guilty verdict would be better for the sale of books.
Okay. Now, as a result of a conversation you had sometime during the trial, I don't want you to relay to me what was told you. Did you have a discussion with the clerk, Becky Hill, about her being with jurors on her own?
Yes, sir, I did. One morning I showed up to Colony County, and I was told that she had taken a juror home the night before. And I was in the courtroom and I saw her, and it was between the pews and where the back row pews are. And I mentioned to Miss Becky, I said, please tell me you didn't take a juror home last night. And she told me, she says, I did, but I didn't talk about the case. I had a bailiff with me. Mr. Bill was with me. I said, Becky, you don't do things like that. I thought we had stopped everything. It wasn't far enough along to really cause a major problem, or I would have told Judge Newman. But I thought we had an understanding that you did not spend time alone with the jurors.
Okay. Now,
I thought she understood that you don't spend time along with the jurors. I want to know who told her that. Like, how did you hear about this But, oh gosh.
I'm going to
I want to hear from Mr. Bill
read
too.
you some statements. Well, first of all, did you ever hear her say anything in front of you to a juror about whether or not, on the merits of the case,
polls at the end of this
that is,
witness's
whether or not he
testimony
was
chat.
guilty or innocent, or what you should pay attention to? Did you ever hear her? What, if anything, did you ever hear her say to a juror or in the presence of a juror? Anything?
No, sir.
Okay. But let me ask you if you've ever heard her say these statements, and if so, to who? Don't be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys, which I understand. Do not be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys. You ever hear her say that?
Your Honor, this time I would object. This witness was specifically called as a Rule 16.3b extrinsic evidence. I think we've covered the two grounds
impeachment.
that would be permissible for her to testify to, and I believe that should be the.
Oh no, Becky Hill's still in the
testimony, so
courtroom.
we would
She
object
sure
any
is.
further extrinsic
Sitting right
evidence
there,
as,
looking at Rhonda.
Improper impeachment and also irrelevant. I think that the
Well, okay.
issues that were raised with the prior witness have been covered, and that was the express reason that this witness was called, and Your Honor allowed the testimony.
Overruled. You may continue.
Thank you.
Yep.
Did you ever hear her say that?
Can you repeat the verbiage?
Don't be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys.
Yes, I did.
And who was it said to?
You heard Becky Hill say that. Rhonda, you heard Becky Hill say that. Did you tell Rhonda? Did you tell the judge? We're gonna need to back right up. Rhonda heard Becky Hill say, "Don't be fooled." Oh, Creighton, did you know what answer was coming out of Rhonda's mouth, Creighton? Y'all, I have questions.
With the prior witness have been covered, and that was the express reason that this witness was called, and Your Honor allowed the testimony.
Overruled.
Cue the oh no music.
Did you ever hear her say that?
Can you repeat the verbiage?
Don't be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys.
Yes, I did.
And who was it said to?
It was said to me,
Okay.
and sometimes it might be a staff member in our office or someone from the media there. But other than that, I didn't hear her say it out there in front of any jurors.
Did she ever say to you or to other people around you, I'm not talking about jurors, watch him closely, talking about Mr. Murdaugh. This is just before he testified. Look at his actions. Look at his movements. Did you ever hear her say that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Wow.
Did you ever have any conversations with the bailiff, Mr. Bill?
Yes, sir.
Did he ever discuss with you
This is
clerk's
getting into hearsay.
contact with jurors?
No, sir.
Okay.
Wow.
Did you ever hear her say that the defense is going to try to confuse the jurors? Did you ever hear her say that?
No, sir, I don't think so.
Okay. Now, let me deal with one last area. Let me see if I can simplify this. There was a setup in the courtroom. Pardon me, I've got a little frog in my throat. I'm fine, thank you.
I think so. I'll share my bottle over here if he wants part of it.
Once a cork, always a cork. So, and I was there, you were there, this judge was not there. And prosecution tables over here, defense
BRB,
tables
I've got to
over
get
here,
another
judges
notebook.
up here. And then there's a rail behind which the clerk was. And because of all the massive electronic equipment we had there with big screens, there was an area over on my right facing the judge. And then I think you were located in that area right between the judge and that area. Is that correct?
Talking about in the well area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, sir. For
Now-
the most part, now sometimes I was out there with the screen
Right.
in the gallery.
Right. But there was a screen on which you could see not only what the gallery back there could see, but the images that only the jury was supposed to see that were under seal. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, there's a woman named Rhonda, the writer, correct?
Rich.
Rich. And tell me who she is.
At the time, we did not know who she was. The the first time they were there, we didn't know. Then she came in Miss Becky's office the night before, and she asked if she could have another seat in the courtroom for the next day. And Miss Becky said yes. And she says, and what's your name again? And the only reason why I remember Rhonda, because, of course, my name being Rhonda. And the next day, Miss Rich was sitting, I don't know how to tell you, but she was sitting. Do you know where Doug was sitting?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I know, Judge, you don't know where Doug
Where was Doug sitting? I don't know where Doug was sitting.
But
Ma'am.
Doug was the audiovisual guy, and he had access to the unscreened, the unsealed images, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she was sitting right next to him, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In that little part. And
so she could see the body cam, she could
Not
see
Doug.
the unredacted corpse pictures, the autopsy pictures, all the photos that the judge had sealed, correct?
well, no, the only thing she could see was what was being put up at the time.
Right. But
Okay.
as they were put up, she could see them.
Right, but they tried their best to seal it where you couldn't, but you could still see it there. I didn't see any of those,
Right.
okay?
But she could see them.
Right, and Doug was really having a problem with that. And I can also tell you that our court reporters didn't know who she was either, okay?
And
So
she
people
turns
were
out to be a
concerned about
writer, correct?
Yes, sir, after I found out, yes, sir,
And her name is Rhonda Rich.
correct.
She was given access to areas that only court personnel should have had access
Right, but then we broke, and then she
Let her
moved
finish.
her in the well with me. She was about on my left.
In the well?
Either Elizabeth or Mike was on my right. And I noticed she was taking notes. And I asked her what was she doing, taking notes.
Nobody should have been sitting in the well. It's a security issue.
She says, I'm a Sunday school teacher. Well, I immediately covered up everything I had.
You don't trust Sunday school teachers?
So,
You don't trust Sunday school teachers?
let me just, look, there's too many preachers in my family on both sides, okay?
So you determined she was not a Sunday school teacher, and later learned that she was a writer writing about the Murdaugh case, correct?
Now, I don't know if she's ever a Sunday school teacher or not. There's just, I don't even know where she goes to church or anything, so I can't tell you that answer.
I don't know
But
who
I
her
did
people
find
are.
out that she was a writer because shortly after she was put there, and evidently after I covered everything up, shortly after that, Judge Newman asked for a recess so we could find where people were going to be working. And that's when she put Miss Rich out in the gallery in control of that screen.
And she ended up writing the foreword to Becky's book. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Becky gave her access to area only court personnel should have had. Is that correct?
That is true. But now I'll be honest with you, sir. There's been a couple times when we had other people that were sitting on that side where we weren't planning on seeing sealed documents that day.
Right.
But there were some other people that sat there, but nobody that actually sat in the well that wasn't.
Nobody should have been sitting in the well.
Thank you, court's indulgence.
And if Judge Newman had known, he probably would have been frustrated by it. I don't know why Murdaugh looks like he's clapping.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, okay.
Kimberly said, I'm over here shouting, we live here now, mount up, bring
Judge, do you
everyone.
have
My
an
husband
extra
is looking
bottle
at me
of
like
water
I'm
there by any
nuts.
chance you willing to share? Oh, Miss Elizabeth's got
Becky,
one.
what
Thank
did
you.
you do? I'm going to put up a poll at the end of this after Rhonda's testimony to see who you believe, Rhonda or Becky, because Rhonda has had a
How you
whole lot
doing
to
today?
say.
I'm good, sir. Please call me Rhonda.
I always called you Miss Rhonda. I've known you for a long time as well. In fact,
Yes, sir.
I tried one of
Becky's-
those murder cases in front of you years ago.
Becky's elected, and there doesn't seem to be a procedure to impeach her. So I don't know if Becky's going to lose her job, if she's going to be asked to step down. That's a barrel of snakes for another day.
Yeah, right.
Yes, sir.
Wanted to ask a couple things. I won't be that long. And one of the things that you said earlier is you said when you initially were talking to Miss Hill, she said something like, we ought to write a book or something.
That is correct.
Okay. And so did y'all have any further discussion about you writing the book or participating with the book?
Oh,
or anything
no,
like
sir.
that?
I'm crazy enough not to write one.
Okay. During the course of, though, after the
But
trial.
to be fair, I can see a conversation between coworkers when something crazy's happening at work going, we should write a book about this shit. Yeah, I need a lake house. You need a new this. I can see that being a joke though, right? So we'll see.
She did send you like chapters and things like that to take a look at.
I did get to see a couple of drafts of the manual.
Okay, so she did send you those to take a look at and review and that sort of thing. Is
Correct.
that correct? Okay. All right. And you were asked and again, Your Honor, just to be clear, I'd made some objections.
You do not waive any objections by cross-examination. They are all preserved. May proceed.
Thank you. You mentioned, some statements that you attributed to Ms. Hill, during the course of conversations during the course of the trial. Is that correct? Just things like watching closely, watches mannerism, things like that. And where were those conversations? Were those conversations taking place back in the clerk's offices with clerk staff and people like that?
Yes, sir, in the clerk's office. It might have been downstairs in the bathroom.
Okay.
That some of us had privilege to go to.
All right. So you and Miss Becky and other court staff maybe just discussing the case and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And people were expressing their opinions about what was going on and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Now, when we were having those discussions, there weren't more than one or two, maybe three people there.
Okay. But just a few people there just talking back behind the scenes. That's what I'm
Correct.
driving at.
Yes, sir.
It was behind the scenes. And it's not uncommon for, clerk staff behind the scenes, not to the parties, not to the litigants, not to the jurors.
It's not a
among
closing
themselves back in, in the hallways back there to talk about the day's activities and things like that. Is that fair?
That's correct.
That is not uncommon.
And that's a big difference between the natural conversations that people that work together, court staff and the like, have with each other and actually having those conversations in front of the jurors, right? There's a big difference between those two, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's not uncommon for you. You're a clerk of court. You got people that work for you. Y'all are going to have private conversations about what's going on that are not to be shared, particularly with jurors, but with the public as well. Is that fair to say?
That is true.
Okay. All right. And so there were conversations like that going on that you were privy to and part of. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And you mentioned a little bit about, well, let me ask you this. So there are all these conversations going on, and that's natural. That happens, private conversations with court staff behind closed doors. But you never once saw or observed or had anyone tell you that any of those conversations were being shared by Miss Becky with any juror. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And if that had happened, if you had observed anything untoward or improper going on in this particular trial, you would have immediately gone to Judge Newman as part of your obligation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you never did that because you never observed anything like that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
But the driving in the car, Creighton, I'm still curious. I still have questions about that.
You were asked a little bit about Rhonda Rich, who was a member of the media, and how she was placed kind of back where the defense IT guy was. Is that correct?
I didn't say she was part of the media, sir.
Okay. Well, she was a writer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And then you said that eventually, though, Judge Newman stepped in, and then she was moved out into the gallery in charge of the screen out there.
Right, but I don't know. I thought Miss Becky moved. I'm not saying Judge Newman did.
Okay. All right. And over there in that area of the, if we look in the courtroom, there was sort of the grand jury box over here, and that was where court TV was and media was stationed and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And inevitably, there were media members that could view some of the images that were being shown. They were just not able to report those just because of the nature of where the courtroom was. Is that accurate?
Well, I was told they couldn't see it, so I don't know what they actually saw because I didn't discuss it with the media.
It was supposed to be blocked.
You never had a
from view,
conversation
was my
with court
understanding.
TV or anything like that.
Other than the fact that be careful what they put on my front page of the New York Times on me.
All right. All right. And you're not aware of any image
do not mess with
or
my court.
confidential information or sealed image or anything like that was ever made privy to Miss Rich that was put in any sort of publication or anything like that. Is that correct?
Not I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. Because if you had found out about that too, you would have immediately gone and reported that to Judge Newman because you would have said, that's improper. That I need to go report to the judge, correct?
Correct.
And you never once saw anything during the entire course of this trial that caused you to say, you know what, I got to go talk to Judge Newman. Something ain't right about what's going on here.
I'm still real confused. She didn't talk to Judge Newman about the car ride.
That is correct.
And you would have done that without a doubt if you had seen that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, in looking at, back at this trial, you mentioned that there was a few days at the beginning of trial that you weren't there because you had your own court to take care of back in Barnwell County, correct?
Correct.
I mean, it was a
And
6-week
then,
trial.
pretty much after that, I guess you
People
were
have
pretty
things
much
to do.
present the majority of the remainder of the time. Is that fair to say?
I was. I had one for medical procedure done. I missed 2 days, but basically other than that, I was there every day.
And there was a period of time, though, during the middle of the trial where Miss Becky had a medical issue and had to be absent from the courtroom for about a week. Or
COVID.
something
She had
like
COVID.
that.
She had COVID.
Okay.
Great.
And during that period of time, you
At
were
least that's what her
present
email said.
and functioning as the lead clerk of court during that period of time.
That is correct.
All right. So the reality is that you were present for probably as much, if not more than anyone in the clerk's function during the course of this trial. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, just to reiterate, there was not one time that you observed or came in possession of any information that you were like, I got to go talk to Judge Newman about this.
That's been made clear.
Court's indulgent.
I want to see what Justice Toal has to say. I've got a lot of questions about giving this juror a ride home. But remember this morning, a juror was asked about that, and a juror said, no, I never got a ride home. So was Becky taking a literary license to make herself seem more involved in this case than she was? I don't know. I really don't with that point. But the clerk of court from Barnwell, Rhonda, heard that Becky gave a juror a ride home with Mr. Bill.
Half a question.
All right.
Mr. Waters indicated to you that you were not aware of whether or not, and you agreed that you never witnessed her talking to a juror about the evidence. Is that correct? We agree on that. Do you know, but she did admit to you that she had been with a juror alone in a car for some period of time when you confronted her with that. Is that
Thank
correct?
you for circling
Yes,
back.
sir.
And did she indicate to you what she talked to that juror about while they're alone in the car?
No, sir. She told me, the only thing she told me was that she did not discuss the case, that she had Mr. Bill, the bailiff, with her, and he could tell her that. Tell that.
But the juror said they didn't get a ride home.
When she said she didn't discuss the case, did you bring that up or did she bring that up?
She brought that up.
You didn't say shouldn't be with him because it's
improper,
frowned upon?
I did tell her that I would caution her on doing that because the perception of dealing with the jurors one-on-one is not tolerated.
The appearance of impropriety is hard to overcome. Yikes.
Thank you, Ms. McElveen. You may be excused.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Harpootlian, call your next witness.
Your Honor, we would call Juror 741.
I know you're not going to. Well, that's right. She's an alternate. That's all right.
He's like, I know you're not going to refer to her by what name?
We're not going to sign her a letter. We're just going to go with 741.
I got you.
And Your Honor, while she's coming, my understanding is I'm limited to 4 questions.
Yes, sir. I have a copy,
This
and
is not-
I have given.
Chat, hear me. This is not the egg lady juror. I'm going to ask a question about Becky versus Rhonda in a minute. This is not the egg juror. This is a different juror.
The court reporter a copy of this affidavit with the name obscured and the number, I think, as well. So, but the affidavit that supports this testimony that you're about to offer is Court's Exhibit 5.
Other than a little background about her getting picked for the jury and how long she was on the jury and
That's
then she
fine.
got excused. That's all we intend on asking these 4 questions.
All right, sir.
Unless Mr. Waters.
This is an impeachment
Sure. I mean,
witness.
they'll have cross-examination.
Alternate juror.
He would definitely open the door.
All right.
He's limited to the 4 questions initially. Is that?
Yeah.
No, sir. He's just telling me that's what he intends to do. Fine.
Matters.
Sometimes you can
Good to
hold
see ya.
lawyers to that, and sometimes you can't, Mr. Miller.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I intend on only asking her those 4 questions.
That's fine.
In the building.
Yeah.
The numbers.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to zoom because we need to catch up to real time.
Truth, the whole truth. Hope you God. Thank you. Please have a seat.
All right, they are swearing in an alternate. I'm going to ask you in the chat, Who do you believe about their conversation, Clerk Rhonda or Clerk Becky? Because that is the impeachment that this judge is going to have to parse. We are now getting to an alternate non-deliberating juror.
Same rules apply to her that apply to the other jurors in terms of her image appearing.
That's correct. There'll be no photograph made of this particular witness who was an alternate
Yeah,
juror.
they already messed that up.
Thank you.
We tried to zoom
I'm going to refer
past
to
it,
you
y'all.
as
I tried to zoom past it.
Juror 741. It's what we got to do here so we don't use your name so people don't know who you are. Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
And you and I have met before.
Correct.
I came to your home one Sunday afternoon. I believe you're cooking Sunday dinner, and we talked. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm sure they were
thrilled. And then you were interviewed by SWED.
Correct.
And you gave them a recorded statement. And then this morning you came here and you gave me an affidavit that you signed, and you're here with your lawyer. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, just for purposes of the record, you were a juror. You were selected to be a juror on the State versus Alec Murdaugh murder charge, correct?
Correct.
And you sat in the courtroom for 6 weeks and listened to all the testimony.
Correct.
And you were the alternate.
Correct.
And so when the jury went out to deliberate, you were excused. Is that correct? Now, I'm going to go through a series of questions based on your affidavit, okay?
Okay.
Which you signed this morning, which was based on our initial interview with you and
which you signed this morning. Did you catch that? About your affidavit that you signed this morning. So this conversation with the defense recently took place.
your interview with SWED. This is basically the same thing you told SWED. Is that correct?
Correct.
In your affidavit, you say before the defense put up their
Becky calls
case.
that literary license.
Sir?
Wait, who's objecting? That wasn't Creighton. Who's piping up on the prosecution's table?
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. In your affidavit, you said before the defense put up their case, Ms. Hill told the jurors, quote, the defense is about to do their side. They're going to say things that will try to confuse you. Don't let them confuse you or convince you or throw you off, unquote. Is this true? Did Ms. Hill say
That's
that?
exactly what she told us.
I'm sorry?
That's exactly what she told us.
Okay. The next thing you say is Ms. Hill made the above statement warning the defense would try to confuse us in the presence of all the jurors as we assembled in the same jury room. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, y'all were initially in two
We was
jury...
in two separate rooms, and when she came in, we all went in one room.
Okay.
Chad, I see you guys saying no other juror said this. Correct. But when Rhonda testified, Rhonda said that Becky said those same things to her when they were just chatting like in the back. So how would this juror know that that's what Becky was saying to Rhonda? You know, don't believe him and the rest of it. So this alternate is like, that's exactly what she said. Who else was around is what I want to know.
Paragraph number 5, Ms. Hill said, if you get emotional, we want to see your face because that is what they want to see. What does that mean?
She said, don't get nervous. Don't be afraid to show your emotions because that's what they want to see.
Who wants to see?
I don't know who she's speaking of.
Wild.
I'm assuming the court.
Okay. And then number 6, Ms. Hill also informed us Alex Murdaugh was going to testify, but I don't recall exactly what she said. All the jurors were assembled in one room when she made that comment.
Exactly.
She told you that Alex Murdaugh was going to testify.
Exactly.
Did you know before that he was going to testify?
I think we knew that he was going to come up. I think he was supposed to do it the day before, but he didn't. And I knew he was going to be the last person that afternoon.
Okay. During the visit to Moselle, juror number 826 and I walked to the scene together. Then juror 826 began walking with the clerk of court, Becky Hill. I could tell they were talking. I could not hear what was said between them. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that does corroborate. Becky said they were talking about the trees or whatever.
Is what you put in this affidavit truthful?
Yes, sir.
And this is what you told us back in
I don't remember.
August, I believe. I think I interrupted you cooking Sunday dinner.
Right.
All right, thank you. Please answer any questions defense may have for you.
Mr. Waters.
The defense may have.
Or
They're not
Mr.
the
Maddox.
defense.
Thank you, please, Your Honor.
The prosecutors aren't supposed to be the defense. Becky Hill's still sitting in this courtroom. The prosecutors aren't supposed to be the defense here. The goal here is to get to the truth of what happened in this trial, not defend Becky Hill. Becky Hill's kind of on an island on her own with her own attorneys. It is not the job of the prosecution to defend her, but it feels like they are defending their conviction and they are fighting to defend their conviction. So I get that it feels like they're on the defense. They don't have the burden. They don't have the burden of proof, but I've missed Metters. I'm just going to be honest. A lot.
Good afternoon, Ms.
Good
Seven.
afternoon.
I would guess Metters
Nice
has
to
a lot
see
of
you again.
preachers in his family as well. Because he likes to bring the
When's
sermon.
the first time you talked to Mr. Harpootlian or Mr. Griffin or any other attorney?
I can't tell you exactly. It's been months. It's probably been September, August. It's been months.
Okay. And were they the first attorney to talk to you, or was there somebody else that talked to you prior to them? Any other attorney?
No, I think he was the first person I talked to.
You sure?
I think. It was so many people trying to call me, and I was trying not to be involved, so I can't quite remember. But he was the first person I seen.
First person in person?
Yes.
Okay. So when he came to your house?
Yes.
Mr. Harpootlian came to your house?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, was Miss Holly with him? Holly, do you mind raising your hand? You see Miss Holly?
Yes.
Okay. And was anybody else with him?
Yes. He was.
Mr. Griffin?
Mr. Griffin.
Thank you.
How many of these fools rolled up
And
at
you
your
gave
house
them
on Sunday?
them a statement then, right?
Right.
And did they record you? I mean, were they audio or video recording you? Did they say we'd like to record this?
No.
They didn't?
Metters.
But neither did the people that came out.
Metters, get back to the microphone, man. For the love of God. Metters, get back.
I didn't know I was being recorded by them neither.
I'm not trying to fuss.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
asking. But is there an audio recording of
Your conversation with them that you know of?
No.
Did they say?
None that I know of. No.
Okay. So you don't remember them saying?
No audio recording. We're required to tell her for recording her under rules. We didn't record her.
He was on cross-examination.
Yeah, Poot.
Thank you. And at that point, and that was again, do you remember, you said you think, was that around the end of August, 1st of September when they first came and talked to you? Roughly?
Roughly. I don't want to.
And you told them basically everything that you've told us now, right?
Yes.
Exact same thing?
Exact same thing that I told them.
nothing less, nothing more?
No.
Yes.
I did miss Metters.
So
He's
Mr.
funny.
Harpootlian, and you didn't sign an affidavit back in September.
It does wander.
Or when you talked to him the first time?
No.
And why not?
Because he was just coming out to talk to me. He just was asking questions. It wasn't nothing officially. He had, so.
When you say nothing officially, I don't know what you mean.
He was just coming out to ask, he was just asking questions about what went on during the trial. It wasn't.
But did they ask you to sign an affidavit that day?
No.
Okay. Did they ask you to sign an affidavit any time right after that?
No.
They never asked you to sign an affidavit until this week?
No, I was supposed to meet with them a couple of occasions, but I was having my own personal issues and I couldn't come.
She's like, I had
Well,
stuff to
I'm sorry
do.
about that.
No problem.
So you told them at this first meeting, back at the end of August, 1st of September, that y'all going to hear some things that will throw you off. Don't let it distract you or mislead you. Is that what you said?
That's what I didn't say that. That's what the clerk of court told
Yeah,
me.
I'm saying that's what you said to
That's
them.
what you said
I'm
that
sorry.
she
Okay.
said.
And where did that take
Hearsay.
place?
She would always stand like on the outside of the jury's room, like in between, like on the outside. She would never really come inside the jury room.
So there were two rooms, right?
Yeah.
Okay, one room, and then the other room separated, correct?
Right.
And you couldn't hear people talk in the other room, could you?
No, that's why when she came, everybody came in one room.
Okay, so
This comment you said she made, did she bring everybody out in the hallway?
Some people was in the hall. That's why I said she was standing right at the head of the door.
Standing at the head of the door.
Right.
Was Mr. Bill there? Your bailiff?
Yeah, he would be standing in the hallway.
He's all out there, right?
Right.
And then she said in front of everybody, the defense is about to do their side. They're going to say things that will confuse you. Don't let them confuse you or convince you or throw you off. She said that to everybody.
She said that to everybody.
So everybody could have heard.
Everybody could hear it.
And you said you were all in the same jury room.
Yeah, we would all be in the same. When she came, she was standing in front of the door with the jury room that I was in, and everybody would come over. They would let us know before she came. They'll let us know like after lunch she gonna come talk to y'all, and we all would gather together.
So would you go from the two rooms into one room?
Some would be standing out. She would stand in front of the door. Some would be standing around her outside the door, and some would be in the room.
Right. She said that a couple times.
But it was clear enough for us to hear and see her.
And I'm just, Mr. Harpootlian led you, and Ms. Hill made the above statement warning that the defense would try to confuse us in the presence of all of the jurors as we had assembled in the same jury room.
We was all in the same jury room. She would be on outside the door, and we would be in the room, and someone would be standing beside her. We was always all together when she came.
Not exactly the same room, but the same space.
Do you think
Matters.
that was unusual?
No, because I mean, I guess she didn't want to walk back and forth to room.
No, in fact, what she said. Do you think that was unusual?
Yeah, I did.
And if you get emotional and see his face, they want people to see your face?
Because, some of the jurors was getting emotional, and I guess she noticed it, so she commented on it.
She shouldn't have been commenting
and
on it.
You said you didn't. The statement he read, she informed you that the defendant was going to testify, but don't recall exactly what was said.
After, I can't.
When was that?
That was, I think he came in that afternoon, like at 2:33. So that was before he testified, I think.
And where was it?
Oh, in the jury room. Where we were all, like I said, we would all meet.
And I guess what I'm saying is you're in two different rooms for a while, right? When y'all get up there, you split, don't you?
Yeah.
Like the people that talk loud in one room and others in the other one? Pretty much.
No, it's not like that. It was just, they just split it off. They just asked us what room we wanted to go to.
So when you were fixing to come back to it?
It was like, there's a quiet room and there's a room for the loud talkers. And then they split it up. And she's like, sir, what? But the fact that Becky Hill is still in this courtroom is bananas to me.
Jury room. To the box.
Mm-hmm.
You tell us you'd all go into one jury room together?
Only when she came to speak to us.
And Mr. Harpootlian asked you about, I believe, number 7 on the affidavit. And when did you sign this affidavit?
This morning.
Okay. And when's the last time you had talked to Mr. Harpootlian?
No, I haven't talked to him since he came to my house.
Or any of them before?
Nobody made a motion to exclude Becky, even though she's still under subpoena. Her testimony is done.
Involved in this case before?
So they're allowing
today
it.
Since then?
No, he was talking to my lawyer.
Okay, and who was that?
Sean Wilson.
Okay, and when had Sean Wilson talked to you?
He's been my lawyer.
Since when?
Since 2021.
Okay, when Mr. Wilson talked to you about
this case and what you told Mr. Harpootlian prior to...
All right. They apparently don't object to this, but I am very uncomfortable with your asking what her lawyer told her.
And I wasn't going to context.
I was just looking for timing.
Well, she's told you a couple of times that he was her lawyer since 2021.
Well, see, you're a lawyer for this.
For what you mean for this?
Well, like being a juror.
For being a juror?
Yes, sir.
I didn't have he was always my lawyer.
Okay. You didn't hire him for this?
No, I didn't hire him for this.
But he had talked to Mr. Harpootlian about your affidavit.
How would she know that?
Today, hadn't he? Is that a yes?
Yes, he was looking over the paperwork. He was looking out for me because he's my attorney.
When was he looking over the paperwork?
Sir?
Oh, I guess ever since September, October, I don't.
Sir?
I wasn't really keeping up with it, to be honest, because I'm.
So do you know if he's talked to Mr. Harpootlian this week?
Yeah, he talked to him today.
Talked to him today?
That's what he was trying to get
We was
at.
together.
Who was together?
Me and my lawyer.
And Mr. Harpootlian?
Yes, when I went to go sign the affidavit.
What they were trying
Where'd
to
you
get
sign it?
At his office.
At whose office?
Mr. Harpootlian office.
Your Honor.
I was supposed to.
I would object.
Okay.
This meandering, I mean, there's no jury here. It's you. And I don't know what
Well,
this
how
is.
about helping a little bit? I think we got all the information. Yeah, all right. I think he's gonna move on. Yeah.
Poot and Metters don't get along particularly well. Metters was the attorney that got the gun pointed at him. The fact that
and that's
Poot
the last
called him
question Mr.
meandering
Harpoon didn't ask you about this affidavit.
is
What
funny
was
to
the
me.
last question?
During the visit to Moselle, Juror 8, say the number, whatever the letter is, it doesn't matter.
Metters.
You saw a juror, and I walked the scene together, then the juror began talking with the clerk of court. I could tell they were talking, but I couldn't hear what they were said between them. That's
Correct.
the last question he asked, right?
Correct.
So, and you have no idea what that conversation was about?
No, I don't.
Now, the next, number 8, he didn't ask you about was I also overheard discussions in the jury room that Miss Hill drove a juror home. I believe it was a juror whose nickname was Boston. Now, he didn't ask you that a minute ago, did he?
No, but
Just
okay.
yesterday.
No.
And you didn't include that in the first conversation you had
It's all
with them
hearsay,
back in
but
August and
okay.
September in this affidavit. Miss Holly did you? You didn't tell them about that.
I can't remember.
Have you seen the affidavit Miss Holly did for you back in September 1st,
Objection, Your Honor.
2022?
Miss Holly did not do an affidavit. Miss Holly
She
did
just
her affidavit, her notes of what this young lady said to her, and what she included and didn't include was based on what Miss Holly thought.
Poot, nobody rang your buzzer.
She can't be cross-examined.
That's not in evidence, Mr. Meadows, so I think you need
We'd
to
offer
move.
it, Your Honor.
Sir?
I'd offer it. Just to.
Well, how is this thing gonna be authenticated?
Uh-huh.
You know, even more importantly, he can't question her. I'm sorry.
Holy shit.
Talk at one time. I don't even have the affidavit. Let me
Nobody
see what
rang
you're
your
talking-
buzzer, buddy.
You're talking about the one that was just offered today?
This is one Holly
No,
did
no.
when he first talked to her.
I'm going to clear this up for everybody right now. Poot's paralegal, Holly Miller, filed an affidavit with the court saying that she spoke to this juror and that this juror, alternate juror, said all these things. But the juror did not sign an affidavit. And the juror has said she had life stuff going on. And so she was supposed to sign an affidavit and didn't. So the affidavit submitted to the court was Holly Miller's retelling of the conversation that happened until today, when this juror went to Poot's office and signed the affidavit. That is the confusion.
We're back in August, and she's referring back to
Miss Miller. Okay. Miss Miller.
This is Ms. Miller's affidavit about what
This juror said.
she thinks
This juror said.
this juror said.
Yes.
I'm not going to allow this, Mr. Miller.
It was in the filings.
I don't see a whole lot of difference between this and what's been said in the affidavit that has been offered by Mr. Waters, but I'm not going to allow that.
It's in the defense's filings, so you already have it.
You did not tell them about
hearing that Miss Hill had driven a juror home back when you met with them in September, did you?
I can't remember.
I'm sorry.
That is a fleet of attorney generals in this courtroom. A fleet, including the elected attorney general, Alan Wilson, with the blue shirt and the blue tie. Not Creighton Waters.
who is Boston.
She was a juror on the trial. I don't know her, but that was the nickname they gave her. I don't know her first name.
I love that y'all have nicknames for each other.
And what, if anything, did you know or convey about Boston?
She was a juror on the case, just like everybody else.
But anything else?
Nothing.
Ma'am?
No.
Okay. So again, Mr. Harpootlian didn't ask you, but when you, in the affidavit of
Others, what are you looking
today,
January 29th. What is today?
I also overheard discussions in the jury room that Miss Hill drove a juror home. I believe it was a juror whose nickname was Boston. Is that something was added after your lawyer was with Mr. Hartman today?
I don't know if I added it. We talked about it today, but I don't know if I mentioned it in September or not.
That's what Metters is getting at. Metters is getting at whether or not there were things added to the affidavit today when Harpootlian knew he wanted to call Rhonda, who was going to talk about also hearing about the juror being driven home. That's why he's trying to have this conversation. Did you tell them this before, or did Harpootlian bring it up to you today?
But I know
You've ever talked about it, wasn't it?
Your Honor.
No, it's not.
No reason to raise objection.
The first thing is, Mr. Meadows, I'm going to caution.
Ooh. I think she said, I'm going to crush you. No, she didn't. I'm going to back up because that judge is going to tell him to stay at his podium and stop getting all up on the witness. But I want to hear the fight that is kicking off.
I also overheard discussions in the jury room that Miss Hill drove a juror home. I believe it was a juror whose nickname was Boston. Is that something was added after your lawyer was with Mr. Hartman today?
I don't know if I added it. We talked about it today, but I don't know if I mentioned it in September or not.
That's
but I know
You've ever talked about it, wasn't it?
Your Honor.
No, it's not.
No reason to raise objection.
The first thing is, Mr. Meadows, I'm going to caution you one more time about this. You cannot talk over a witness. The second thing is, you don't need to be marching all back around here. You talking only to me, not jury or anything else.
Podium.
So let's slow down, and this is repetitive of questions that have been asked before. If you want to take this tone with her, I don't know exactly what you're trying to accomplish.
I'm not trying to take tone. I apologize. She knows that, and I'm sorry.
Well, you're just talking to me. This is not some drama thing for the jury.
I know. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, let's.
Ma'am, I have a feeling he talks like this when trying to pick what's for dinner, though.
Let's finish this thing up.
The only reason I did it, what he hadn't asked about it, and it to me is the key issue here. They're trying to say was different.
Mr. Meadows, I mean, you lecturing to the witness or to me or what? Please don't do that. Strike that from the record, please.
Don't strike.
Let's
I'm sorry.
Let's line this up.
All
right.
Matters, get to the point. Find it with both hands. Justice Toal is not going to take any of
number
this.
9 in the affidavit that before the jury began deliberating, I heard a member of the court staff say the deliberation shouldn't take long. I don't remember specifically who made it, but it was made in the presence of the entire jury right after closing arguments in the jury room.
Correct.
She wouldn't have been in the jury room, though.
Then I think you said something. Judge Newman came to see you afterwards.
She wouldn't have been in the jury room. After closing arguments, only the deliberating jurors go back to the jury room. She shouldn't have been going back to the jury room after closing arguments at all, which is wild. Normally, the alternates are taken to a separate room once closing arguments are made. They know who the alternates are. That juror shouldn't have even been back there. There is no reason why she would have been back there after closing arguments because she was an alternate. So anything said to the deliberating juror, she should not have been there to hear, which is timing-wise odd for me, and I hope he asks questions about it because they should separate those jurors immediately.
But after the jury went to their room, you were in a separate...
No. When we first left out the courtroom, we all went in the same jury room.
That's odd. Hold on. Let me back up. Because he's trying to figure out when she got parsed out as an alternate.
Newman came to see you afterwards, but after the jury went to their room, you were in a separate...
No. When we first left out the courtroom, we all went in the same jury room. And then they separated me.
Miss Simply, when I mean to raise my voice.
Oh, that's okay.
I apologize.
That's fine.
But when they started deliberating, were you in a separate room?
Yeah, when they started deliberating.
So you had no involvement in the deliberations or verdict of Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
No, sir. No, sir.
You didn't get to come back to the verdict, did you?
No, sir.
That's it, Metters. Stop.
Have you read Miss Hill's book?
No.
Okay. And I noticed your interview. I did watch it. And I think Mr. Radford, back there, you can raise your hand, Kyle Radford, I think came to your place and interviewed you.
Okay.
At some point during the trial, I think there was some discussion that somebody might have wanted to do an interview with you.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Okay. And then after the trial, I think there was some
discussing somebody, since you weren't on the jury, they may not have wanted to interview you. You remember that, roughly telling the officer that?
Yeah, that's not what she said. She came to me, roughly in the middle of the trial, and she said, I have a few people who would like to interview. She said, she didn't say a few. She said, I have a lot of people that's inquiring an interview with you. She said, but I'll have to get with you after the trial. But after the trial, she came back in the jury room, and she started handing out cards. And she handed everybody cards but me. And she was like, I don't have any cards for you for an interview because no one wants to speak with you. That's what was said.
And did
when was this?
Yes, I was.
You were happy with
I don't need to be interviewed.
State court adult.
He said you were mad about that, and she's like, nope, miss me. But none of the other jurors said anything about that.
Briefly, Your Honor. The matter just asked you a series of questions that I'm not sure I'd heard before. Who approached you during the trial and indicated the media would want to interview you?
Miss Hill.
Miss Hill?
Miss Hill herself.
Just you or all the jurors?
Miss Hill herself.
They had, I think it's the day they had the bomb threat. And I think that was the day. And she approached me.
You?
Me, by myself.
By yourself. And where were you?
That's the day in the lunchroom when they had the bomb threat. We went to the middle school. I believe that was the day.
The middle school. And she came over to you and said what?
That she had some reporters that was reaching out to her that wanted to speak with me.
To you?
Yeah.
Not the whole jury, to you. Was there anybody with you at that time?
The bomb threat was
Did she
like
indicate why they wanted to
midway
speak
through the
with
trial,
you?
if I remember
Just
that.
you?
No.
Did she indicate what reporters?
No.
Did she ever talk to you about doing interviews with the media after that?
No.
But you indicated she brought some cards at some point?
She brought cards in to hand to the jurors.
Was that the same day?
After
the
verdict was read.
Cards of media people?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you she was writing a book?
No.
Did she indicate to you why it might be good for her if you did media interviews?
No.
But she had a conversation with you in the lunchroom of the middle school.
I believe it was the lunchroom. I think the day of the bomb threat.
The day of the bomb threat.
I'm 100% sure she came to me and she told me that in the middle of the trial.
On the day of the bomb threat,
No.
at the middle school.
Pulled you over and said, "Hey, I can
with
make
the
you
private
famous.
conversation.
I can put you on TV."
She said she had media that wanted to talk to me. That's what she said.
Okay. I hyperbolize. I apologize, Your Honor.
You did hyperbolize. Is that taking literary license?
No further questions, Mr. Harpootlian? No, Your Honor. Very good. Thank you very much, ma'am. You are excused.
Poot, you should just say no further questions so everybody isn't left questioning why you're wandering off. Because sometimes you're wandering off asking to beg the court's indulgence so you can talk to co-counsel. And sometimes you're wandering off because you're just done. Could you just say? Could Metters just stay at the podium? And I like Mr. Metters. But man.
All right, Mr. Harpootlian, that it?
I need to put one matter on the record, Your Honor, and that is it.
All right.
Do it up.
What to put on the record.
All right.
Put it on the record.
Your Honor, earlier today, you received a very short affidavit from Juror Z.
An email from Juror
Would
Z.
you like to proffer that and make it part of the record?
Right. I did not admit it, but I'll accept a written proffer. And if you would give the thing to me, I saw it on the screen on my law clerk's computer, but I don't have a printed out copy.
We don't either, but would you allow us to do that?
I will allow, before I close the record with Ms. Harris, if you can get it to us. When can you get it to us?
I think it needs to be part of a record. I don't think it should be admitted to evidence, but it needs to be part of the
Email it this
record.
afternoon.
Very well. How about do this? How about email it to Mr. Waters, to me, to Ms.
I think
Diaz,
it was emailed to
and
everybody.
to Ms. Harris, the court reporter. And I will say now,
Folks, I do have copies of that. I'd like to make that part of the record.
All right, but hand it up.
It's
to
gone
me, let me see.
artistic.
And also, of course, to Ms. Waters.
It's very mod. Well, at least the audio is fine.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We now
I
look like we
got
are
two
in
of
a
these.
Flock of Seagulls music video, and I'm not mad about
I'll
it.
give you one back.
It really, truly, we are in a court music video. I'm not mad at the glitches, though. And I ran so far. Anyway, all right. Is that the music video I'm thinking of? Where they go from the black and white to color with the cartoon? Y'all that used to watch MTV know what I'm talking about. All right, I'm going to answer some questions. Was it Duran Duran? Thank you. Or Duran Duran. Was it Duran Duran that did the black and white and then into the color with the... Was it AHA? Was it AHA? Take on Me? Thank you, chat.
The hearing before Judge Newman to seal the body cam videos was on May 26, 2023. This email is in July, just to give you the context of
All
what's
right,
going on.
and this is being offered as a after the fact email to Rebecca Hill, and her replies garnered from the emails that were released by Cotton County at a certain point. And it addresses the issue I raised with Ms. Hill relative to the security of sealed records.
Exactly, Your
All
Honor.
right, I'll admit it. Mr.
Amy,
Waters?
it's good to see you, friend.
As to this specific exhibit, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I mean, we don't have any objection other than the ones we've raised just generally to the testimony. But I have no further objection to
Very
Your
good.
Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, that's all we would have.
All right, hang on. All right, have you got a copy of it there? I got it. This is his next exhibit.
Any chance Justice Toal presides over the retrial? Let's see what happens if there is a retrial first, and then we'll get to that.
Your exhibit 1, Mr. Harpootlian.
I don't know if Justice Toal
is
would even
your
want to.
exhibit 2.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Now we proceed to closing. You prepared?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Mr. Waters.
And now we get to closing arguments.
Your Honor, just to go back and reiterate.
I'm going to just pause real quick. Who do you believe about their conversation? Clerk Rhonda, Clerk Becky. 95% of you believe Clerk Rhonda. We're getting to closing. I didn't think they were going to give a closing today, so here we go.
As to the standard, and ultimately, we've of course argued that the defendant has the burden. We've also discussed that the standard for Your Honor, of course, is first of all, was there any misconduct that occurred? And then regardless of that, whether or not there was any effect on the verdict. And the standard has been expressed in multiple cases is whether the verdict is solely the product of honest deliberation or the product of outside influence. And that inquiry fundamentally, as the court recognized from the very beginning, focuses on the jurors themselves, because it doesn't necessarily matter what was said as much or what was intended or what was inadvertent, even assuming that those existed. What matters is what the jurors heard, what they perceived, and whether or not it had any sort of effect on the verdict. And Your Honor went through that inquiry with these jurors. 11 of those jurors were clear and unequivocal that there was no effect on their verdict, and also clear and unequivocal that nothing was said that could in any way be inferred as any sort of attempt to influence them.
That's what I thought he was going to argue.
That's very important, Your Honor, because there can be sometimes behind the doors, as we've talked about, I think some of the cases recognize this, that some conversations can go on and things like that can happen. But ultimately, and while I think there were some cases cited in some of the various South Carolina decisions, that it's unrealistic and not surprising to think that sometimes things like that can happen, an untoward comment or something was said. But that was an Aldrich, Your Honor, in the 1999 Supreme Court case.
But the mere fact that something like that may be stated, that could be stated in a neutral reason, is not enough to undermine the verdict, because the inquiry ultimately boils down to what was it that those jurors heard, and in the end, though, did they listen to the instructions from the trial judge? Did they come to a fair and honest verdict? And Your Honor, the evidence here is overwhelming, I would say, from the people that matter, and that's those jurors. And that is, there was no effect on the jurors. And you saw every single one of them very clearly and strongly looked you in the eye, all 11 at least, and I'll get to the 12th one in a second, but looked you in the eye and said, no, that didn't happen. No, I didn't hear anything like that. No, there was no effect on our verdict. No, this was our verdict, and it was based solely, which was Your Honor's question, solely on the evidence and the law and the testimony at trial. And I think that that carries the day. We have the one juror, and I want to make sure, because I'm about to say the number and I don't want to
My
do
team
that.
just scared the crap out of
Go
me.
back to
Hi.
Juror Z. And let's look at Juror Z and what she said, because Juror Z also said that, yes, I said this was my verdict. I was polled and said this was my verdict. Juror C also said that my verdict was solely based on the evidence and the law of the testimony at trial. Answered question number 2, yes. Absolutely yes. But then goes on after that to say she heard some communications from the clerk, and then says, well, it had an effect on my verdict. Even after she had already answered question number 2, when she said her verdict was based solely on the evidence and the law and the testimony at trial. And beyond that then, Your Honor, I think
wanted to say,
that
go
it's
to
very
homework.
telling that the affidavit that was submitted from this particular juror, and we've been pointing this out from the beginning because it's very crucial and very telling, because despite the things that she alleges that happened, even though the other jurors say it didn't, despite the things that she alleges that happened, she says that she voted guilty because she felt pressure from other jurors. Not that her verdict was in any way
This is
affected
exactly
from
what
some
we thought he was
supposed
going to argue,
external
isn't it?
influence. In that affidavit that was filed with the defense motion from day one, that is what she says, that she felt pressure from other jurors. And Your Honor, we've cited the cases over and over again that the internal mechanics of the jury room, the fact that one juror feels pressured by others, as long as there's not violence or things that go beyond the pale, that is not a basis for undermining a verdict. That is part of the deliberative process, and it's expected, and it occurs. But I think it's very telling that we have those conflicting answers. And Your Honor, without waiving any objection to the latest affidavit that we were just discussing from this juror, I think that's very telling, because now we have answer number 3 as it relates to this particular juror. And of course, it is clearly manufactured and rehabilitated, recognized
manufactured
after the fact. She, of course, this juror is represented by Joe McCullough,
a dear friend of Dick Harpootlian.
Ultimately, we've got now a third version of events from this very juror. So we have this juror who's given answers all over the place.
He's arguing that this juror is not
inconsistent
trustworthy.
with 11 other jurors who were very strong and unequivocal that,
Interesting.
yes, this was our verdict. It was based solely on the evidence, the law, and the testimony, that there were no communications from Becky Hill that influenced that verdict. And I think ultimately when you look at the case law, in the end, it's up to Your Honor to make that ultimate determination and looking at all that law together. We cited a number of decisions, including, as we discussed, the questions to be had. I sent an email where we set out some questions that it's not uncommon, perhaps, for a juror to have a second thought. But the law is very clear that it does not recognize that, because what that would do would be to consistently and constantly put every verdict that occurs in any courtroom in this state or in the nation at risk. Jurors don't have to vote in perpetuity. They vote on one day and one day only. And here, Your Honor, the evidence is overwhelming that those jurors' verdict was the product of honest deliberation, and the only bit of contrary evidence to that effect is from a juror who, frankly, not only said that it was purely the result of honest deliberation, but then has answers all over the place. And Your Honor, I would say that the other 11 jurors are credible. They were strong. They were clear with Your Honor. And I think that ultimately that carries the day. Now, we've had testimony.
I'm surprised we've gotten to closings
from
today,
other
truthfully.
people since the jurors were here. We've had testimony, obviously, from Ms. Hill. We've had testimony from Ms. Rhonda, and we've had testimony from this alternate juror. But again, none of that testimony at all goes to what is the ultimate test for your honor, and that is whether or not this verdict was the product of honest deliberation. And on that, again, the evidence is overwhelming and strong and clear that it was the product of honest deliberation.
I'm going to poll you guys at the end of these arguments.
It's very interesting as we look at some of the testimony from the other witnesses. And obviously we have Miss Becky, and as your honor has pointed out, we're not here to go through some of the issues that have been alleged or are percolating out there. That's not the point of this proceeding here today. But
well, her credibility
Miss Becky is a court reporter and then became a clerk, and was clear to you that she never made any comment in an attempt to sway the jury one way or the other. We have Miss Rhonda,
who came across as incredibly credible.
and Miss Rhonda came in and testified, but I would submit to your honor that this is kind of a red herring, because what Miss Rhonda described were conversations that she herself admitted are just the kind of conversations that go on. And that's the reality of it. The conversations that go on.
But not with jurors, Creighton. But not with jurors, Creighton. The conversations that go on with colleagues in the courtroom, in the clerk's office, is not the conversations that ever should happen with jurors, Creighton. You know what else Ms. Rhonda said? Is that Ms. Becky admitted that she had driven a juror home, but it was fine because Bailiff Bill was there. She told Justice Toal on the stand that that never happened, and she didn't say that.
Among a trial team, when we're not in open court, where we're discussing things, the kind of conversations that go on among court staff behind the doors, those types of conversations go on, but that does not mean, nor does that necessarily indicate that somebody's not going to come out here and do their job fairly and understand. I think
she might have been joking about the I need a lake house situation.
Influencing a jury and not doing that. And one thing that I think is very important is Miss Rhonda was at that trial more than Miss Becky was. And she was very clear. And I probably was as repetitive as anyone here today in asking that question over and over again, because I didn't want that point to be lost. That Miss Rhonda said, I was there more than anyone else, and I never saw anything or observed anything or had anything happen that would cause me independently to go to Judge Newman, because that's what I would have done, to go to Judge Newman and say, something's not right about this. This needs to be fixed. Something's going on that's improper. And I think that that is an extremely crucial fact, because Miss Rhonda admitted and said, of course, as she would, that if something had happened that the judge needed to know about, she would have been the first one to do it. And it never happened. And she was here more than Miss Becky was. It never happened. When we look at the balance of those facts, when we have the clerk of court come in and testify that, you know, maybe I did this or maybe I did that, maybe I plagiarized the book, a portion of it.
You should never be in court saying, maybe I plagiarized the book, by the way.
Maybe I wrote in things in there that are based on community knowledge or newspapers or poetic license or whatever you want to call it. I don't care about the book. I would submit that Your Honor doesn't need to care about the book either, because the book and what happened with the book afterwards is not what is relevant to the inquiry. But she was clear that she did not have any attempt to influence that jury.
It doesn't
She was clear about
matter
it.
whether
Ms.
she
Rhonda was
intended
clear
it.
that she was not aware of anything like that either. And what does that do but corroborate the most important witnesses here?
The jurors.
The defense.
But Creighton, it doesn't matter what she intended. It's what happened and what the jurors
Miss Becky was the state's star witness, and that's not what this inquiry is about. It's not what this inquiry is about at all. Because as I've said from day one,
if there were not facts to be litigated, if we had not done an investigation and had those 11 jurors say, that didn't happen, there was no effect on our verdict. This was the product of honest deliberation. We would be the first ones here standing here to say that. But what we do know, Your Honor, is that what Miss Becky said and ultimately what Miss Rhonda said corroborates who are the true, if you want to say it, and I'm only using this term because the defense accused us of Miss Becky being our star witness. There are no star witnesses here. This isn't about stars. But what Miss Becky and Miss Rhonda do is corroborate who are the most important.
I don't know. I think everybody wanted to be a star in all this. I think a lot of people wanted a bit of a moment.
Witnesses. And that are those jurors. And you have 11 of them strong as a rock saying this verdict was not influenced. Nobody tried to influence.
The intellectual property division of RAM.
The product of our honest
or GMC.
deliberation.
Who's like a rock? We'll be in touch with you, Creighton.
One juror who said that too, but then has answers that are all over the place. And if you go back to her original statement, what she says is not external influence anyway. It's not sufficient under the law. So I think that the proof here is overwhelming. I think the proof here corroborates what those jurors say. I think the only juror that
the proof here is that Becky Hill absolutely had conversations with the judge. I'm surprised she's not asking for more briefing, but I think we might get a ruling today. A lot of you are saying we are. We're a little bit behind live time, so no spoilers in the chat. We're going to keep going. I'm going to stop pausing.
have to contend with, her testimony is compromised, and
he's talking about the juror's verdict. The juror's testimony is compromised because she
maliciously lied.
contradicted herself.
This process is a lot.
Becky contradicted herself too.
It's clear that if there was any attempt to influence this jury, those jurors who sat in that box, every single one of them, you saw them, and we saw them for 6 weeks. They are conscientious. They take their obligations seriously. They were not here to reward friends or punish enemies. They were here to do their job.
That's an Eric Bland phrase, isn't it?
You saw that in their eyes. You saw that in their mannerisms. You saw that in their demeanor. And they were strong and clear that this verdict was fair. Your Honor, we would submit that the motion for new trial be denied.
Chad, I normally don't do breaking news, but this is breaking news. Judge will return by the 5 o'clock hour. That's 5 o'clock Eastern, which is 10 minutes from now. So let's zoom. I'm surprised the judge is ruling today. Jim, do you have a PowerPoint presentation, my guy? Good to see you, Jim.
That way I won't be interrupted by Mr. Harpootlian as I'm trying to make my points.
That's actually funny.
Your Honor, I want to first start with State v. Green because I understand that that's the guidance. That's what we're following here. And reading, excerpts from State v. Green, first, it is absolutely clear in State v. Green that we find ourselves, and the issue is whether there's a defendant's right to a fair and impartial jury under the Sixth Amendment has been violated. Reading from the opinion, it says, in the Sixth Amendment's context, the Supreme Court of the United States has held that, quote, any private communication, contact, or tampering with a jury during a trial about the matter pending before the jury is deemed presumptively prejudicial. Now, Green goes on to say that we are not going to categorically apply the presumption whenever there is a contact with the juror. But the question is it prejudicial?
That is the question.
Not whether the verdict would have been different.
Not whether she intended it.
Prejudicial.
Yes.
And
agreed.
And I'll keep reading. The court says we're not persuaded that the Rimmer presumption of prejudice, we're talking about prejudice, not is the verdict different? It was their prejudice. Was this tainted process? Was it prejudice to the defendant?
Does it feel like tainted process to y'all?
Prejudicial to the defendant because of extraneous communication.
Not
whether the verdict would have been different, but whether there's prejudice involved in the process of the trial.
He's right on the standard
she set. The court goes on to say, our unwillingness to categorically apply the Rimmer presumption of prejudice stems from our view that not every inappropriate comment by bailiff to a juror rises to the level of constitutional error.
Goes on to say the attempted bribery of the jury and Rimmer conduct, which goes to the heart of the merits of the case, is a far cry from the circumstances presented in this case. The bailiff's actions here, though improper, did not touch the merits, but only dealt with the procedural question of how the judge might handle a jury impasse that apparently never materialized. The court says, while we decline to adopt the Rimmer presumption of prejudice in every instance of inappropriate bailiff communication to a juror, the occasion of this case presents an opportunity for our clerks of court and circuit judges to ensure that all bailiffs are properly trained. Now, the only thing the Green did was reject the presumption of prejudice in every case.
I'll speed it up.
Your Honor, I'm not going to. I just want to.
You guys, if Jim's talking too slow, I'm happy to zoom. Chat motion granted.
For the record, that our position is that the comments that you heard in this case go to the merits, go to the heart of the defense. And if you find that those comments were made, and I'm going to establish for the record, we clearly have proven that then we do get the Rimmer presumption. That we do get the Rimmer presumption if we have proven these comments were made. But I'm going to argue that we disagreed prejudice also in this case. So to start with, let's go to the evidence that was presented since Friday. And Your Honor, we have 12 deliberating jurors. In this case, what you've heard, 3 of the 12 have testified under oath that they heard Ms. Hill make comments about the case.
Yes.
How they categorize it as merits or not. But Juror X on Friday acknowledged that Ms. Hill made a comment about Alex was going to testify, that it was going to be epic or some words like that, and that defendants don't normally testify.
Multiple jurors remembered
Friday.
Things like that.
Today, so that's one who says Ms. Hill made a comment about Alex's testimony, how it's going to be a big deal, and defendants don't normally testify. Juror Z today says that first she says
Juror Z said a lot.
Ms. Hill said to watch his actions, to watch him closely, and then she said there are other things that he said I don't remember, and then we were allowed to show her, and with Your Honor, I asked her questions about her affidavit, and she says, confirm what was in her affidavit, that Rebecca Hill told the jury not to be fooled by evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys, which I understood to mean that Mr. Murdaugh would lie when he testified. She also acknowledged, this is a truthful statement, that she instructed the jury to, quote, watch him closely, close quote, immediately before he testified, including look at his actions and look at his movements, which I understand to mean he was guilty. And she also said and confirmed that Ms. Hill said when they began deliberations that this, quote, this shouldn't take us long, close quote, and that if we deliberated past 11 p.m., that we'd be taken to a hotel.
And that's substantive.
Those statements go to the merits. Those statements go to the heart of the defense.
I don't disagree.
Those statements go to what Mr. Murdaugh, his credibility. So
I don't disagree.
2 deliberating jurors down. The third deliberating juror who testified today is Juror P.
Someone influenced.
And he says, you were asked, Juror P, did Ms. Hill make any comments about the case? And he says, yes. She said the day that Alex was taking the stand, excuse me, Juror P is a he, but he is saying that she, Ms. Hill, said the day Alex was taking the stand, that she, Ms. Hill, made the comment about watch his body language. That's all I recall. So 3 of the 12 deliberating jurors heard Ms. Hill speak about Alex Murdaugh's testimony. 3 of the 12. And then we get the alternate juror came in and basically corroborated what those 3 of the 12 heard. And she had additional things that she had heard, but she corroborated what those 3 of the 12 heard. And then you've got Ms. Hill who gets on the stand and denies it all. And Your Honor,
which was
I
weird.
agree with you more that you're able to judge the credibility of witnesses. And on this record, there's no way to find Ms. Hill credible. There's no way to credit her statements that she did not make these statements about his testimony. I mean, she crossed herself up as Your Honor is questioning her about the transcript involving the egg lady.
That's true.
How the egg lady learned that that there's some Facebook post that was allegedly attributed to her husband. There's no way the egg lady would have known that unless Ms. Hill told her, and that pretty much came out there. I mean, so, you know, and I know this is not a jury argument, but if someone misrepresents a fact to you once, I mean, I don't think you should go back and credit anything beyond that. What we hear from Ms. McElveen is that she heard these almost identical statements from Ms. Hill that Ms. Hill told that 3 of the 12 deliberating jurors heard and the 4th alternate heard. That Ms. McElveen heard her make very similar statements about the defense's case about Mr. Murdaugh's testimony. So you got to put Ms. McElveen's testimony in our category. And Ms. Hill gets up there and says, never drove a juror home. Ms. McElveen's got no dog in this fight. And she says, she goes to court one day, she hears that Ms. Hill took a juror home the night before and went and talked to her and said, you can't do that.
And she said she
Ms. Hill
did it.
said, I didn't talk to her about the case. Well, she gets on the stand under oath here and tells you, I never took a juror home. I mean, it's totally inconsistent. And for her to say, I never made these statements, you know, she tried, I mean, she kind of gave herself a little wiggle room at the end. Well, when they were lining up, I may have said he's going to testify today or something, but these jurors heard this information. And the question under Green and Rimmer, was it prejudicial? Now, what we got from Juror Z today, the question was, did these comments influence your verdict? And Juror Z says, yes. Then you ask how. And Juror Z says, to me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty. Then you said, did it affect your finding of guilt in this case? And the answer was yes. And so that's prejudice, Your Honor.
I mean,
that is prejudice.
And that's
from one of the 12 deliberating jurors.
I don't know how the judge overcomes that.
By what Ms. Hill said. And good grief, how could it not be? How could it not be? And to ask,
I don't see the judge back on the bench yet, y'all.
Was it influence? It's really,
if we need to cut Jim off, we will.
Because you don't know what's influencing a jury, and frankly, that's why the Rimmer presumption is there. But let's try to sort this out. And
she had those conversations. I don't doubt that for a second.
It was a State v. Kelly case where the deputies went out and they were investigating the jurors' beliefs on the death penalty, and there was really no testimony about did that affect your verdict. But it was just so wrong. The conduct was so wrong.
If we need to jump
Supreme Court
live court, we will.
That's prejudicial, and we're granting a new trial. I mean, this is prejudice, and this has been proven. I mean, Ms. Hill is not credible. Ms. Hill is not credible. When she's talking about her book, talking about taking literary license to lie, literary license to lie is what she.
It's not a fictional book.
A literary license is.
Jim's hit all the points. A.G. Wilson shouldn't be happy. This was a crazy day in court for them.
We have met our burden of proving that there was extraneous contact with these jurors.
Agreed.
3 of the 12 deliberating jurors have testified to that.
Was it
One
prejudicial?
Of the 12 says it influenced my verdict.
And
how is that not prejudice?
Can be
and that's
enough.
all we have to prove. We believe, for the record, there is a presumption of prejudice that they have to overcome.
We perceive that we've proved it.
And Your Honor, we respectfully request that a new trial should be granted based on the record developed today.
Oh, I don't. Are any of you nervous? Like waiting for verdict nervous? Are any of you feeling waiting for verdict nervous?
All right. The arguments are closed. I will take.
I'm surprised this judge is ruling today.
Until 5 of.
I'm nervous.
The hour.
Till 5 o'clock.
To examine my notes. And then I will come and make a ruling from the bench on this matter.
I respect the fuck out of that, Your Honor. Court will be at ease. I respect the fuck out of that. That this judge is like, I'm not going to take it under submission. We're not going to do new briefing. I've heard your arguments. I've heard what the jurors said. I've heard what Courthouse Becky said. I've heard this shit. And you know what? 5 of the hour means 5 o'clock. And you know what? I'm going to rule from the bench today. We are done with this today. All right, let me refresh this and catch us up to live time because we are there. I'm going to answer some questions if I can before Justice Toal comes out. What do I think the judge will do? I don't know. Clerk of Court Becky Hill's testimony was not good. It was not good. There were definitely times that she contradicted herself and did not come across as credible. And you've got multiple jurors saying, I heard her say these things, but it didn't impact my verdict. And then you have one juror who was hesitant and kind of on the bench about it. But I'm going to just put up in the poll if you're stressed. No, you know what? Let's put up in the poll. Miguelina, we got to take that down. Not a verdict watch. We're on a ruling watch. We're on a ruling watch. It feels like a verdict watch, but we're on a ruling watch. Do you think he should, this is your opinion, get a new trial based on everything we've heard today? Do you think he should get a new trial? Your opinion, after everything you've heard today. The court's standard is, did the clerk have conversations with the jurors? And did that prejudice one of the jurors? So you might not like it, but I want to know what you think. Do you think Alec Murdaugh should get a new trial? And that is a different question than do you think he's guilty, will get tried again, and just stay in prison? That is a whole different question. This is not about whether you think Alec did it or didn't do it. This is about the process of the courts in our country working without bias, without prejudice, and basically without fuckery. And that's what this is. That's really the question. Is there so much fuckery that happened in this trial that you have to just do it again? And as I've mentioned before, all of you who have asked, does Courthouse Becky, let's do a quick summary. Let's do a summary. If all of you are like, Emily, your ADHD is firing on all cylinders, that's what happens when I stream for over about 4.5 hours. The ADHD starts to fire on different cylinders. Let's do a quick swoop. Let's do a road so far while we're waiting for the judge to take the bench. Oh boy. It is 5 o'clock in the East, y'all. And this judge is going to be ruling shortly. After a very long day in court in South Carolina, Justice Toal has taken this case under consideration and will be ruling from the bench now as to whether Alec Murdaugh gets a new trial. This is after hearing from all 12 deliberating jurors, 1 alternating juror, and Clerk of Court Becky Hill, as well as Clerk of Court Rhonda, who contradicted some of Ms. Hill's testimony. Everyone deserves a fair trial. The judge is going to rule based on the standard that she has set forth, whether or not a juror's verdict was prejudiced. It's going to, either way, this can be appealed. Either way, the appellate court is going to take up this issue. But I'm very curious to see if she will grant Alec Murdaugh a new trial. And that's what we're here for right now. Also, thank you guys for doing all the YouTube things. Alec's got to be nervous as hell, right? Are y'all nervous?
In the matter of the state of South Carolina against Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Again, I should feel nothing different from the state that convicted this man in one evening and sentenced him literally the next morning. So
2022 GS 15-00592, 593, 594, and 595. The following constitutes my ruling on this matter from the bench. This order will be supplemented, as I will explain,
in a written ruling
after proposed formal orders are received from each side in this matter. This case is unique in my 20 years of experience as a lawyer and my 35 years of experience as an active justice of the Supreme Court and a senior active trial appellate judge.
This case
Usually
is
matters
bananas.
involving possible improper contact with or conduct of a juror arise during or shortly after the trial. The judge then puts the affected juror or jurors under oath, conducts an examination, and rules on the request for a new trial or a mistrial. In this case, I was appointed almost 9 months after the trial to replace the trial judge who was recused. It is now almost 10 months after the verdict was rendered and sentence imposed in this matter. It is now on appeal to the Court of Appeals. Several months after the appeal was filed, the defendant moved that his appeal be suspended and this matter be remanded to the trial court to consider his motion for a new trial on a charge that the Clerk of Court for Colleton County
I can check the volume.
The jury by expressing her opinion to the jurors about what their verdict should be and about the credibility of the defendant who had elected to take the stand and testify on his own behalf.
Hopefully that's better.
Since this matter has been remanded to me, I have set the matter for a pretrial and a final hearing, conducted a telephonic status conference with the attorneys for the parties on December the 21st, 2023. I have received briefs from the parties. I conducted a pretrial proceeding on January the 16th, 2024, in which I invited briefs and arguments by the parties and by the attorneys for certain of the jurors and for the Clerk of Court, Rebecca Hill. On Friday, January the 26th, 2024, I conducted a hearing on this matter in which I took testimony from one of the jurors. The conduct of the examination conducted solely by me. I received further argument from the attorneys for the state and for the defendant. Today, January the 29th, 2024, I have taken sworn testimony from the remaining 11 jurors who rendered a verdict in this case. This examination was conducted solely by me. I have found no case that provides otherwise in the many cases I have read on the subject of a motion for a new trial on the basis of after discovered evidence of jury tampering or misconduct.
All right, y'all get your final votes, and we're going to
I have
close
also
this poll.
received sworn testimony from the clerk of court, Rebecca Hill. Direct examination was conducted by Deputy Attorney General Creighton Waters. Cross-examination was conducted by Defendant Attorney Richard Harpootlian. I have also propounded questions myself to the clerk of court.
No, 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 no. What?
I have also propounded questions myself to the clerk of court.
What we're not going to do.
I also received testimony from the clerk of court for Barnwell County, Rhonda McElveen, who attended most of the trial and assisted the clerk of court for Colleton County. I've also received testimony from the remaining alternate juror who was, when the matter was deliberated, dismissed from further service. The defendant must show, one, that the clerk of court made an improper comment or propounded an improper question to the member of the jury.
I wanted to make sure we were up to speed.
To a member of the jury who rendered the verdict. Two,
this is the standard.
The defendant must further show that Ms. Hill's improper comment or question actually influenced the juror's verdict, citing State v. Green, State v. Aldrett, and other opinions of our Supreme Court and
that's
other
the standard.
Authorities. Defendant contends that he must show only that an improper question or comment was propounded to any juror
we all have to
by
wait.
Clerk of Court Hill.
It's
If
stressful.
so proved, the defendant contends that the motion for the new trial must be granted. Defendant relies on United States v. Rimmer and many other cases.
He's got to be nervous.
My ruling is this. On the law, the defendant has the burden of proving both the fact of the improper comment or question by the clerk of court, Rebecca Hill, to a juror or jurors, and two, prejudice suffered by the defendant, specifically that the Hill improper comments
that Hill's improper comments influence the juror.
Influence the juror to vote to convict defendant Murdaugh. The facts. Did Clerk of Court Hill make comments to any juror which expressed her opinion of what the verdict would be? Ms. Hill denies A, and so the question becomes, was her denial credible? I find that the clerk of court is not completely credible as a witness.
I agree.
Ms. Hill was attracted by the siren call of celebrity. She wanted to write a book about the trial and expressed that as early as November 2022, long before the trial began. She denies that this is so, but I find that she stated to the clerk of court, Rhonda McElveen, and others, her desire for a guilty verdict because it would sell books. She made comments about Murdaugh's demeanor as he testified, and she made some of those comments before he testified.
This is prong one.
To at least one and maybe more jurors.
She finds prong one to be true.
Did clerk of court
is what
Hill's
she's finding.
Comments have any impact on the verdict of the jury?
This is the prong that matters.
I find that the answer to this question is no.
No new
Each
trial.
member of this jury took their involuntary assignment very seriously.
No new trial.
They obeyed the instructions of the court. They obeyed their oath. These good and decent citizens of Colleton County stood to their duty and rendered their verdict without fear or favor. It was a difficult task.
This will be
11
appealed.
of the jurors very unconditionally said they either heard no comment, or if they heard a comment, it had no effect. One juror was ambivalent in her testimony. She was then examined on her previous affidavit, in which she said the effect, if any, that she had was pressure she felt from other jurors. The cases are myriad that pressure from fellow jurors is a part of the normal give and take of jury deliberations. The court is not to inquire in any way about what is said in those deliberations.
That's correct.
But the juror, who was somewhat ambivalent, said on her oath at the time of trial twice, and said on her oath before me in these proceedings that she stood to her oath.
Okay.
The clerk of court allowed public attention of the moment to overcome her duty.
Wow.
I have read the entire transcript of this lengthy trial, not an easy task.
Damn.
I have studied in detail all of the authorities cited.
I mean, you came prepared.
I have independently researched the case law, learned treatises, and scholarly articles on the subject. Although there is certainly a split in the federal circuits and in the states on the standard of review, I simply do not believe that the authority of our South Carolina Supreme Court requires a new trial in a very lengthy trial such as this on the strength of some fleeting and foolish comments by a publicity-influenced clerk of court.
Wow.
This is a matter within the discretion of the trial judge, and I am the trial judge at this moment. I do not feel that I abuse my discretion when I find
foolish
the
and
defendant's
fleeting
motion for a
comments
new trial on the factual record before me must be denied, and it is so ordered. I will file a fuller order which denies this motion on the grounds I have recited.
He is going to appeal this
on
ruling,
the record before me,
and his appeal
as a
will
trial
click
judge,
back into
and the
action.
authorities that have been cited by all parties in this matter. To that end, I will hold the record open. I direct that within 4 business days of receipt by the attorneys in this matter of a transcript of these proceedings, a proposed order by the state denying the defendant's motion for a new trial with citations be sent to me and to opposing counsel. I will allow the defendant 4 business days from receipt of the state's proposed order to lodge objections and or submit an alternative proposed order. Upon receipt by the court of all proposed orders, I will finalize this record, submit
I'm
a
surprised
written
you
order,
rolled today.
and I will at that time transmit the written order to the Court of Appeals, the court which has remanded this matter to me. This hearing is adjourned.
Wow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let me say this, and I should have said it before I began my order. Hey, members of the audience, would you just be patient with me for one more minute? Please keep your seats.
You did say you were done, and they all have to pee. We're not really done.
I have probably had more experience with trial and appellate work than anyone else in this room.
Yes.
For many years.
Agreed.
And it has been an absolute pleasure to receive from these learned lawyers some of the best briefs I've ever received. I know they're a product not just of the attorneys who presented to me, but of the attorneys who sit with them and help compose the
learned
research
lawyers
and the writings that I received. I know that I put you on a very tight timeline.
Yep.
But my feeling is these matters are best disposed of by the trial judge in a very timely manner. so that you may then go to the authorities that really count more than I do. That is, the appellate authorities who will decide what the standard in this particular matter is.
Because this is going on
I've not seen
appeal.
a case such as this before. I doubt whether our appellate judges have seen a case such as this before. And they will take a lengthy time to study the record in this matter, the record in the part remanded to me. There are many issues in this case, issues over which I have absolutely no authority whatsoever. But I will say this about the record now that I have read it. And I will say this about the testimony that I heard Friday and today. Judge Newman said it best in his sentencing when he discussed the weight and the measure of the case presented and testimony and evidence submitted in this case when it was tried. It is a very compelling case supporting the verdict that the jurors reached. He said it with a lot more detail than I do, but now that I've read the record, I say as the successor trial judge, I agree that the evidence was overwhelming and the jury
got it right.
Not surprising. This matter is now adjourned.
Okay, then. Justice Toal said on the weight of the record that guilty is the correct verdict, that Becky Hill was persuaded by the bright light of fame or infamy, and don't take photos in court, ma'am. Why has everybody got their phones up? The bailiffs in Los Angeles would absolutely take your phone for doing shit like that. Anyway, sorry, it's not my court. I don't work here. You shouldn't be videotaping Alec Murdaugh getting locked up from the audience. But this is not, Emily, this is not your job. Emily, this is outside of the venue. These are not your monkeys. And this is not, in fact, your circus. So, Justice Toal denied the motion, calling Murdaugh's conviction the proper result of the jury based on her review of the record, stated that, here, let me just swoop. I'm a little surprised, truthfully. A little surprised. I'm a little surprised. I'm surprised she ruled today. I'm still surprised. Let's do a swoop. There's going to be a press conference with the defense, and they're going to say that they are going to appeal everything up one side and down the other. That's exactly what's going to happen. So stay tuned. We're not done yet. Let me do a quick road so far. Miguelina, will you keep an eye on links for any press conference that may happen? Thank you. All right. Let's do a swoop. Let's do a quick recap. And do the YouTube things, please. 32,000 of you here. I would appreciate it. Do the YouTube things. All right. The court feed has ended. I'm sure we will get a feed for the press conferences while I wrap this. So let's do the things real quick. Emily's trying to gather her thoughts. Let's swoopy doop. We're going to switch to another feed real quick that still has the courtroom feed. Let's do that while I do my summary real quick. So, do the YouTube things. Yep. Laundered app, all the rest. Let's go. Today, January 29th, 2024, Justice Toal ruled from the bench that Alec Murdaugh's motion for new trial be denied. I thought that at the end of this evidentiary hearing, Justice Toal, who was seen in court talking to the lawyers, I thought that Justice Toal would be asking for either additional briefing or argument and then be ruling in writing at a later time. I was very surprised that this judge took 15, 20 minutes to review the notes and then rule from the bench denying Alec Murdaugh's motion for new trial. Justice Toal indicated multiple times that there is a split in the circuits, the federal courts, and that there is a split among states as to what the proper standard of law is. Do you know what that tells me? That this case is ripe for appellate review, and appellate review that can not just go up to the South Carolina Supreme Court, but appellate review that might need to deal with splits of circuit up to the Supreme Court. There is an argument between the different case law, and what the judge found is that the law of the land in South Carolina requires a two-pronged consideration. One, did a communication happen? Yes, it did. The judge called it foolish and fleeting and essentially called Becky Hill fame hungry. But did a communication happen? And the court found that a communication did happen. The defense argued that that should be enough for a new trial. The court said that the standard in South Carolina is that you then need to show that it prejudiced a juror's verdict. And the court found here that it did not prejudice a judge's verdict or a juror's verdict, and that Juror Z was not unequivocal in their testimony and had equivocated about their testimony and had ultimately said in multiple oaths that their verdict was based on the law, not on Miss Becky's statements, and that their verdict was based more and based on influence from the other jurors, which is just called deliberation. So with all of that, we see this motion for new trial denied, quite a lot of testimony. I imagine Becky Hill will no longer be the clerk of court once the next election cycle comes up. There is no process to recall her. I don't know if she will be asked to step down or will choose to be stepped down. But for all of you asking if she can be removed, if she can be removed, if she can be impeached, not really. She gets to serve out the rest of her term unless she chooses to step down. And I don't think she will choose to step down because her future seems to be uncertain, especially with the investigation into the wiretapping with her son. So I don't think she'll step down. I think she will ride out the rest of her term. Will Alec Murdaugh's team appeal this? Absolutely. They will appeal this ruling, and then we will see if their current appeal starts to move forward or if their current appeal stayed until this appeal is completed. But this verdict will, or this, not a verdict, that feels like a verdict day, this ruling will absolutely be appealed, and that's going to be bananas as well. So with everything, motion for new trial denied. Becky Hill made statements to the jurors, but that statement did not prejudice any of the jurors' verdict. Justice Toal came with receipts, timeline, screenshots, had reviewed the entire record of this case and was very well versed in this case. We are going to go to a defense presser in motion. Hold on one second. I just saw this pop up. So give me 1 second. Let me back up. They cut to Poot mid-sentence. So give me 1 second and we will cut to the press conference and then we will have a conversation. But I don't think Justice Toal was swayed by Juror Z. Juror Z said that she was swayed by Becky Hill's testimony, but that she was really swayed by the other jurors. The judge did not put all of the weight onto that. So let me head to the feed that has the press conference that seems to have Poot et al. And we will join that now. So let's swoop for the press conference.
May not have to show that if she's wrong about the law and the law is unsettled.
I'm going to bump this. This is mono. So if you have only one ear pod in, you might not hear.
Next, we go from here to the Court of Appeals, and then to the Supreme Court if necessary, or South Carolina Supreme Court.
Let me back this up. Poot is saying that if she's wrong on the law, then they win.
Not have to show that if she's wrong about the law and the law is unsettled.
So how does being not credible if she's wrong help you at the next appellate level or maybe the Supreme Court?
Next level. Next, we go from here to the Court of Appeals, and then
to the South Carolina Supreme Court,
or South Carolina Supreme Court, and then federal court.
I have to be honest with you, I didn't really believe the whole story with Becky Hill until today's testimony, and I have to tell you, it did sway me.
Who's
quite
talking?
A bit, you know, because I didn't believe it. Explain to us how you found out this information.
Yes, please.
Well, we're glad you're being honest today. I mean, no, I mean, and we found out the information by talking to the jurors. You heard the alternate testify today, and honestly, that was really the first one-on-one interview that we were able to get. We had gotten some indications from lawyers who represented some other jurors that, you know, we needed to go down this road, and when we finally met with
Jim, are you saying that lawyers that represented jurors said you need to find out what's going on with the jury? Is there more to this?
her as she's cooking Sunday dinner in her home down a dirt road. I mean, she told us things that were jaw-dropping, and so that's how we found out.
And we rode down a lot of dirt roads in Colleton County on Sunday afternoons, knocking on people's doors. And that, you know, that's shoe leather is the way you work cases. I know, you know, everyone's used to social media and electronics, but you got to knock on a door and you got to ask questions. And that's what we did. And that's how we proved to Judge Toal that Becky Hill attempted to influence this jury. She said for the siren call of
the siren call of fame, I think is what the judge said.
Look, I mean, right. You know, we were, you know, denigrated, made fun of, chastised because in our initial filing, we pointed out that she had a profit motive for doing what she did. And guess what? Justice Toal ruled that was exactly the case today. So we feel vindicated on the fact.
Justice Toal didn't exactly say profit motive, but she did say the siren song of fame.
The law is unsettled. And early on, she acknowledged, and we all acknowledged, this was not going to be the final say-so on the law. That's going to be determined by the appellate courts, and that's the next step. If we had lost today, I mean, we did lose today. If we'd won today, the state would be appealing. So no matter
Appeals are happening either way.
Who wins today is just one step in the process. We would not have a trial next week or next month. It would all be wrapped up and gone up to the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court, and so.
This is another year.
But the good news is we agree, the court agrees that Becky Hill attempted to influence these jurors.
That's
that she made
not
these
exactly
statements.
what she said.
With the facts resolved.
The court did not say Becky Hill attempted to influence the jurors. That's exactly inaccurate, Poot. The court said that Becky Hill was swayed by the siren song of celebrity and that her statements were fleeting and foolish. She did not say, and that's absolutely a misstatement on Poot's part, she did not say Becky Hill tried to influence the jurors. I think what she was saying is that Becky Hill overstepped because she was looking to be more involved and looking for the limelight, not that she was trying to sway them, and that's not what the ruling says.
The only issue is what is the law, and as Judge Toal said, that is unsettled. This is not, you know, it's going to go through the appellate court.
That
so
I
feel
agree
strongly that we'll win.
Thank you all.
You think you will?
Wait, one more question.
Poot's not done talking yet. I'm done talking. Poot, I'm tired.
Go ahead.
Could you restate the question? None of us heard that shit.
That the burden of proof is that we get a presumption based on her factual findings here, and so if we win that legal standard, I mean, on this record, we get a new trial. If we lose,
what Griffin just said was that if the legal standard is to show that a statement was made to the jury, a material statement was made to the jury, nothing else. A material statement, you get a new trial, then they get a new trial on this record. What they're saying is the law, they don't believe the law is settled in South Carolina, that it is that two-part test. They think it's a one-part test. And the one part is, did somebody say shit to your jurors about the case? They said shit to your jurors about the case, new trial, because they can't do that. Now, what the law should be and what the law is are the conversations the appellate court is going to have a conversation about. And that's exactly what he's saying. The appellate courts are going to look at this. The South Carolina Supreme Court is going to look at this, and they're going to have to decide which case law standard should apply. Should it be Green? Should it be Reamer?
That legal standard in our state courts, then we probably don't get a new trial. But we go to federal court where there is no dispute in the Fourth Circuit where we would end up, or what the standard is, and it is a standard of presumption. So,
and he's arguing that the federal standard in their district is different than the state standard where they are. So if you go to federal court, the feds say, if you talk to the jurors about the case, we are presuming that they have been influenced, because they're going to come in here and tell you that they haven't been, and we're not going to play with any of that. What we're going to say is, if somebody makes material statements to the jurors about the case, it is presumed that that shit's not okay. And so you don't need to prove prejudice happened. You just need to prove that the statements were said. And that's what they're arguing for. Even if the state Supreme Court tells us no, we're going to go to the feds, and the Fed standard and us see eye to eye. So that's what they're arguing now. So this can go up and up and up and up. This could be 10 years out on appeals. Hopefully not that long.
it's either going to be decided, in my view, in our favor in our appellate courts, or 4 or 5 years down the road in the federal courts, unless there's a change of federal law.
And would there be a different outcome if you get another trial?
I didn't hear the question.
Yes, there would be. But I'm not going to tell you why.
Absolutely, yes.
I don't know what they're all chuckling about.
She agreed with Judge Newman about the facts and the verdict and how it was, that it was a compelling case and all of that.
No.
State the question.
No. She's not going to say, oh, I disagree with Judge Newman. The facts were very thin. No, she's not.
Yeah, there's an innocent man here who's wrongly convicted.
And
we didn't expect her to say that. So.
They're asking about her statement that the record supports the conviction. She didn't have to say anything about the record supporting the conviction. She chose to. And she wanted to be clear that the record supports Alec Murdaugh's conviction. She made that very clear, though she has very strong and negative opinions of Courthouse Becky. Justice Toal does not have any love lost for Clerk of Court Becky Hill, and had some strong words for her.
No, they can't.
No.
They can't. This issue is not harmless error. Cannot be.
I've asked about this before. You all have said that you're investigating. You said that you're investigating who might have actually committed these murders.
Yes.
Have you all found anything that you think you want to share with us?
We have developed some information. We want to get this behind us, and we'll be pursuing that in the near future.
More. They have more.
Who really did it?
Do you believe Alec Murdaugh has a
I'm sorry. What did you just say, Dick Harpootlian? Dick Harpootlian says we are developing new information of who really did it. That's exactly what he just said out of his mouth at this press conference. Okay, sir. I tried to back this up. Hold on.
This behind us, and we'll be pursuing that.
Who might have actually committed these murders?
Yes.
The question was, are you investigating who actually committed these murders? That was the question from the reporter.
Have you all found anything that you think you want to share with us?
We have developed some information. We want to get this behind us, and we'll be pursuing that in the near future.
about who committed the murder?
Who really did it?
Do you believe Alec Murdaugh has information? Because his voice is not familiar. Do you think he has information about who did it?
Well, if he did, we couldn't tell you. That's called attorney-client privilege. I can't think about what my client could have told me. That would be attorney-client privilege. These rules, they're so pesky. You get credit. Okay.
These rules
Thank-
are so
Thank you.
pesky.
Pardon me?
How did Alec react to that?
Those
Fine.
rules are simple and finite. Becky Hill was not really on trial today. There's no guilt or not guilt.
I think those attorneys were just swimming up here.
He's
what I mean?
ready to give a
Swimming
press
down,
conference.
And when they got ready to drown,
The press is not ready for that press conference because the feed got cut. I don't know if we'll see the prosecutors say anything. Let's see if anyone else has anything to say. Oh, Eric Blaine does. Half of you are going to be like, not surprised. The other half of you are also going to say not surprised. Hold on. Let me back up to when this feed, it cut away and then comes back. So let me get back to when this feed cuts in real quick, because I was like, okay, well, we're done. They faded to black. So give me a second. Feeds are a little hard to navigate when they are this long of a feed is the problem. All right, let's see. I'm going to zoom this real quick. We'll get
like it's sometimes it's
right, here we go.
That Justice Toal rendered. This is what justice looks like. It's sometimes it's messy.
Before they cut back, but it is what it is.
That Justice Toal rendered. This is what justice looks like. It's sometimes it's messy, sometimes it's easy. This was not as easy as it looked. There was some very good lawyering on both sides, the defense and the prosecution.
This was not easy at all. What this showed us is that there was fuckery in this case. That's what it showed us. And I'm not happy about any fuckery in this case. I'm not happy about this at all. The shit that Clerk of Court Becky Hill was up to is not okay. Even if they determined that the jurors were not prejudiced, it's still not okay. And they're still not out of the woods. If the federal rule applies, and if the state the state of South Carolina decides that the federal rule should apply now that they're looking at this, then this goes to a new trial. Like this for me, this isn't a good day for justice, right? What we've seen is that bullshit happened in this case that never should have happened. And that does not sit well with me. So whether or not the jurors were impacted and whether or not that is the standard that South Carolina is going to stick with or not is separate and apart from the side that fuckery happened. And I hate that. Absolutely hate it. But were the jurors influenced? I don't know if they were. And Justice Toal found that they weren't. But if the standard is different and they don't ask about whether or not the jurors were actually influenced, then new trial is granted on the other standard. All of this doesn't feel good. None of this feels like a win. This is not a good day for justice. All of this feels gross, truly. And this is going to be on appeal for years. But the clerk of court should have never done this, ever.
There was some very good lawyering on both sides, the defense and the prosecution, but the law is clear. And you heard from 11 jurors in no uncertain terms that their verdict was their own conscience. It was not influenced by anything
that
may have been said or done by anybody other than the testimony, the law, and the evidence. They followed what Judge Newman told them to follow. Yes, there was one juror. I don't question her veracity in whatsoever. I disagree with Mr. Harpootlian. Nobody on our team ever called that juror a liar. That is her conscience. And like the state said, we can't have verdicts that
this sound guy's killing me.
Go in perpetuity,
so
and jurors can constantly say, well, this was my verdict then, but today it's different. You vote once in time.
I'm not sure what
and
I
think Justice Toal believed that the verdict was the product of free negotiations. Yes, inside a jury room, it's tense. You often hear that there's arguments one way or the other, but she did not feel that this verdict was the result of anything that Becky Hill had said or did or any other court officer.
I think that's an accurate recitation of
this is the verdict that we have. Our state supports this verdict. You saw how hard the
verdict
state
of the
fought
murder, the
to
court's
keep
order
this
today.
verdict, and we cannot continue to have trials go over and over again when you have
And that's what the
jurors
judge
that
said.
hear evidence over 6.5 weeks, over 70 witnesses, over 400 pieces of evidence, get the instructions from the judge, give their time.
The judge
are
said, I'm not
smart,
throwing
bright
it out
people who
over
come with
foolish
their
and
God-given
fleeting
common
statements.
sense, render a verdict, and then are polled and raise their hand and say, this was my verdict. And so
Well, here we have an issue of, as a legal professional that I once was, I have a problem with some of the things that we heard Becky say. I'm thankful that it didn't sway the jury. But we have to be.
I have a big problem with the things that Becky has said. And it's clear that there was some inconsistencies regarding whether she rode with a juror, what was said, what was heard. And I think Justice Toal let the public know and let Becky know exactly what she thought of some of her testimony. And I don't think we've heard the end from Becky, and that she may have to answer for some of the things.
I don't think we've heard the end about Becky. I don't think we've heard the end about Becky. I don't think we need to hear any more from Becky, but this is not the end of us talking about Becky. And we haven't even covered her emails yet. Here, I was waiting till this was over to cover her emails.
I think Justice Toal gave a foreshadowing of what may be coming to Becky.
Did you pick up on how much Justice Toal impeached?
I wouldn't say impeached. I just think that she didn't believe a lot of it.
Oh, no, she was impeached.
But it's not her job. Becky Hill was not on trial. This is not Becky Hill's trial.
Her credibility was.
No, her credibility was not the key question in this trial. The key question in this trial was what was the jurors' verdicts. That's it.
Eric Lynn and I are going to have to disagree on that. And here's why. Because the question here is whether Alec Murdaugh gets a new trial. And to get to Alec Murdaugh getting a new trial means you have to determine if the jurors were spoken to and if they were influenced. The jurors say they were spoken to. Becky Hill says they don't. Becky Hill's credibility then becomes a key factor in all of this. And it absolutely was a key factor. Absolutely a key factor in all of this. So I don't think it was the main question. The main question was new trial. But was this a key factor? Abso-fucking-lutely it was. Absolutely, her credibility was 100% a key factor of this. And we knew it was going to be, unless she said, yes, I said those things to the jurors. The second she said, I didn't say any of that, it came at issue. And there were times on the stand where she directly contradicted herself. It was not a good day for Courthouse Becky.
It's not, because the ultimate question was, right, and she already discarded, I believe, what Becky said. I don't think she believed that Becky didn't say anything. I think she believed that Becky actually did say a lot. And I think that Becky, right, but that had nothing to do with her decision. The decision
She
was,
ruled that Becky made statements. That was her ruling. She called them foolish and fleeting, but she ruled that Becky made those statements.
what did the jurors say? And that's what we were dealing with between the time the trial started and the time that they rendered their verdict. Not what may have happened since March 3rd. Since March 3rd, obviously, there's plagiarism allegations. There's allegations that, obviously your son was indicted. There's allegations of ethics complaints, and there's allegations that she's being investigated. All that will take place in due course. And what we're going to ultimately see, what Dick Harpootlian said is our state Supreme Court going to say we stick with the Green decision, or do we go back to the United States Supreme Court decision in Reamer? And all a defendant has to show is that a court official makes these kind of substantive merit statements to a jury. And if they do, does it guarantee them a new trial?
Court officials should know better.
I don't think at this point we know that it's the Green decision, and you have to show that impact
Court
on the
officials should
jury.
know better.
Thank you.
It's their job. If we have court officials putting their fingers on the scales of justice, it's not a good day for justice. For me. For me. All right, I don't know if they're up, down, all around, in, out, breaking down. I don't think we're going to hear from the prosecution. I'm going to leave this up and turn the volume down just a little bit and answer some questions
Just a bit, sir.
as
I've
best
been
I
out here a
can.
long time. I can go to the house now and get in the food.
I don't know who's talking, but somebody's having a conversation. And somebody's taking their mics away. All right. I'm going to put the volume down. We'll see if anybody comes up to the presser in a second. But it looks like the media is assuming nobody else is coming. Zara says, you're the best EDB. I'm exhausted. I am also exhausted. I am also exhausted. Is everyone taking their mics? Ma'am, I don't know. Wait, ma'am? In the amazing...
He's not.
Are we done? Sir?
This is one case where it's good to come last because
But are we
my
done?
stuff is not tangled.
But I love that your stuff is not tangled. Sir, but are we done though? Sir? Are we done? Sir? Come back.
All right, so we just need to grab the chair and
It looks like the media thinks we're done. So I'm gonna keep that muted. Today has been a roller coaster. I'm sure a lot of you have now eaten breakfast, lunch, and dinner with me. The media is trying to get their clips out. I'm sure there are newsrooms somewhere clipping down things. I'm not. You know why? Because I'm here streaming with you. Quick Bits went live today. We'll have a lot for Quick Bits next week. There's a new podcast on Wednesday. If you guys are new here, we're going to answer your questions, but I need you to go download the Law Nerd app for me pretty please. And that will keep you in the loop of everything I'm doing and all of what happens here next. All right, let's get to your questions and we'll see. I don't think the prosecution's coming out. They're all breaking down, but we'll see. Baxter asked this at 10:50 this morning. Sorry, Baxter. What is more important, affidavit or in-court testimony? Well, it depends if they contradict, but the in-court testimony, I think this hearing is going to weigh a little more heavily. And it looks like everybody is packing up their microphones. So I'm just going to leave the feed open just to see. Being a whistleblower is tough. I hope that the juror is telling the truth. Is there a way that she can be discredited if all the other jurors disagree? There was some equivocation with Juror Z that the court commented on, and the court absolutely commented on that equivocation. So the court was not going to rest a new trial on Juror Z saying her verdict was impacted by Becky Hill, but really her verdict was also influenced by the other jurors. All right, we're not doing this. That's going to make me motion sick. I will leave this on in a smaller way, but it looks like the court feed there is done as well. So let us just get to your Q&A, and then I'm going to wrap. We've been live now for over 8 hours. It's been a very long day, and I have a meeting I have to go to tonight. So there's that. I'm sure my producers and my team need to edit the podcast. I'm going to go through as best as I can and answer some of these super chats. I am not going to be able to get to all of them. I'm going to do my best to catch up with the afternoon. McDuffco said, thanks EDB for the live. Oh, wait, you know what we didn't do? Oh, ADHD squirrel. We didn't get to run our FAQ bumper, so we can now get to questions. I believe Rhonda too. Rhonda was never alarmed or went to Judge Newman during trial. I think Rhonda's comments to Courthouse Becky were, do not be driving jurors around. What are you thinking? This is not okay. So that's what that was. Justice Toal's ruling was essentially bring the Supremes. Yes, Justice Toal has been a justice long enough to know when something is above her pay grade. And her ruling was essentially, this is above my pay grade. If you would like for there to be a different law of the land, you can go to the Supremes, who can change the law of the land and decide if they want to adopt the federal standard or if we're going to stay with the Green case here in South Carolina. But this is not a me problem today. This is off the property. This is off the venue. This is not my circus. Go elsewhere. Go elsewhere. Don't know how you do it, but it's appreciated. EDB, Dave's Beats, you are welcome. I was going to watch this no matter what, but my brain is starting to buffer. Tomorrow, I'm going to have to reset and kind of condense this down. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. I might take tomorrow off because we streamed so long today, and then be back with you Wednesday and Thursday. This came down to Juror Z. Her indecisiveness cost AM, hence why they wanted to correct her statement. Yes, they absolutely wanted another crack at it with Juror Z. They knew it was equivocal and they knew it was a problem. But this whole motion is here because of Juror Z anyway. And jurors do sometimes have second thoughts after the fact, but you don't overturn verdicts because of it. Anne said, the hearing had it all, and I was stuck to it for sure. I love watching people who are good at their craft working. Thanks for the marathon live. Today was good lawyering. We saw good lawyering in court. Some frustrating, some amazing, some wandering, but it was fascinating. Just fascinating. Suggestion on Valentine's Day, since we can't give away candy, how about we give away one membership for all the new viewers on February 14th? I don't know if we'll be able to do that, but we can try. Jasper asked, what effect does Becky Hill's actions have on other cases where she was the clerk of court? Will it call other convictions into questions? Not unless jurors come forward and say something, because they can't just go door knock all the jurors and be like, hey, Becky Hill was here. What I will say is that the amount of trials that could have gone to trial between Becky Hill's election in 2020 and 2023 is probably limited given the pandemic. A lot of trials weren't going. So I don't know how many trials Becky Hill actually presided over. Some conscious influence during absorption equals fuckery. There was a lot. What we need is a press conference with Blanca to give us an update on Bubba. I think the only update on Bubba we got was during one of the documentaries. Stephen A. Reporter asked if they think there will be a different outcome on a new trial. That's why they laughed. Fair enough. And the judge today sure didn't think so. April, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Walkie Talkie said, I feel a rabbit hole in my near future on everything Justice Toal, my ADHD superpower. Well, Justice Toal was on the South Carolina Supreme Court, so you'll find lots of rulings there. Honestly, it feels like there won't be an unbiased due process in this small jurisdiction. Becky Hill's grandpa and Alec Murdaugh's grandpa speaking together, birthday party. How intertwined is everyone in this community? Very intertwined. Very intertwined. They hunted down jurors at their homes. They did. That's how they went and find them. They went and door knocked them. Mike said that alternative juror sunk them. The alternative juror heard the same things that the other clerk heard. I think the person the alternative juror sunk was Becky Hill. Is Becky going to be charged with perjury? Unlikely. Becky Hill contradicted herself, but I would have to grab a transcript and everything else she's ever said and go through it line by line. Perjury is rarely prosecuted. I have prosecuted to trial a perjury case. Perjury is rarely prosecuted, and it can be very difficult because people are like, no, that's a misinterpretation. I didn't mean this. I meant that. It is difficult to nail down perjury cases. But do I think she was, do I think she contradicted herself on the stand? Absolutely. NJ Kathy said this one has been a wild ride today. Yes, it has been. Looks like Clerk is a 4-year term. If she was elected in 2020, then she may be up for re-election this year. Kristen M, good to know. That's not going to go well. So her term might be up at the end of 2024. Sandra, I love your I have questions sweatshirt. I've got my Lawnard one with the pink heart in here today. Emily, 9 hours ago, this shouldn't take long. I didn't think she was going to be like, Justice Toal was like, we're doing this today. And we're going to be done. She had set aside 4 days for this and was like, today, Junior, we're doing it today. Can this be an issue for future transfer of jurisdiction with incoming trials, her being present and waste to avoid future trials? I don't know how many trials are coming up in Carleton County this calendar year, but it's going to be an issue. Did you eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner with you? Did eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner with you. Mandy, me, fantastic. Thank you guys for all the compliments. I appreciate it. Christina said, shocking result based on her questions and tone. This judge is not happy with Courthouse Becky. Becky still needs to be held accountable. I think that's not forestalled by today's ruling. I thought she was supposed to only be there for an evidentiary hearing. Why is she commenting on the rest of the record? Because Justice Toal, Anna, was sitting as the trial judge. She was sitting in the position of the trial judge. So she needed the knowledge of the trial judge to make this ruling. So she went over the entire record to sit as the trial judge in this motion for new trial. So what's going to happen next is that this will go up to the appellate court, and the other appeals will probably stay paused because there's other appellate issues running, and they will probably do this one first and then the next one. Ashley said, mad respect for her credentials, well-earned title. I'm not sure who that went to, but yes, EDB, my palms are sweating. It was that kind of day today. I hope you guys got some memberships. Alex is just kicking the ball down the road. How could he ever get a fair trial now? Can there be an unbiased jury for him? If they move venue, I think they can be. Also, as you get, this is going to take years on appeal. So if he does get a new trial, how many people are really going to be so invested in this 5 years from now, 6 years from now, and on and on? So time will do some to heal that as well. Plus, in that time, you're going to have a whole fresh turnover in jury pool of people turning 18. I'm going to go to a few of the questions from the chat, and then we are going to get moving. I can't believe I caught up live from 2 hours behind. You were working. We're absolutely working. Jeannie from the Seattle area, American law. Yes, ideally. I mean, we've got federal and state, which is where some of these splits are coming from. Justice Toal is Judge Escarati from the Depp Heard trial in 20 years changed my mind. You're like, Judge A is the younger version of Justice Toal. We're going to watch Judge A become a Supreme Court justice in Virginia. I'm not mad about that at all. Justice Toal said, I want receipts, timeline, screenshots, fucking everything. Yes, Stephen, all I want to do is go watch some Housewives. Like, I don't know. What do we need today? We need a little bit of this. Because all day, just all day. Brandy Rose said, I'm getting really frustrated with the prosecution at this point. I get that they want the conviction to stick, but they should be more concerned that it was proper. Thank you always for your coverage. Agreed. The prosecution didn't seem mad enough for me. Judge wanted Becky to stay in the courtroom. Surely there is a chance of imprisonment for perjury. No, that process takes a long time. This is not a process where Becky gets put into handcuffs and walks back into the back. That was never on the table today. At all. Can Becky go to jail for impeachment? No. Impeachment is just the process by which other jurors or other testimony points out that what they said on the stand was not true. So no. Tinsley, good to see you. Rhonda said she's not losing her election over no Becky Hill. She was like, what y'all want to know? And I'm here for it. Glad to be back with you. Good to see you, Tinsley. And yes, Miss Rhonda is not going to play with Becky Hill's foolishness. She's been doing this judge too long and she knows her shit, clearly. So if you guys are in Miss Rhonda's county, you now know a little bit more about your clerk of court. She's not going to fuck around or find out. She's just a straight shooter. Rhonda's just a straight shooter, and that's what it's going to be. Ava said, why don't I feel good? I know he's guilty. Because today's been a wild ride, and there was fuckery. And fuckery doesn't feel good. Peeling back all the layers of this case, it just feels ick, right? The fact that the clerk of court is saying things to the jurors, and some of those jurors interpreted it as she was telling them that Murdaugh was guilty, doesn't feel good. She should have had zero of these conversations. That's how we don't end up here. Don't talk to the jurors. But I really did like Rhonda. I really did like Rhonda a lot. A lot. The members are asking, do we have a BTS for the members podcast? No, I recorded it quite late last night. I normally record on Monday, and I knew Monday was going to get absolutely eviscerated because of today. So no. All right. Let me get to two more, and then we're going to go. Do you think Poot and Jim missed Judge Newman yet? They are the ones that asked for this. I love this judge. I don't know. I think Justice Toal made a really good record knowing what an appellate judge wants to see, because Justice Toal was a Supreme Court judge. And I think that this will be a fascinating case to watch on appeal. Punk Love Nerd said, considering calling in late to work. That was probably a real long time ago. I hope your workday went as needed. So basically, the only juror that says the decision was influenced is the one represented by a friend of Poot. That's correct. That's correct. A lot of you guys didn't like that only one juror said they were influenced. And that might be a juror who's having second thoughts. We don't know. But it did contradict, that juror's testimony contradicted their prior affidavit before all this became public. Question, could Becky Hill's alleged interference with the Murdaugh trial open the door for other cases? We've talked about that quite a lot. And it depends if other jurors come forward. Do you think Alec Murdaugh is only wanting the murder trial thrown out so that Buster can inherit the life insurance money? I don't know. He pled guilty to the financial crimes and received a significant sentence. He received 27 years on the financial crimes. The federal financial crimes are still up in the air, but it can also allow him to negotiate for federal prison, not state prison, and some other things, and lower security prison if he's not in on a murder charge. But yes, he's still 27 years on the financial crimes. Go back and watch Miss Becky. Hugs and high fives all around with the state after verdicts. Very inappropriate. I will go back to the trial and watch, but it's clear from Becky Hill's emails that she wanted a guilty verdict. I don't know if she wanted a guilty verdict to promote her book, but it's clear from her emails that that's what she felt the right verdict would be. I'm not quite sure what that's referring to, so I'm sorry. Maybe pressure from other jurors was relaxed to extra night in a hotel and no cigarette spray. I maybe. If the jury discussed the case during the trial and Becky had jurors that lean not guilty dismissed, how would that not be grounds for a new trial? It seems there was impropriety in this case by the jury and Becky. They didn't get into any of that about the dismissed jurors, only the deliberating jurors. And it does seem like there was impropriety in this case. But the fact that the jurors were chatting in between breaks, only one juror brought up, and nobody else talked about it. I've been wanting to come back to this comment from Kadora, recovering from a hysterectomy. So these wild as fuck shenanigans and the awesome Law Nerd crew are keeping me entertained. Here for you all day. Hopefully you're resting well. How complicated is it to get a new jury pool for a retrial of such a publicized case? Complicated, but not impossible. It will absolutely be complicated. Time can heal some of that. If that happens down the road. So also requesting a good Law Nerd vibes as this scientist looks into sitting the patent bar and transitioning careers. Thank you, EDB, for the inspiration. Aaron Evans, good luck, study well, nerd, and you will be fine. All right, Law Nerds, I'm sorry I did not get to everything. It was a very, very long day. Replay crew, if any of you are here, God love you. I will see you guys soon. Law Nerd app is where you want to be. I have not decided about tomorrow. I am absolutely exhausted from a long day of streaming, and we have a podcast to prep for Wednesday. So we might just move Tuesday's stream to this and then podcast for you on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, I will be back with you live. I'll just have to see how we feel. So thank you, Law Nerds. Thank you for being here. Thank you, everybody in the chat who rode with me today. Do the YouTube things. I will see you later. What a wild ride, guys.
You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.